And you guys are watching them do that, and it's just a great thrill to see.
One more, Lyle, last one.
Yeah, Mickey, is it a coincidence that there's such a heavy Dodger influence in this World Series, or is there something that all you guys learned in that organization coming up that helps you get to this point?
Well, you know, we came up with Peter O'Malley was the owner there, and that organization was all about loyalty and professionalism, and that's what they taught us there. I mean, all of us had to go through that, and you know, when you were in the minor leagues and all the way up through the major leagues, you know, that's what we were taught. And, you know, I think that's, if anything, that's what we bring over. You know, we're not better than life or anything. What we're bringing over here is our focus, our energy, you know, our ability to communicate as a coaching staff with the players, our relationships. And these guys love to come to the park. And when they love to play for you, you're going to get something out of it. And I think we've learned that all through Peter O'Malley and the Dodgers.
Mickey Hatcher in the interview room just not long ago, earlier today, talking to the media before today's Game 7 between the Angels and the Giants. We'll take a break, then we'll go back to the telephones. If you're hanging on, just hang in a little bit longer on AM 570 KLAC and the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
2.9% isn't very much. If you were 2.9% certain you had locked the front door, you would go back and check it again. And if you could own a certified pre-owned Lexus and pay only 2.9% APR, you'd probably be driving a Lexus tomorrow, which gives you something pretty exciting to look forward to tomorrow. Because Lexus is now offering 2.9% APR financing with terms up to 66 months on the entire line of certified pre-owned vehicles, with monthly payments of $16.42 per thousand borrowed on approved credit. We also offer the Lexus warranty, 3 years from your date of purchase or 100,000 total vehicle miles. You'll also get a complimentary loaner should you require qualified warrantable repairs. So for 2.9% APR financing and 100% peace of mind, hurry to your Southern California Lexus dealer and ask about our other special lease or finance programs.
Tier 1 customers only. 2.9% APR to qualified customers through Lexus Financial Services. No down payment if qualified. Must take delivery by 12/2/02. Not available in Hawaii. See your dealer for financing limited warranty details.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
The count full to Scioscia, 3-2. Big pitch coming up. Rodriguez set. The 3-2 pitch is belted to right field. Back on it goes Sanders at the wall. He can't get it. Home run. And they're back in the ball game. Scott Scioscia, a 3-run home run to right field into the corner. And it's the Giants 5, the Angels 3 in the 7th. Quite a moment last night when the Angels finally got on the scoreboard on the Scott Scioscia home run in the 7th inning. Let's go back to the telephones now. Hanging on for quite a while, Mark in Lawndale. Hey, Mark, thanks for hanging on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next.
Go ahead, Mark. Yep, you're on.
Oh, hey, sorry. Hey, a couple things. I believe Brad Fulmer is going to have a big game today only because he's due.
All right.
I really believe he's due today. And Anderson's got to get on track a little bit more, it seems that way. And I'm very excited. I remember as a kid watching the Bob Olivers, the Rudy Miolis, the Ken Berrys, here on Channel 5.
Sure. Yeah.
Just watching them, and it just seems year after year with, frustration after frustration. And I'm real happy for the Angels. I really am. And I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Sure, Mark.
I think, I don't know if the Rally Monkey smokes or not, but I think they're going to light up a Cuban today. That's what I think.
I'll tell you what, Benji Gill will be the first guy in that clubhouse that does that if the Angels win. He brings those Churchills with him. He's got those real long ones. The Rally Monkey, however, is very health conscious. That's right. And he's got to jump up and down a lot.
Oh, yeah. It's hard on the lung.
Right.
Well, anyhow, I'm wishing them luck, and I'll be watching them.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. All right, let's go to Maywood now. Frank, you're on with Rory and Terry. Hi, Frank.
Hey, Rory and Terry. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I've been an Angel fan for about 13 years, and my favorite player all time is Lance Parrish. Do you remember him?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I want to comment about last night. When Scioscia looked at 3-run home run,
yep.
I felt like crying because that was like a real joyous moment. And from that moment on, I knew that the Halos are going to be back in their groove.
Yeah, that sure was. That was quite a moment. And I'll tell you, if the Angels win today, there will be some tears in the eyes, believe me.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question.
All right, sure.
What's that story about, rushing down, Troy Glass? Remember when they threw the ball to him and he knocked down?
Yeah. Well, they've done that a couple times in this series. I think one of the reasons they've done it is Troy's had 3 home runs, and he's driven in 8 runs in the series. So, he's been a big part of the Angels offense here in the World Series, and in fact, if the Angels go on to win this World Series, I think Troy's got a real good shot to be the MVP in this series. So, it's just kind of old-time baseball, making a point to let the other team's productive RBI guy know that, hey, we know you're out there, and we want you to know we're out there. And, it's a purpose pitch. I don't think they've been trying to hit him, but I do think they've been trying to let him know that, hey, you're not going to just be able to sit in that batter's box and tee off against us. That's why I was so excited to see Donnelly do it to Santiago last night in the 8th inning, because I thought it was well overdue the way they've been throwing, those brush back pitches on Troy Glass here in the series.
All right, then. Thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We want to remind everybody the Giants are a very resilient team, much like the Angels. Remember, they went to Atlanta to play one game in the NLDS and won that game, knocked the Braves out. The Giants are similar to the Angels in many ways, and that's probably the main way that they are similar, that they keep bouncing back. So we really expect a great game and take nothing for granted tonight. Let's go to Jason in Hollywood. Jason, how are things in Hollywood tonight?
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
All right. Good.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I hear a lot of talk about Brendan Donnelly's performance last night, and he should get a lot of kudos, but I'll tell you, our good friend Kevin Apier deserves a lot of credit, too. He gave us 4 great innings last night, and I think especially after his shaky first start in Game 2, I just think he pitched lights out last night, and I don't think people are giving him enough credit.
He sure did. He pitched. People were writing him off before the game even started. He pitched 4 shutout innings. He gave up a couple of runs in the 5th, and Mike was quick with the hook last night, which I think was probably the right thing to do. But Kevin Apier gave them everything they could have hoped for, and he is a tremendous competitor. With the Angels' comeback last night, I think that really overshadowed what Apier did. And, even the 2 runs he gave up, that was on a home run that just barely snuck over that short porch down the left field side. He did his job, and he did it well last night.
I couldn't agree more. And also, a quick question for you guys. Aaron Seeley, did he have his surgery already, and if so, is he with the team tonight?
Yes and yes. Quick answer, though. He had the surgery, and he is here, and he's been with the Angels during the entire postseason, so he's in that dugout having a chance to, enjoy all the fruits of what's happened so far.
Great. Hey, thanks for everything this year, guys. Good luck to the Angels tonight.
Thank you, Jason. All right, well, let's go down south now, Carlsbad, where Frank is hanging on. Good afternoon, Frank.
Yeah, hi, guys. Last night has to be the greatest comeback in World Series history. It sounds like a cliche, but they're going to be playing that game on Sports Classics decades from now, I think.
That's an instant classic.
Okay. I think if they win, the Angels, and they will, I think the co-MVP should be Glaus and Scioscia. Those are the 2 guys that have really ignited the offense. And another reason I think the Angels are going to win, they have the advantage in pitching tonight. Weber is rested. Washburn could fill in long relief, and I think he could have a good game if he's needed. Hernandez is good for a couple of innings. And then, of course, they've got Percival. So I think you got to give the advantage pitching to Angels.
I think you meant Rodriguez there instead of Hernandez.
Yeah, Rodriguez.
I don't know that Frankie's good for a couple innings tonight. I would think it's more a couple batters or a couple outs. I don't think you're going to see, Frankie throw any more than 20 pitches at most tonight, if in fact he is used.
My final comment, this may sound kind of corny, but I think we have a real angel in the outfield, and that's Gene Autry. And guys, go out and win this one for Gene, and I think we will. It's going to be 8-4. That's my prediction.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whoa, he really had to slam that phone down. Terry, we've had 3 predictions of the final score, and they've all had the Angels scoring 8 runs.
What's up with that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Freaky.
Yeah. Let's go to Laguna Beach now and get the comments of Randy. Hi, Randy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Hey, just real quick, you guys have done such a great job this year, and I'm really happy for you guys your initial season here to be riding this wave like you guys have. It must feel really, really great.
Oh, it's tremendous.
And I'll go 8-5 Angels tonight too. So I'll throw another 8 spot in there.
Yeah, that's 2 8-5s, an 8-4, and an 8-0.
There you go.
If they score 8 tonight, we'll know there's an Angel in the outfield somewhere.
Wow. And I'm like one of those previous callers, man. I've been making so many prayers, and I got my mother-in-law. I made her sit and watch the game with me last night, and because they were doing really good when she sat down next to me, and so of course she wasn't going to get up. But,
Randy, it's always good to get along with your mother-in-law.
Well, we did last night. Anyway.
Very good.
But to all the Angel fans out there, we've all suffered so many years of being so close, and then just having this, I got to pinch myself even just saying, oh my gosh, Game 7 of the World Series, and we're there.
Yep.
But again, you guys, thanks a lot, and to all my family that are listening, hey, and go Angels. Let's get it done tonight.
Thanks a lot, Randy. This World Series edition of Down in the Dugout is presented by Sprint, where wireless becomes clear. Our telephone number is 1-866-570-KLAC. Join us, won't you? We'll be back in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
So you asked for a pot roast.
And he brings a game show host.
She's right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
It's the static. Here. Sprint built the largest all PCS enhanced nationwide network, reaching more than 230 million people. So your calls are clear.
It's a fabulous PCS phone with full-color screen. Tell us more, Johnny.
I'm not Johnny.
Okay.
Ma'am, now for $30 a month, you get 300 anytime minutes and unlimited night and weekend minutes.
This luxurious package can be yours.
Okay. And nationwide long distance is included. Every minute, every day.
That's a good deal.
Yep.
Right again.
Thanks for playing.
PCS from Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
And now only at Sprint stores, get a $100 instant savings on select PCS phones. Preferred credit and in-store purchase and activation required. Service plan requires a 1-year agreement. Activation and termination fees apply. See stores or sprintpcs.com for details.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Thank you. Did you expect to be censored like that just for saying thank you? No. We're doing that to show that around here things aren't always what you'd expect. That's a good point, thank you. But even that is not as unexpected as the value of a Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan. Curve handling, electronic stability program, dual zone climate control, and 8 airbags, all standard. A 42.6-liter V6 engine, 7-speaker stereo system, and a starting price of only $30,565. Did you expect that? No. Care to take advantage of this opportunity to say something nasty?
Yes, but several need.
Well done.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan, which starts at just $30,565, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp from Love Songs on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Rory Marcus and Terry Smith live at Edison Field. We're less than an hour from the first pitch of Game 7 of the World Series. John Lackey against Livan Hernandez tonight. Let's go back to the telephones. Stan on a cell phone in Los Angeles. Hi, Stan.
Hey, Larry and Terry. I just wanted to join the long list of fans to give kudos to Mike Scioscia. I think he's done an incredible job this year.
Yes,
and I want to do a little armchair coaching for Mike. I don't know what Weber's ERA has been, but I don't think you ought to put Weber in. The Giants really have Weber's number. Do you have the stat on the ERA for Weber in the playoffs in the World Series?
Well, in the World Series, his ERA is 13.50, and overall in the postseason, it's 10.80. I think Mike's probably on the same page as you. I don't know that, Ben Weber is going to be the first, second, or third option out of that bullpen tonight. But with that said, there might be a situation as the game progresses where you might have to use a lot of different relievers. But I don't think he's the main focus right now of Mike as far as coming in and relief tonight.
Yeah, he's had a great year, but I hope you're right. And go Angels.
Thanks a lot, Stan.
Thanks for taking a call.
All right, right here in Anaheim, somewhere close by, is Ray. Welcome to the show, Ray.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
Say, you've been receiving a lot of accolades for the job you're doing on the air. And there's a segment of the population and fans that I kind of fall into, and that's partially sighted and blind. And without you guys on the radio, it would mean nothing.
Oh, we appreciate that. We really do. Really do.
And your commentary, I set the radio and I had you guys on there, and I just go, hip, hip, hip.
Thanks so much, Ray. That's very kind of you, and I'm happy that you feel that way. We try to paint the picture for you.
Good. And keep it up the good work.
All
We're
right.
going to do it today.
Enjoy the game tonight, Ray. Should be a great one. All right. Our thanks to Ray, and now let's go to La Habra. Steve, you're on.
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing? You guys are doing a really great job here, man. You're really pumping us all up.
Thanks
I want to thank you for that. And even the things you guys were doing on, I guess, your sister station over there on Extra with Rich Murata. You guys were putting on some great shows.
Yeah, that's fun.
One thing I want to know. What is it going to take for Benji Molina on pitches that are bad to stop just sticking his glove out there? He's got to get in front of that ball with one of the greatest defensive catchers, in my opinion, to ever play the game of Mike Scioscia. I'm sure he's talked to him. He did it, earlier in the playoffs, and he's done it too many times in this World Series, and it's cost them. And what is it going to take? I mean, are they going to have to? If he does it again, I mean, do you pull the guy? What do you do?
You know what? I without getting on Benji too hard, I agree with you, and I've been talking about that, Steve. Scioscia can't be happy about it, but he's not going to pull him out in the seventh game of the World Series. He's the catcher. But right. I agree with you. He cost the Angels a run in the ALDS against the Yankees on a pitch Apier threw. He cost them a run in San Francisco. He cost them a run last night. Now, they're going to be wild pitches, and if a pitch is in the dirt and it's tough to handle, I can understand that. But you have to have a mentality that nothing gets by. And there have been some balls that have gotten by Benji. Two of those three ruled pass balls on him that have just gone off his glove. And I would like to see him toughen up a little bit and throw his body out there and not let those pitches get by him.
I mean, you almost wonder if obviously it's a mental lapse that he has confidence in himself where he can just catch it with his glove, but
right.
He has to realize, especially today, this is it.
Yeah, it's magnified. Yeah, it's the 3 inches we're talking about are magnified by 100 times because of the situation and where the Angels are right now. But I agree with you, and I hope that that nothing gets by him tonight. He's a very fine catcher, and he should play a little better than that as far as those pitches are concerned.
Who works with the catchers defensively, anyways, for the Angels?
Well, the Angels have 3 people who can work with the catchers. Scioscia, of course, and then Bobby Ramos and Orlando Mercado, both on the coaching staff, both former Major League catchers.
Right. And, well, one thing that, of course, I love the Angels growing up in Orange County. I mean, I hate the Dodgers. I have to admit, I did like that infield they had when I was a kid growing up. But this is just great. But what I think the Angels do have a lot of their players signed, till 2004 at least,
Sure, yeah.
But one thing that they got to do is they got to sign some of these, the younger players to long contracts now, much like what the Cleveland Indians did when they had that great run in the early 90s. They signed, the Alomars, the Tomies, people like that when they were young to these decent paying contracts before they become free agents and the Yankees get them. Because I'll tell you right now, George Steinbrenner's just licking his chops looking at Troy Glaus he'll give them the house when Troy becomes a free agent. I just hope the Angels, they can't do it all at once for everybody, but, while these guys are making, of course, they're making great money, don't get me wrong, but they gotta, before their contracts come up, they gotta sign them.
Well, Steve, I can tell you that there will be some things done as far as a few of the Angels' younger players in the offseason. There's already a few things in the works. You don't have to worry about Troy right now. He's signed through the 2004 season, but the Angels are acutely aware of locking up the core nucleus of this team, and for the most part, they've done most of that, and they'll do a few more of those things come this offseason. I would think Jared Washburn will likely come to some sort of a long-term agreement with the Angels during the offseason, and we'll probably see another player or two. Appreciate the call.
Wait, one more thing. Barry Bond is a jerk, and you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Shane now in Orange. How's it going, Shane?
Hello?
You're on.
What's going on, Roy and Tay?
How you doing, Shane?
I'm pretty good. I just want to let you guys know that we are supporting the Anaheim Angels all the way at Carter Bowl tonight. We're going to have like 3 TVs, one a bowling league. We're going to bring thunder sticks. We're going to be as loud as possible. Hope you guys can hear us from over there.
Hey, that's great, man. I hope you bowl a 300 game and the Angels win the 7th game of the World Series on the same night.
Well, you know what? That would be the perfect night for us, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
Hey, I just want to say, to all you disbelievers out there, the Anaheim Angels are for real. You better watch out next year because we're for real.
Yeah, I guess so. They're in the World Series. How much more real can you get?
Exactly. And it's like, another thing, I remember, I'm only 24 years old, so the thing I remember is, was it 95? They were 1 game away from being in the playoffs.
Yeah, they actually forced a 1-game playoff, yeah.
Exactly, and now we're 1 game away from winning the World Championship.
Right.
It's a complete turnaround from those years.
It sure is. Hey, Shane, thanks, and hit that head pin tonight, all right? That was Shane, and let's go to Covina now, where Tony is hanging on. Hey, Tony.
Terry, Rory, how you guys doing tonight?
Good, Tone. What's up?
All the accolades you're getting is well-deserved, gentlemen. I carry you guys with me home from work every day, listening to the Halos.
Well, we can't tell you how much we appreciate that because this has been a labor of love for us all season long and for a number of seasons to come down the road.
Yeah, it's just been great. I don't want the season to end tonight. It's been just such a fantastic year after all these years of rooting with them. You know, the thrills we've had throughout this season has just been so fantastic, and they are one of the greatest teams, and I emphasize teams that I've ever seen play the game, the resilient bunch.
You're right.
And we're here, our house all decorated, got our big old sign in the window that we brought to the games this year that says just another Halo victory.
All right.
And I'm looking forward to tonight with my eyeballs on the TV, my ears with you guys, hearing 2002 World Champion, your Anaheim Angels. Just another Halo victory. With tears in my eyes, gentlemen, let's go get them.
All right, Tony. Great call. Thanks so much.
Hey, Rory, I got to mention to you, last night on the fan wrap-up show, and I know you didn't hear all of it, but we had some people commenting about, your moniker using just another Halo victory, and they said, Terry, please tell Rory, if the Angels win Game 7, he's got to update that a little bit more. It's more than just another Halo victory. So I want you to think about that during the course of the game tonight, especially if the Angels win, and try and add on to that a little bit if you can tonight. Can you do it?
Well, I'm not going to change it. I might say something after it.
All right.
Yeah, all right. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be right back on this World Series edition of Down in the Dugout on AM 570, KLAC, and the Angels Baseball Network.
AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 240 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. In just a few minutes, I'll be out on the field. But before I go, I want you to take a minute to think about how much more you'd enjoy this game if you were watching it on an amazing surround sound TV or listening to it on the latest souped-up car stereo system. If you want those things, then go where I go, to the good guys, They know more about electronics than I know about baseball. And don't worry, just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee. Go to goodguys.com for a location near you. Good Guys, better stuff.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton. This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infinity. They're the fastest growing Infinity dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infinity is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infinity is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infinity, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infinity earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfinity.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
This is Theo from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series KLAC.
And we are live at Edison Field in Anaheim, where the Angels and the San Francisco Giants are readying for Game 7 of the World Series. The middle infielders for the Angels, David Eckstein and Adam Kennedy, playing catch right now out in shallow left field. Also playing catch, Benji Molina and Orlando Mercado. Stretching out there, I think that's Erstad. It is out there in center field and loosening up. The Giants are all back in their clubhouse at the moment. John Lackey, the Angels' 24-year-old rookie. Terry, what do you expect out of Lackey? What do you expect in this ball game tonight?
Well, he's been fearless ever since he joined the Angels. I think he's a wise choice for the Game 7, considering the options the Angels had. You weren't going to be able to pitch Washburn or Apier clearly in this ball game, so there weren't a whole lot of options. The other way the Angels could have gone was certainly with Ramon Ortiz, but he's available to work out of the bullpen, and he still is being bothered by a little bit of a wrist problem. John Lackey, I think, is going to come up big. He pitched very well for the Angels in his first start of the World Series. He's pitching on just 3 days rest, so they'll be monitoring him very closely tonight, but I think Big John's going to come up big.
Ramon Ortiz certainly would be available to come into the ball game if Lackey does struggle, and even if he doesn't struggle, if he just pitches 5 innings or so and the Angels need Ramon, he can pitch. Everybody basically except Apier, everybody in the staff eligible and ready to pitch this evening. And you know what? If they needed Kevin Apier to get one out, he probably could do that. So it's that kind of a game, and the Giants feel exactly the same way. I mean, they're not going to hold anybody back either. If they need Kirk Reeder to come in and get a few outs, he could do that. It's Game 7. It's exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun here tonight. Hey, everybody, thanks for the phone calls. Angels warm-up is coming up next. Terry Smith will be chatting with Mike Scioscia. We've had a good time talking to you, and we are looking forward to the first pitch in about 35 minutes. Angels warm-up coming up next on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
There's only one pickup that's got the right rammunition to get the job done. The Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes, and largest standard wheels and tires in the class. And now Ram comes with a $1,500 cash allowance and is backed by our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. A deductible applies. Cash allowance offer excludes 2002 models. Brakes, wheels, and tires based on automotive news, full-size pickups, half-ton, light-duty models.
I can't even believe it. The other car, it just came out of nowhere.
Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance?
It all happened so fast.
It's okay. Someone will be right over to pick you up.
I don't know how much this means.
Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
The response to Farmers' exclusive Help Point service has been remarkable. The moment the unexpected happens, we're here for you, 24/7. Farmers, get you back where you belong.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days
Power Days!
are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Holidays! Paydays at Cow Fed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Salmon rips one down the left field line. That ball is gone. Oh, just another Halo victory.
This is Angels Warm-Up. Get into the game with the latest news from your Anaheim Angels and Major League Baseball.
The first pitch with Scioscia is lined to right field. That's in there for a hit. Anderson scores. Fulmer to third.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and welcome the voices of your Anaheim Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We're live at Edison Field in Anaheim, and very happy you joined us today, everybody. Game 7 of the World Series here at Edison Field tonight. I'm Rory Marcus. The Angels and the Giants will hook up tonight in the final game of the season. The winner will go home a champion, and the loser will just go home as the Angels and Giants decide it all tonight. The Angels will pitch rookie John Lackey. He's 24 years old. He's had a terrific rookie season. He'll go against playoff veteran Livan Hernandez. Hernandez 6-1 in the postseason, and that one was a loss to the Angels in San Francisco in Game 3. So it's all set. The stands will be sold out tonight. The sea of red will be intact. The thunder sticks will be banging together, and we expect a terrific ball game. What a comeback win for the Angels in Game 6 last night to force this game. The Angels won it 6-5 after trailing in the 7th inning by a 5-0 score. It's been a long journey for both of these clubs, and it's too bad one of them has to go home disappointed, but it's been a tremendous World Series, and we expect nothing less in Game 7 coming up here in, about a half an hour or so. The Amstel Light pregame show is brought to you by Amstel Light, the beer drinkers' light beer. Coming up, Terry Smith chats with Angel manager Mike Scioscia. That's next on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
With Priceline Hotels, you get all the comforts of a first-class hotel and all the savings, too. In fact, you can save up to 50% or more. Want to stay at Disney World in Orlando? One customer used Priceline recently and paid only $50 a night for a 3-star hotel right near the park. Another got a 4-star hotel on Michigan Avenue in Chicago for only $100 a night. So next time you want to save money without sacrificing comfort or style, go to Priceline.com.
Penny Camp won't rest until every man in America is more sensitive. But endeavors like our Crying Is Okay workshop and Camp Cuddle have yet to make a difference. But Penny perseveres. She knows that at least one man can learn how to hug.
Think that's a waste of energy? You should see what your home is doing. Get Great Stuff Insulating Foam Sealant. It fills the cracks where heat and cold air escape. Look for Great Stuff in the red and yellow can anywhere home improvement products are sold.
Good evening, everyone. First time singing karaoke here. Coming at you with a little hot cross buns. Okay.
That's a bad decision, Carl.
We're here at the GM Center for Good Decision Making, where we help ordinary people make good decisions.
Try another one, Carl.
Okay, tonight I'll be singing a medley of Gregorian chants.
It's our hope here at the center that when it comes time to buy a used car or truck, people will make the right decision with GM-certified used vehicles. Each one gets a 100-plus point inspection, bumper-to-bumper limited warranty, even a 3-day, 150-mile satisfaction guarantee, all from the GM brand you trust. Let's try again.
I'm Carl. I signed up accidentally, and now I'm going to sit down.
There it is, pal.
GM-certified used vehicles. The right way, the right car.
Now is the time to get a GM-certified used vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
I'm KFI's Bill Handel, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Welcome back, everybody, to Edison Field. The guest tonight before Game 7 of the 2002 World Series is Angels manager Mike Scioscia. And Mike, the club staved off elimination last night with a 6-5 comeback victory. Have you had time to appreciate that now, or will you do that, I guess, after the series is over?
I think after the series is over, Terry, we'll reflect and maybe enjoy some of the things that have happened. But right now, when you're caught up in the series and you're trying to keep things going in the direction they are, you don't have time really to sit and reflect.
With that comeback win last night, I thought one thing that might have gotten overlooked was the start that you got from Kevin Appier.
That was a great start for Kevin. And, we had trouble getting the bats going early. He probably could have pitched a little longer in that game, but with the matchups coming up, we wanted to get Francisco in there. But I thought Ape did a great job. He got roughed up a little bit in the fifth inning, but outside of that, he gave us what we needed.
With Game 7, obviously, for all the marbles tonight, do you play for one run, the first run, maybe a little bit more than you might, when it's the regular season?
Oh, we're going to play our game, and if it means getting guys in motion, it means bunting early, we'll look at situations as they come up. But we're not going to change a thing, Terry. We're going out there and play our game, and hopefully we can get the offense we need today.
When you look at your club, Mike, and you play under American League rules, you'll do that here tonight. You have the DH, you have the final at bat. How much better offensively is this club when you play under your rules?
Well, I think taking the DH out of our lineup affects us more than putting a DH in the Giants lineup. It would affect them in a positive way. Our DH has been there all year for us in the middle of our lineup, and it's important to get him back in. So I think maybe we gain a little advantage there.
Do you sense at all tonight that Garrett Anderson could be a difference maker for you? He's a guy that was second in the majors in extra base hits this year. He hasn't had an extra base hit in the World Series.
Garrett's son, he's going to be there for us. He's been actually hitting the ball a lot better than maybe what his stats would show. He hit a ton of balls hard. In games like this, where as you come down, obviously you can't go any further than this. Garrett's definitely a guy that you look to come in and give you a lift, and he's got the potential to do that.
Chatting with Angels manager Mike Scioscia before the final game of this World Series. I noticed last night, Mike, during the game, it seemed like you got into a fairly animated discussion with the home plate umpire. What can you share with us about that?
We were just discussing some things about Francisco's glove, and he thought Francisco should have a different glove, but it wasn't, nothing big.
Let's talk about the status of the bullpen tonight. Other than Kevin Appier, is just about everybody available?
Everybody will be available. We hope we keep them the roles that'll lead to a win. But, in a game like this, if you have to do something weird, you do it. But everybody's available.
Everybody is wondering what your attack is going to be against Barry Bonds. Are you going to pitch to him in any circumstance? Will the game conditions dictate when you might pitch to him?
It'll be the same that we pitched to him, all series. I think there's going to be a time to challenge Barry, a time to walk him, and that's what we'll look for.
In closing, let's preview the pitching matchup tonight. John Lackey goes for you. He's working on 3 days rest. Are you happy to maybe get 5 solid innings out of him? Anything after that a bonus?
We're going to take it inning by inning. Hopefully John will get us deep enough in the game where we can turn it over to some arms that we still have fresh in our bullpen and move on from there.
Livan Hernandez will go for the Giants. You faced them in Game 4. I thought the club showed a lot of patience against him. Is that part of the game plan tonight?
Well, Livan's going to be better. We know that. He's a veteran pitcher. He's pitched a lot of playoff games. He's got good stuff. He wasn't very sharp in San Francisco, and he'll be a challenge tonight. But I think you want to make him get the ball in the zone, obviously, but he gets so many pitches over the plate that it's tough really to sit and lock in on one.
All right, Mike, appreciate the visit. Good luck tonight in Game 7 of the World Series.
Okay, thank you.
That's Angels manager Mike Scioscia, and we'll continue with more in just a moment from Edison Field on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. Your buffalo chicken kickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them a try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New buffalo chicken kickers, yum. Good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. These babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Get the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at a guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Hey, all you Angels fans, while you're rooting for the Angels to win the World Series, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the American League champion Anaheim Angels, just like the one you'd get at the stadium. And to celebrate the Angels making the World Series, they're selling 3 great sausage sandwiches for just 99 cents each. Get the classic bratwurst, the new Italian sausage, or everyone's favorite, the Polish sandwich, for just 99 cents each. It's Sausage Mania only at Wiener Schnitzel.
Hey, this is Michelle Visage from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And we are just over 20 minutes away from first pitch of Game 7, the 7th and decisive game of the 2002 World Series. It's time to tell you a bit more about our starting pitchers tonight. For the visiting National League champion San Francisco Giants, Livan Hernandez, 27-year-old right-hander, gets the baseball, 6'2", 240 pounds. Hernandez faced the Angels in Game 3 of the World Series, and he was the losing pitcher in that ball game. The Angels won that game 10-4, and Hernandez did not survive the 4th inning in that start. He went 3 2/3 innings. That was a ball game in San Francisco. He gave up 5 hits and 6 runs, 5 of them earned. He had control problems. He walked 5 in that game while striking out 3, and he was out of the game before the top of the 4th inning was over. He's had incredible success, though, overall in the postseason. That loss the Angels put on him in Game 3 of the World Series, first time he had ever lost a postseason game. He's 6-1 lifetime in the postseason, 3.48 ERA and 9 postseason appearances. His major league record overall, 69 wins, 69 losses, and an ERA of 4.42. As far as Hernandez this postseason, he's 1-1 overall in 3 postseason starts for the Giants. ERA this postseason is 4.91. During the regular season, he had a record of 12-16. He made 33 starts at 5 complete games, pitched 216 innings, and his ERA during the regular season was 4.38. Angels bench coach Joe Madden has this scouting report on Giants starter Livan Hernandez.
He is not as hard of a thrower as the previous 2 guys. He's a little bit different in the sense that you will see a more variety of pitches from him in different counts. He has also fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, but he'll tend to get softer more than the first 2 right-handers will. I think with him you have to be a little bit more patient and make him get the ball in the strike zone. He's the kind of a guy that wants to pitch it on the edges of the zone and get you to chase what he wants. I think it's very important for us to lay off the early pitch that's a ball to get into better hitting counts and force him over the plate. Because he also has the ball that will cut in. He has the sinker. He has a good curveball, a slower curveball that could present some problems, and a very good straight changeup. Now with him also, times at the plate aren't very good. We may have an opportunity to run against him. However, this guy's got great feet in regard to his move to first base. He's very quick to first base. So that's the problem that it presents to us as base runners. This guy is good at holding runners in spite of the fact that he's slower to the plate. But with all these pitchers, having said that, I think knowing our reputation, we're going to see whatever their better times are to the plate on a more consistent basis against who they perceive to be our more apt to run base runners.
And again, that's Angels bench coach Joe Mann with that scouting report on Livan Hernandez. The other thing about Hernandez, he's a terrific fielder. He's an excellent player defensively out there. He covers ground on the mound, even though he's a big guy, and he knows how to field his position. So Hernandez getting the baseball. He is the half-brother of El Duque, Orlando Hernandez of the New York Yankees. The Angels will be sending to the mound rookie right-hander John Lackey, the big Texan, 24 years old. He celebrated his birthday the last time that he pitched here in the World Series, and that was a ball game against the Giants in Game 4 of the World Series that the Angels lost by the score of 4-3, but Lackey did a nice job in that game. He worked 5 innings, and he did not figure in the decision. He went those 5 innings allowing 9 hits. He gave up 3 runs. They were all earned. He walked 3, and he also struck out a couple. Overall, this postseason, John has a 1-0 record in 4 appearances, 2 starts, and an ERA of 2.60. He has faced the Giants in a couple of games of this World Series, once in relief, once as a starter, and he'll start against them here in the 7th and deciding game of the World Series this evening. During the regular season, John Lackey was 9-4 with the Angels. He also was a 9-game winner with Salt Lake, the Angels' AAA club. So with the 9 wins there, the 9 wins during the regular season with the Angels, the 1 postseason victory, with a win tonight in the World Series, he would end up with 20 wins this season between the minors, the majors, and postseason play. So Big John Lackey getting the baseball, 6'6", 205 pounds, 24-year-old right-hander, as he gets ready to take on the Giants again for the 3rd time in the World Series, his 2nd start. He's also made 1 relief appearance. Angels pitching coach Bud Black on Halo starter John Lackey.
John's been throwing real well. Obviously, the key to John is his ability to spot his fastball. He's a fastball pitcher. Pitcher's really aggressive. If he can spot the fastball on either side of the plate and mix in his off-speed pitches effectively, he's going to have a good game.
So again, that was the update from Angels pitching coach Bud Black. It's a do-or-die situation, the 7th and deciding game of this 2002 World Series. You might recall last year, the 2001 World Series won a 7th and decisive game as well, as the Arizona Diamondbacks at home defeated the New York Yankees, and they came back from a 3-2 deficit in that World Series as well. Coming up next, we'll be back with more here from Edison Field as we get closer to the start of this very important ball game, the 7th game of the 2002 World Series. We'll be back with more on Angels warm-up in just a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Tom from Hotwire. I'm on the streets with my laptop showing folks Hotwire will give you the lowest hotel price guaranteed. Listen to these great rates. 3-star hotel in New York City, $63? Not the deal. Hotwire will give you the lowest hotel price guaranteed. If you find the same hotel on the same night for lower price, Hotwire will pay you double the difference. 4-star in downtown Los Angeles is?
Really? $83. Wow.
Hotels, car rentals, and flights. Hotwire can do it all. Purchases are final. Rates may vary. So for guaranteed hotel savings, take the Hotwire Travel Challenge.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, or you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
Homeowners, is it time to replace your old windows? Call Sears Home Central now. Their custom-fit windows never need painting, and they add beauty to your home. And best of all, they may help reduce your energy costs. So call Sears now for a free in-home estimate at 1-800-225-5991. Not available in all areas. Service and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License numbers available on request. So if it's time for new windows, call Sears now. 1-800-225-5991.
Hi, this is Carolyn Gracie from the Coast 103 Afternoon Show, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Back at Edison Field, this is the 35th time that the World Series has gone the distance. That breaks down to 34 7-game series and an 8-game fall classic back in 1912 when there was a tie in that series. It's the 2nd consecutive year that there has been a 7-game series, but just the 4th time in the last 14 fall classics, beginning in 1988, that has taken place. The others, the Braves and Twins in 1991, the Indians and Marlins in 1997, Yankees and Diamondbacks last year. This marks the first time there have been consecutive 7-game series since 3 straight went the distance from 1985 to 1987. The home team and the visiting team have won 17 times each. However, the home club has prevailed in each of the last 7 7-game series. The Cardinals in 82, The Royals in 85, the Mets in 86, the Twins in 87 and 91 won a Game 7 at home. The Marlins did it in 1997 and the Diamondbacks last year. Prior to this stretch, the visitors had captured the 7th game on 13 of the previous 16 occasions, last by Pittsburgh at Baltimore in 1979. The Angels are attempting to become the 20th team to win the World Championship after trailing 3-2, and that has occurred 17 times in a 7-game series and twice in a best-of-9 Fall Classic. Coming up in just a moment, we are going to have Melissa Etheridge perform the national anthem. We're also going to have a flyover Edison Field, and then after all that, the honorary first pitch tonight will be thrown by one of the truly greats and certainly one of the most inspiring stories in baseball, Jim Abbott, the former Halo. Now let's go down to the field and join Melissa Etheridge with tonight's national anthem.
Would you please join Miss Melissa Etheridge in the singing of our national anthem?
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad strides and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
We are getting set for the 7th and decisive game of the 2002 World Series. That's another edition of Angels Warm-Up. As always, we hope you've enjoyed it. We invite you to stay tuned next. Anaheim Angels World Series action follows on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This has been Angels Warm-Up. Join us before every game for an in-depth look at the game, interviews, scores, and more. Now, stay tuned for exciting Anaheim Angels baseball coming up next.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiac. $16.67 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
You know, there's one sport that doesn't get a lot of credit. Ping pong. Yep, this is athletic competition at the highest level. I think if I were to put together a ping pong team, I'd start with the folks at Alaska Airlines. After all, they go back and forth between the Pacific Northwest and California more than any other airline. And if they can do that with a 75-ton jetliner, that puny little ball shouldn't be a challenge.
Alaska Airlines has all 6 Mexico destinations on sale. Special fares are valid for travel through February 12th, with purchase by October 31st. Visit AlaskaAir.com for complete vacations packages and full details.
Hello, and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California.
Thanks. I'd like some information on the C230 Sports Coupe.
Fine, but you'll have to fight me for it. On guard.
Oh, what?
You didn't expect to get into a sword fight today, did you?
No, I can't say I did.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the unexpected value packed into a C230 Sports Coupe. It's a fun car to drive with a supercharged engine and 6-speed manual transmission.
I didn't see that coming.
Also 8 airbags, electronic stability program, and 6-speaker stereo system, all starting at $25,615. Did you expect that?
You got me.
So, could we say I made my point?
I wouldn't.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C230 Sports Coupe, which starts at a surprising $25,615, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
Here's the pitch to Reggie. Swung on, and there it goes. This is number 500. Ground ball to second. This could do it. Wilfong has it. Goes to first. A no-hitter for Mike Scioscia. It's Edison who's going to catch it. The Angels win it. And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to the World Series.
This Angels game is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and join the voices of your Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We're live at Edison Field in Anaheim. Welcome, everybody. Game 7 of the 2002 World Series. Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith. We're happy to have you with us as the Angels and the San Francisco Giants get set to decide it. The season ends tonight. One of these teams will pop the champagne corks and go home as the champions of baseball. Dusty Baker and Alfredo Griffin exchanging the lineup cards right now. They have the names John Lackey and Livan Hernandez as the starting pitchers this evening. To bring you the rest of the starting lineups, here is Terry Smith. All right, thanks, Rory. And the starting lineups are brought to you by Chevron Techron Concentrate Fuel System Cleaner. Add a bottle of Techron Concentrate to your gas tank every 3,000 miles to restore your car's lost power and performance. As far as the visiting National League champion San Francisco Giants, their lineup looks like this. Kenny Lofton in center field will lead it off. He's hitting .309 in the postseason. Rich Aurelia at shortstop at second. He's batting .281 in the playoffs. Jeff Kent at second base will hit third. He's hitting .286 in the postseason. Barry Bonds in left field will bat cleanup. Bonds with 8 home runs in the postseason, 4 of them here in the World Series. He's hitting .357 in the postseason. Benito Santiago, their catcher, bats number 5. He's hitting .234 in the playoffs. J.T. Snow at first base will bat 6. He's hitting .306 in postseason. Reggie Sanders in right field will bat number 7. He's hitting .185 in the playoffs. He's had 2 home runs, though, in the World Series. David Bell at third base bats 8. He's hitting .321 in the postseason. And a bit of a surprise, Pedro Feliz will DH and bat 9th. He's had only 4 at-bats in the entire postseason, 0 for 4 in the postseason. He's 0 for 2 in the World Series. 25-year-old player that Dusty Baker predicts will be a star somewhere in the very near future, and he gets the start as the DH for the Giants here in the 7th and deciding game of this 2002 World Series. Their starting pitcher, 27-year-old right-hander Livan Hernandez, 6'2", 240 pounds. He is 1-1 in the postseason. This postseason, he'll be making his 4th start, no complete games, ERA this postseason of 4.91. For the American League champion Anaheim Angels, the lineup really no surprises. David Eckstein will lead it off at short. David batting .292 in the postseason. Darren Erstad, who's had hits in 14 of the Angels' 15 postseason games, will be in center field. He bats number 2. He's batting .353 in the postseason. Tim Salmon in right field will bat third. Salmon hitting .298 in the playoffs. Garrett Anderson in left field will bat cleanup. Garrett is hitting .303 in the postseason. He's had hits in each of the Angels' last 9 postseason games. Troy Gloss, who's had a fine postseason, will follow at third base, batting number 5. He's hitting .356 in the postseason. He's hit 3 home runs in the World Series and driven in 8 runs, and he's had 7 home runs overall in the postseason. Brad Fulmer, the DH, will follow. He bats out of the number 6 hole. He's batting .333 in the postseason. Scott Spezio at first base will bat 7th. Spezio, one of the big heroes for the Angels last night in the comeback victory in Game 6. He's batting .346 in the postseason. He has 19 RBIs in the postseason, more than any player on either team. And Spezio has driven in 8 runs in the first 6 games of this World Series. Benji Molina, the catcher, will bat 8th. He's hitting .234 in the postseason. And Adam Kennedy, who was the Angels' leading hitter during the regular season, he'll play second base and bat 9th, and he's having a fine postseason. He's batting .364 in the playoffs. On the mound for the Angels tonight will be the big Texan, young John Lackey. Big John, 24 years old, 6'6", 205 pounds, 1-0 in the postseason. This will be his 5th appearance, his 3rd start, his 2nd World Series start, and he's pitched well in the postseason for the Angels. He's working on 3 days rest, though, tonight. His ERA this postseason, 2.60. The home plate umpire is the crew chief, Jerry Crawford. Umpire at first base, Angel Hernandez. The second base umpire, Tim Cheetah. Down at third base, Mike Winters. In left field, umpire Mike Riley. In right field, umpire Tim McClellan. John Lackey is getting set to warm up with Angels catcher Benji Molina. We are just minutes away from the 7th and deciding game of the 2002 World Series. And back with all the play-by-play action, here's Rory Marcus.
Thanks a lot, Terry. John Lackey loosening up the crowd, standing and cheering, the Thunder Sticks banging together. The Sea of Red is ready to go tonight. And the Angels and the Giants, Game 7, they'll decide it tonight. It's 65 degrees at 5:02 p.m. The time and temperature brought to you by Hotwire. Looking to get more for your travel dollar? Log on to Hotwire for deep discounts on flights, hotel rooms, and car rentals. Hotwire partners with quality travel companies to bring you amazing deals you can't find anywhere else. Log on to Hotwire today to see how much you can save on your next trip.
The Angels rally from 5 runs down last night in Game 6 of the World Series was the biggest comeback ever by a team facing elimination in World Series history.
That is correct. It was an inspiring win. It forced this Game 7. But, you know, the Angels, as well as the Giants, have to forget about that. This is another day. Remember the home run by Carlton Fisk in the World Series against the Reds in Game 6, one of the most famous World Series moments of all time. Won that game for the Red Sox, but the Reds came back and won the next day and won the series. So what happened in Game 6 is a memory now. Today is what counts, and Kenny Lofton steps in to start the ball game for the Giants. Lofton is hitting .309 in the postseason after hitting just .261 in the regular season. The Giants are playing their 17th postseason game, and 24-year-old Abilene, Texas native, the rookie John Lackey, delivers the first pitch, and it's a little bit outside, ball 1. Jerry Crawford, the home plate umpire. Lackey into his windup, the 1-0 pitch to Lofton. Ground ball right back to Lackey, off his glove, it goes to Kennedy, and he throws him out. Lofton is retired. Lackey gets an assist, as he did get his glove on that ball. And now Rich Aurelia coming up.
And in getting his glove on that ball, that prevented the ball from possibly shooting right over the second base bag into center field. Lackey is a very good fielding pitcher, as is his counterpart, Livan Hernandez.
Lackey, 9-4 for the Angels in the regular season. In Salt Lake City, he was 8-2, so combined this year, he went 17-6, make it 18-6 with a win in the postseason. Now Rich Aurelia another player who is hitting better in the postseason than he did in the regular season. He's hitting .281 since the playoffs began with 6 home runs. The pitch by Lackey, breaking ball for a strike. During the regular season, Aurelia hit .257 with 15 home runs, 61 runs batted in. No balls and 1 strike to Aurelia. Erstad shading him toward right. Lackey delivers, and it's fouled straight back out of play. Lackey jumps ahead, 0-2.
When John was on the mound for the Angels in his first World Series start in Game 4, he had trouble against both Lofton and Aurelia. Both players went 3 for 3 against John Lackey.
Lofton is now 0 for 1, and Aurelia is in an 0-2 hole. Aurelia has 18 hits in the postseason. The 0-2 pitch by Lackey is popped up on the left side foul. Gloss gives it a look, but it's back up into the seats. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Among Aurelia's 18 postseason hits, 4 doubles. He has scored 13 runs. He's been very productive. Of course, with Kent and Bonds hitting behind you, you can score a few runs. No balls, 2 strikes to Rich Aurelia.
Giants manager Dusty Baker talking about last night's game, saying we have a way of letting yesterday go, especially if it was bad.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Aurelia. Bounce foul near the Angel dugout on the third base side. The Angels tonight have Spezio at first, Kennedy at second, Eckstein the shortstop, Gloss at third. Outfield left to right, Garrett Anderson in left, Darren Erstad in center field, and Tim Salmon in right field, with Benji Molina doing the catching tonight. No balls and 2 strikes to Rich Aurelia. John Lackey staring in. He just turned 24 last week. He is 6 feet 6 inches tall, weighs in at about 205. He started this World Series, the playoffs, actually with 94 days of big league experience. And his fastball's up and in at Aurelia, who stares out at him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Giants have knocked Gloss down a couple of times in this series. The Angels knocked Santiago down last night. Nobody's been hit by one of those purpose pitches. Here's the 1-2 to Aurelia. Swung on and missed. Molina has to throw it down to first base, and there are 2 out. Lackey came up under Aurelia's chin and then gave him a curveball away and struck him out. 2 down.
Boy, and he chased the pitch in the dirt. That thing broke right off the table. Excellent curveball. Lackey has a good one. And when he can get those batters to chase it, especially those right-handed batters, he can be very successful. Right-handed hitters have given Lackey more trouble than left-handed hitters. They would figure to work the opposite way, but he's struggled more against righties than lefties.
That'll bring up Jeff Kent. Kent at .286 in the postseason, 3 postseason home runs, 8 runs batted in. He hit .313 with 37 home runs in the regular season. Lackey winds and delivers to Kent. Fastball in there, 92-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees, and it's 0-1. Lackey's going right after the Giant hitters here in the first inning, and that's what he's done when he's been the most successful. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Kent. He checked his swing. They appeal it. No swing. First base umpire is Angel Hernandez. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jeff Kent. 2 out, nobody on. We're in the top of the first inning. The Giants batting against John Lackey in Game 7 of the World Series. Lackey looking in at Molina. John into his windup. Here comes the 1-1 to Kent. Fastball a little low. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bonds on deck. And we'll see how the Angels approach Bonds tonight. That's always a matter for conjecture. They pitched to him once last night with nobody on, leading off the inning. Frankie Rodriguez pitched to him, and Bonds hit it out. He certainly had his moments. Lackey getting a new baseball now. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jeff Kent. Somewhere around 45,000 here tonight. And we're happy you've joined us on the Angels Radio Network. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Foul back to the screen. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jeff Kent. And the roar of the crowd gets a little bit louder. The crowd, I really believe this, was instrumental in the Angels' win last night.
That was the loudest we've heard it all season last night. Tonight could be even better.
Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Down low, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. When the Angels were behind 5-0, nobody left. Nobody gave up. The roar of the crowd did not diminish at all. And I really believe the Angels fed off of that energy. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jeff Kent. 2 outs. Nobody on, top of the first inning. John Lackey winds, and here he comes 3-2. It's hit in the air to right field. Salmon giving ground on the warning track. He makes the catch, and Lackey has a 1-2-3 first inning. The Giants go down in order, and after half an inning, San Francisco nothing. The Angels coming up. You're listening to Game 7 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
It's the bottom of the ninth. High fly ball. You take off running, arms stretched out for a diving catch. The ball lands just outside your glove. Not pretty, because every last muscle in your back, neck, and shoulder is screaming for a Thermacare heat wrap. It'll give you 8 hours of heat for powerful relief that goes deep down, so your tight, aching muscles relax. Find Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle, or get a free offer at thermacare.com. Because the fun's in the diving, not in making the catch.
Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Oh, don't mince words, man. Which was it?
It was the best of times, wasn't it?
Why is that?
I had immediate claim service.
Right.
Right. Immediate claim service to get you back on the road fast. And you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
Hey, it's Valentine from KISS FM, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Bottom of the first inning. The Giants went down 1-2-3 in the top half of the inning. And the Angels coming to bat now against Livan Hernandez. Hernandez this year won 12 games, but he lost 16. He had a 4.38 earned run average. He's 27 years old. He's from Cuba, now lives in Miami. Hernandez had an unblemished postseason record of 6-0 prior to the Angels beating him in Game 3. But 4 of those 6 wins were in the same year, 1997, with the Florida Marlins. But he is a guy who is calm in the face of pressure. David Eckstein will lead things off for the Angels. And the first pitch from Hernandez to Eckstein is taken down low for a ball, 1-0. Eckstein hitting .292 in the postseason, and just how consistent is he? Well, he hit .293 in the regular season. He just keeps on going. The 1-0 pitch to Eckstein. Fastball high, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. And how the Angels would love to get this crowd revved up by grabbing an early lead. Now the 2-0 pitch on the way to Eck. That's in there for a strike. The Angels have played 15 postseason games. The Giants have played 16. Eckstein has 6 runs batted in the 15 games. 2 balls, 1 strike to David. Hernandez winds the 2-1 pitch. Low one outside, ball 3. Erstad to follow, and then Salmon.
Well, when the Angels faced Hernandez in Game 3 of the World Series, the game the Angels won 10-4. Hernandez walked 5 batters in 3 2/3 innings. Angels showing a lot of plate discipline in the first World Series appearance against them.
Here's a 3-1 pitch, and he walked him high and tight. Eckstein sprints to first base. The Angels have the leadoff man on in the bottom of the first. And now Darren Erstad steps in. Darren hitting .353. He has 24 postseason hits, including a home run last night into right field that brought the Angels to within 1. Erstad this season hit .283 with 10 home runs. Hernandez has walked the leadoff man Eckstein. J.T. Snow will hold him on. The Giants pinch the middle a little bit, looking for 2 here in the first. Curveball starts Erstad. It's outside for ball 1. So here's a young man from Jamestown, North Dakota, facing a pitcher who grew up in Cuba, and they're 1-on-1 in the 7th game of the World Series. Quick throw to first base by Hernandez. Eckstein gets back. 1 ball and no strike to Erstad.
Livan Hernandez does a pretty good job of watching base runners, but once he starts to the plate, he's a little slow in his delivery, so you can run against him.
Hernandez reading Santiago. Erstad waits. Here's the stretch. And the 1-0 pitch. Bunted back toward the mound. Hernandez fields and goes to first base just in time to get Erstad, but it's a sacrifice bunt. Eckstein goes to second. The play goes 1-3. Scioscia obviously trying to grab the early lead in this game.
Angels playing for that first run.
They bunt Eckstein over to second base, and with 1 out, here's Tim Salmon. Salmon hit .286 this year. He's hitting .298 in the postseason. Salmon adjusting his batting gloves before he steps in there. Eckstein, the runner at second, 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. The Angels and the Giants deciding the championship of baseball tonight. Livan Hernandez working out of his stretch, checks Eckstein and delivers. Inside, almost hit him, ball 1. On deck, kneeling in the on-deck circle, and we have said it before, Garrett Anderson is one of the few players you ever see who actually does kneel when he's on deck. In the classic pose, with one knee down on the ground and the bat in between there, and he's resting his arms on the bat. 1 ball and no strike to Salmon. Here's the pitch by Hernandez. Breaking ball in the dirt, ball 2. He's having a little bit of a struggle with his control. In fact, he's thrown 9 pitches and only 7 have been strikes. Or 7 have been balls and 2 have been strikes. One of the strikes he threw was bunted by Erstad for the sacrifice. He walked Eckstein on 5 pitches. 2 balls and no strikes to Tim Salmon. Livan Hernandez reading Santiago. Salmon waits. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball caught the inside corner. Good pitch. 2-1. Hernandez defected from Cuba in 1995. He was the MVP of the 97 NLCS and World Series. 4 games, 4 wins. 2 balls and 1 strike to Tim Salmon. Hernandez looks back at second. Here's a 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good curveball by Hernandez. Had Salmon out in front. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Livan Hernandez likes to work the corners. Not overpowering. He has a good curveball, good changeup, average fastball, also throw a slider.
Eckstein a walking lead off of second. Hernandez looking in with a 2-2 count on Salmon. Now Tim calls time and backs out of there.
This is an interesting pitching matchup tonight because there have not been too many foreign-born pitchers pitch a Game 7 of the World Series, and there certainly haven't been very many rookie pitchers pitch a Game 7 of the World Series.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball outside, ball 3. He's gone to a full count to Tim Salmon, 3-2. Hernandez looking very calm. If he does have anything in the way of butterflies, he doesn't show it. The count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Tim Salmon. And the volume picks up from the crowd once again. Eckstein at second with 1 out in the bottom of the first. The Giants went down in order in the top half of the inning. The stretch by Hernandez and the 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. He's walked 2 in the inning. The Angels have 2 men on with 1 out, and here comes Garrett Anderson, the cleanup man. You talk about a guy due to hit one hard somewhere. Garrett has had his hits in the World Series, but they've all been singles. He did have a blooper down the left field line last night that was instrumental in the Angels' comeback. It was the ball that Bonds misplayed, and Garrett went to second base on an error by Bonds as the Angels were rallying in the 8th.
Well, Garrett was the Angels' best run producer during the regular season. In the postseason, he's driven in 10 runs, 3 in the World Series. He was 0 for 3 against Hernandez when he faced him in Game 4 of the World Series in San Francisco.
Garrett in the 15 postseason games hitting .303 with a couple of home runs, 10 runs batted in. So Anderson steps in. Eckstein at second, Salmon at first, 1 out in the first. The Angels trying to get on him early here. Hernandez delivers. Garrett takes the curveball outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Hernandez is begging for trouble if he keeps pitching from behind.
He's thrown 14 pitches and 10 of them out of the strike zone.
1 ball and no strikes to Garrett. Troy Gloss is next. Hernandez looking in at Santiago. Here's the 1-0 to Anderson. That's in there for a called strike. Looked like a changeup that he got over there. 1-1, and Hernandez kind of snapped that ball back into his glove. The first even minor display of emotion that Hernandez has had.
Had to sense the Angels in their hitting meeting before the game. Mickey Hatcher, Mike Scioscia telling the Angels batters, hey, let's lay off things out of the strike zone. He will throw pitches out of the zone.
The 1-1 curveball is lined into center field. Lawson is right there. He makes the catch, and Eckstein is doubled off of second. Oh, David Eckstein made a critical base running error, and the Angels are gone in the first. I don't know if David was mistaken on how many outs there were, or if he just thought that ball was going to get in there, but it was a fairly routine catch by Lawson, and it's a double play, 8-4. The Angels gone in the first, and at the end of 1 inning, no score on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
There's only one pickup that's got the right rammunition to get the job done. The Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes and largest standard wheels and tires in the class. And now Ram comes with a $1,500 cash allowance and is backed by our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. A deductible applies. Cash allowance offer excludes 2002 models. Brakes, wheels, and tires based on Automotive News full-size pickup tapped on light-duty models.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's. This is Paul, the king of big screen. For our fall clearance, I've just put over 1,000 Mitsubishi big screen TVs at their lowest prices ever. Besides giving you savings of up to $3,000 off Mitsubishi's original prices, I'll give you 2 full years of no-interest financing. You heard right, no interest this year or next year. No interest financing for 24 months all the way to October 2004. Whether you're looking for a regular big screen or one of the flat-screen plasma TVs that are only 4 inches deep, Paul's is the place to go. Other stores sell tires, sofas, and lots of other things with big screens as a sideline. At Paul's, we've specialized only in big screen TVs for over 20 years, and with our written lowest price guarantee, you can't go wrong. Do what your neighbors did. Take a short drive to Paul's, where you get free delivery anywhere in Southern California, usually in 4 hours or less, by our own fleet of 30 trucks. Get all the details of our no-interest financing for 2 full years and save a bundle. The big chain stores don't like us, but our customers do, and that's what's important.
Paul's TV, 500 North Harbor, La Habra. I am the king.
I'm KFI's Dr. Laura, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Top of the second inning, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith, along with our producer-engineer Darren Chan, studio producer Frank LaForelli. What will the Angels do with Bonds leading off an inning? We're about to find out. Top of the second inning, Bonds is leading off, and the Angels are pitching to him. Lackey winds and delivers, and Bonds takes down low for a ball, 1-0. The shift is on with 3 infielders on the right side and almost 4. Gloss is playing up the middle. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Line shot caught by Eckstein. They were positioned right. Eckstein caught it where Kennedy would normally be, so it's a line out to the shortstop that looked like a line out to second.
Angels changing up their strategy a bit because when Lackey was on the mound against the Giants in Game 4 of the World Series, he faced Bonds 3 times and intentionally walked them all 3 times.
Here is Benito Santiago. Well, I tell you, one of the surprising things about the way the first inning ended is simply that it was Eckstein running the bases. He hardly ever makes a mental error, but he made one there. There's a pitch fouled back by Santiago as Garrett Anderson's line drive into center never really looked like it was going to drop in for a hit. Eckstein much too aggressively heading toward third, jammed the brakes on, but he was a long way from second when Lofton caught that ball, and he was easily doubled off.
David is fundamentally sound as anybody on the field tonight.
Yep. Maybe a little bit of over-anxiousness showing there. The Angels tried to score in the first inning. Here's the 0-1 to Santiago. That's fouled back as well. And Lackey jumps ahead on the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Lackey's off to a good start in the game, retiring the first 4 men he has faced, including Bonds. I don't know if Bonds ever hits the ball and it's not hit hard. Even the outs, he scorches them. Scioscia has fielded a couple of ground balls at first that will test your courage as far as staying in front of it. 0-2 to Benito Santiago. Lackey comes back 0-2, and it's just inside. Santiago jumped out of there, but that didn't miss by much. 1-2. On deck is J.T. Snow. No score. Top of the second inning. John Lackey working on 3 days rest. But he's a big, strong, young Texan. Here is a 1-2 pitch to Santiago. A ground ball hit back up the middle. Eckstein can't get it. It's into center field. A single for Santiago, the first hit in the ball game. It comes with 1 out, and we'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Michael Jackson, weekdays 9 till noon.
Now J.T. Snow stepping in.
Well, with the Angels electing to pitch to and retiring Bonds to start the inning off, that's big right now because they could have had 2 on with nobody out.
Snow takes a high fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. Santiago at first, being held on by Scioscia. 1 out in the second inning. No score. Snow hitting .306 in the postseason. 2 home runs, 9 runs batted in. Lackey looks over at first. Here's the 0-1. Snow takes. It's low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. to J.T. Snow, the former Angel, who is trying to spoil the party for the Angel fans in Anaheim tonight. One ball and one strike to Snow. Looking in is Lackey. He checks first and delivers. Snow fouls one back into the booth to our left. That got into the Giants booth. Got in there pretty quickly.
Got a few ex-players in that booth. No one made the catch.
They know better than to catch that ball without a glove. That thing got back there quick.
Piper and Kruko in there. They were both dodging for cover.
One ball, two strikes to J.T. Snow. Lackey delivers 1-2, and the pitch is lined foul, out of play. Left field side. Well, there have been 34 Game 7s in World Series history. The home team has won 17, and the visiting team has won 17. One ball, two strikes to J.T. Snow. Lackey looks at first. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down and in, ball two. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Santiago's on at first base with 1 out. Bonds lined out to begin the inning, but then Santiago singled into center. And now it's 2-2 to Snow with Reggie Sanders on deck. No score in the top of the second. Lackey set. Here's the 2-2. High, ball 3. The Angels trying for the 3rd series in a row to be a winner after losing the first game of the series. They did it against the Yankees. They did it against the Twins, and the Giants won Game 1 of this series. Now it's a full count to J.T. Snow. 3-2. Here's the stretch. And the 3-2, Santiago goes, and the pitch is fouled away over to the Giants dugout, where one of the many kids in the dugout fields it. That was Bond's young man, I believe. Picked that ball up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. They can't let the kids be ball boys in the NBA, or they need a couple of extra benches. 3-2 to Snow. The stretch by Lackey, and he throws over to first base. Getting back in is Santiago. Lackey in his first little test of this ball game. He got the Giants 1-2-3 in the first. Now the 3-2. Santiago is running, and again it's fouled over in the same spot, right into the Giants dugout on the first base side. So Snow has seen a lot of pitches. He's making Lackey work. How long will Lackey go tonight on 3 days rest? How many pitches will he be able to throw effectively? That's what Mike Scioscia and Bud Black will be monitoring very closely. And everybody they have is eligible to come into this ball game. Same with the Giants, of course. We'll see what happens on the third 3-2 pitch. Santiago runs, and it's lined into right center field. Well hit. Erstad over to cut it off. Santiago will be held at third, and Snow holds up at first. Erstad did a good job to get that ball in from deep right center field. But the Giants are in business, first and third, with only 1 out.
That was a low line drive. That ball had a lot of spin on it as it was tailing away from Erstad as he was running to his left out to right center field. Angels lucky that Santiago was the lead runner because he doesn't run very well at all, and that's why he was unable to score on that one.
Now Reggie Sanders at the plate. Runners at first and third with 1 out, and the Angels' John Lackey in a jam. Sanders has not hit much in the postseason. He's hitting only 185. He hit 250 in the regular season, and he did hit 23 home runs. Lackey delivers to him. Slider outside, ball 1. The Angels looking for a double play ball up the middle. Santiago at third, Snow at first. One out here in the top of the second inning with no score. Lackey facing Reggie Sanders. Here's the stretch. And the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Good breaking ball. Lackey could certainly use a strikeout if he doesn't get that double play ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Sanders.
That at bat by J.T. Snow getting the single off the Lackey in this inning. That was a very good at bat. He kept fouling pitches off. Snow's had a good postseason and a good World Series. He stepped up for the Giants in the postseason.
Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Fastball missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Sanders. Lackey goes behind the mound, picks up the rosin bag. Comes back up on top, puts his right foot on the rubber. Working in a critical early spot of the ball game right here with the Giants having 2 men on and only 1 out. 2 balls and 1 strike to count to Sanders. Lackey checks the runners. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball foul, third base side. And it's even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Sanders, if he does hit the ball on the ground, he's a tough guy to double up. He can run. So it would have to be hit sharply right at someone to get 2 on him.
Well, Lackey has the first 2 strikes as he looks for a strikeout or a double play ball right at somebody. The Giants, runners on the corners, 1 out in the second inning. The Angels had first and second, 1 out in the first, and did not score. Sanders calls time and backs out of there.
Reggie Sanders did strike out more times than any player on the Giants club this season.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count to him. Lackey shaking Benji off. And now Benji's going to go out and talk to him. So it could be that Benji either feels strongly about that pitch or Scioscia might have called the pitch. But whatever the case, Molina wants to have a verbal conversation with Lackey about this 2-2 pitch coming up.
Well, the book on Reggie Sanders, he's a good low fastball hitter. He'll crush the hanging breaking ball. He has a lot of trouble, though, with good fastballs that are up in the zone and sliders down and away.
Up and in, down and away. The oldest adage in pitching. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Reggie Sanders. Lackey set the 2-2 pitch. That's down and too far away. Ball 3. So John now has gone to a full count to Snow and a full count to Sanders. Snow might be running. They had Santiago running with a full count. That could keep them out of the double play if Sanders does hit a ground ball. Full count 3-2. Lackey laboring through the second inning. Has not allowed a run yet. John goes into his stretch. Here's the 3-2 pitch. A high fly ball into left field. It's playable, but it'll score a run. Garrett Anderson makes the catch. Santiago coming in to score as the throw goes to second, and it's 1-0 Giants on the sacrifice fly by Reggie Sanders. The Giants get on the scoreboard first. The throw to second kept Snow at first base. And now David Bell at the plate for the Giants.
It wasn't that bad of a pitch that Lackey gave Sanders. He went down and reached for it, was able to lift it out to Garrett for the sac fly.
The pitch to Bell is belted but foul. He pulled that one deep into the upper deck in left field. Well, he hit that ball a long way. 0-1 to David Bell, who has had a good postseason for the Giants, hitting .321 after batting just .265 over the course of the regular season.
He's really given them production out of the 8-hole.
Here's the 0-1 to Bell. That breaking ball is low and outside. Lackey is missing in the dirt and outside on his slider. 1-1. 1 run in for the Giants in the top of the second inning. They lead it 1-0. The sac fly by Reggie Sanders scoring Benito Santiago. One ball, one strike to Bell. Lackey looks in, checks first. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing will cost him a strike. Lackey was already looking at the first base umpire for an appeal, but Jerry Crawford said, I got it right here. It was a strike. 1-2. Trying to get out of this jam with only one run. John Lackey looks in at Benji Molina. From his stretch, he delivers 1-2, and the pitch is grounded toward third, but foul. Gloss backhanding the ball in foul territory. Gets it back over to Lackey, and the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Game 7 of the 2002 World Series at Edison Field in Anaheim. The 35th time the Fall Classic has gone the distance. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lackey shakes off Molina again. Now he's got the one he wants. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball missed. Barely. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lackey and Molina thought they might have Bell struck out there, and it was very close. Maybe a little bit inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bell waiting. Lackey at the belt. Now the 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball struck him out swinging. The Giants, though, get on the board first. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left. After an inning and a half, San Francisco 1, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a wine.
Sure.
It's the name of a place.
Glen Ellen?
Close. It's 2 words.
Does it involve a wooden bridge?
Haven't come across that one.
Is it Corbett Canyon?
That's the place of the wine.
I'd suggest Corbett Canyon Chardonnay. Incredibly rich, flavorful, and a small price for very good wine.
Perfect.
Just remember Corbett Canyon.
It's all coming back to me.
Good taste is worth repeating. Corbett Canyon. Corbett Canyon Vineyards, San Luis Obispo, California.
To you, it's just a garage. But to that car, lawnmower, or leaf blower you store inside, it's a cold, dark, desperate place. A couple of months in there and even a good engine can go bad. Gaskets stale, gum forms, engine won't start. There's a better way. With Staybill Fuel Stabilizer. Staybill keeps fuel fresh for over a year, so stored engines start quick and easy. Don't let a good engine go bad. When you store, start with Staybill, S-T-A-B-I-L, in the automotive section.
Is your house looking a bit under the weather? Have extreme weather conditions taken their toll on your home's exterior? The solution isn't more paint. It's weather-resistant vinyl siding from Sears Home Central. Call Sears now for a free in-home estimate at 1-800-225-5991. Sears vinyl siding resists tough weather and keeps your home looking great for years. It has the attractive look of freshly painted wood, yet you'll never need to scrape and paint your home again because vinyl siding from Sears is virtually maintenance-free. Best of all, Sears makes getting your new siding job easy and affordable. Just call Sears now for your free in-home estimate at 1-800-225-5991. Not available in all areas. Services and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License numbers available on request. So if your house is looking under the weather, call Sears for vinyl siding now. 1-800-225-5991. That's 1-800-225-5991.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp from Love Songs on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC.
1-0 Giants as we head to the bottom of the second inning. The Angels have Gloss, Fulmer, and Spezio due up against Livan Hernandez. The Angels helped Hernandez out of the first inning on a line drive to center field double play. Lofton throwing Eckstein out at second base after the Angels had first and second with only 1 out. And now Troy Gloss up there, leading off the second. Hernandez winds the pitch on the way to Troy. fastball right down the middle, a called strike. No balls and 1 strike to Gloss, hitting .356 in the postseason. 7 postseason home runs, 13 runs batted in, 2 huge RBIs last night. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Gloss looks at strike 2. Troy thought that pitch was inside, and he reacts, walking out of the box a little bit disgusted. No balls and 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. That's the exact same pitch that they did not call strike 3 on David Bell. Now the 0-2 pitch to Gloss. Swing and a miss. He strikes out on 3 pitches. Hernandez breaking ball, getting him.
That was a tough at bat there for Gloss. Never really got comfortable in the box there against Hernandez. Retired on 3 pitches.
1 out in the second. Brad Fulmer steps in. Fulmer hit .289 in the regular season. He's hitting .333 in the playoffs with a home run and 5 runs batted in. 1 out, nobody on for the Angels in the bottom of the second inning. Hernandez winds. Here's the pitch to Fulmer. That's low and away, ball 1. Giants 1, Angels nothing. Bottom of the second. Last night the Angels came back from 5-0 down to force Game 7, beating the Giants 6-5. Hernandez into his windup, and the 1-0 pitch to Brad Fulmer. Breaking ball is low. 2 balls and no strikes. Scott Spezio, yet another of the many Angel heroes during the season and the postseason and last night, is waiting on deck for Anaheim. 2 balls and no strikes to Fulmer. Fulmer with that ankle guard strapped securely around his right ankle. Hernandez comes to the plate 2-0. Off-speed pitch caught the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Giants are looking to clinch their 6th all-time world title tonight, the first since 1954 against Cleveland. Two and 1 to Brad Fulmer. Livan Hernandez delivers. Fastball hit in the air into left center field. Lofton racing underneath it, and he makes the catch. Kenny Lofton able to run it down in the gap in left center. 2 down. That brings up Scott Spezio. Spezio gets a huge ovation. It was his 3-run home run in the 7th inning last night that put the Angels on the board. So Spez stepping in with 2 out and nobody on here in the second. Hernandez goes into his windup, and the pitch to Spezio. Breaking ball caught the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Spezio digging in with his left foot, batting in the left-handed batter's box against the right-hander Hernandez, who comes back 0-1 with a changeup outside. If Spezio keeps the inning alive, Benji Molina would be next. The Angels have not had a hit yet. They had a couple of base runners on walks in the first. Spezio looks at a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. It's obvious they're trying to pitch Spezio out there. Felix Rodriguez did it last night. Several consecutive pitches before getting one over the plate that Spez hit out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scott waiting. Livan Hernandez delivers 1-2, and it's just off the plate outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. But that's where Santiago is setting up. Spezio, a good fastball hitter. 19 postseason RBIs. The 2-2 pitch to him. Breaking ball low, and it's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out, nobody on. The Angels at bat here in the bottom of the second. The Giants ahead in the game 1-0. The series tied at 3 apiece. It's do or die tonight. Here's Hernandez into his windup. And the 3-2 pitch to Scioscia. Breaking ball low. He walked him. A big walk, a big at-bat for Scioscia. The third walk given up by Hernandez. It also gets Benji Molina up there so that even if the Angels do not score in this inning, they don't have Benji leading off, because if he singles, he's a liability on the bases. And if Benji does not get a hit, they'd have Kennedy leading off the next inning.
Hernandez continues to struggle with his control. He's walked 3 of the first 7 batters in the game, but the Angels to this point have not made him pay.
Well, Benji due for a big hit. The pitch to him in there for a called strike. Benji hitting .234 in the postseason. Has not homered, has 5 RBIs. No balls and 1 strike to Molina. Scioscia at first, 2 outs in the second. The Angels have had base runners even though they have not had a hit. The 0-1 pitch to Benji, fastball down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Benji Molina wears number 1 on his back, much like the 8-time All-Star catcher Del Crandall used to do for the Milwaukee Braves. And they played in some World Series games, some great ones, against the Yankees. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the stretch and the 1-1 pitch. Outside and low. Did he swing at it? No. The appeal, and it's ball 2. Two balls and 1 strike to Molina. Home plate umpire Jerry Crawford went about halfway out to the mound to throw a new ball to Livan Hernandez. Hernandez didn't really want to overhand one to Crawford, so he gave him kind of a funny-looking underhand toss, almost like he was playing skee-ball, I guess is the best way to describe it. 2 balls and 1 strike to Molina. Hernandez checks first, and time called as Hernandez was about to pitch. He came hurtling toward the mound and then stopped in mid-delivery. And you can injure something doing that. So Santiago going out to talk to him just to make sure he's all settled in. Yeah, he could have pulled a muscle or something like that. Benji Molina, who's facing Livan Hernandez in Game 3 of the World Series. You might recall Benji was intentionally walked by Hernandez both times he batted so they could pitch to the pitcher, Ramon Ortiz, since we were playing the National League rules at Pac-Del Park. 2 balls and 1 strike to Benji Molina. Hernandez set. Here's the 2-1. A line drive into left center field. Lofton and Bonds won't get it. It splits the outfielders. It comes off to Lofton. Here comes Scioscia to the plate. He scores, and the game is tied.
Well, that time the Angels made Hernandez pay. He had walked Scioscia with 2 outs. He had gotten behind on Benji Molina, 2 balls and a strike. And the Angels also got a little bit lucky there. Had that ball bounced over the wall, Scioscia would have had to stop at third base, but the ball hit off the top of the wall, didn't go over, and stayed in play.
It almost bounced over. We talked about Benji Molina being due for a big hit. He gets one here in the second inning, and we're tied up at 1. And Scioscia, running for all he was worth from first base, scores to tie it. Benji gets an RBI. He's at second base now with 2 outs, and Adam Kennedy at the plate. The walk, the at-bat by Scioscia was huge. The double by Molina brings him in. And now Hernandez delivers to Kennedy, and it's high and outside, ball 1. The Angels come right back in the bottom of the second to tie it after the Giants have taken the 1-0 lead in the top half of the inning. 1 ball and no strike to Adam Kennedy. Livan Hernandez into his stretch. Here's the 1-0 pitch to AK. A high fly ball hit into center field. Lofton has an easy play on it, and the Giants center fielder puts it away. But the Angels get the equalizer in the second. 1 run on 1 hit. 1 man left, and at the end of 2, the Angels won, the Giants won on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC. We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus, access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
The 03 Toyotas are coming in, and the 02 Toyotas are moving out. Right now, your Toyota dealer is making great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Toyotas. Choose up to $1,500 factory cash back or an APR starting as low as 1.9%. That's right. Get cash back on all remaining 02 4Runners, Tundras, Siennas, even RAV4s. Get a low 2.9% APR on all remaining 02 Camry sedans, the best-selling car in America. There are even great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Camry Solaris. Hurry, the 03s are coming in. The 02s are moving out at your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota. Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Top of the third inning, the Angels and Giants tied up at 1. Both teams scoring a run in the second. And for the Giants to lead off the third inning, Pedro Feliz, their number 9 hitter, designated hitter, who batted .253 during the regular season with a couple of home runs. He has not had a start in the World Series until tonight. Lackey delivers, and it's down low for a ball. And you say, why Feliz in the DH spot instead of Dunston, who hit a home run last night? And the answer can only be that Dusty Baker must have a hunch. The 1-0 to Feliz, a strike.
Yeah, Dusty was saying before the ball game that he thinks Feliz is going to be a future star for the Giants. He's 25 years old. Said he felt that he could handle the pressure tonight.
Here's the 1-1 to him. He bounces it to third. Gloss has it. Troy guns it across the diamond for the out. The leadoff man retired for the Giants, but now they get back to the top of the order. And Kenny Lofton coming up. Lofton grounded out off the glove of Lackey to Kennedy last time up. So 0 for 1 tonight, hitting .304 in the postseason. 1 out, nobody on, top of the third inning. The Angels and Giants tied at 1 in Game 7 of the World Series. Lackey's pitch to Kenny Lofton. Breaking ball in for a strike. Lofton looked like he was taking all the way right there, and Lackey gets ahead of him 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Lofton grounds that one to first. Tough hop. Scioscia stays with it and goes to the bag for the out. Nice play by Scott as that ball bounced off the cut of the grass and came up on him a little bit. But he's able to make the play as he almost always does. 2 down.
We have 2 terrific defensive first basemen in this World Series in Scott Scioscia and, of course, J.T. Snow, who's a 6-time Gold Glove winner over there for the Giants.
Now Rich Aurelia stepping in for the Giants with 2 out and nobody on. Aurelia, a strikeout victim, his first time up. John Lackey had a tough second inning. He worked awfully hard, trying to have a 1-2-3 third, and Aurelia takes inside, ball 1, and that ball hit Benji Molina. Not sure how he missed that one. Well, maybe we can see it if we see a replay. We'll take a look at it right now as Aurelia just kind of checked his swing, and I see the ball hit Molina's glove. He didn't catch it. It came off his glove and hit him in the groin.
And he was probably seeing a few stars right there.
I'm not sure how that ball escaped his glove, but I know this. Jose Molina over in the dugout got a good chuckle out of it.
Nice brother.
Here's a pitch to Aurelia. Breaking ball hit in the air into left field. It's playable. Garrett Anderson's right there, and Lackey has a 1-2-3 third. The Giants are gone in order, and at the end of 2.5, Angels 1, Giants 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
There are only 95 calories in Amstel Light. Technically, that makes it a light beer. But how do you explain Amstel Light tasting like beer when it's only got 95 calories? Is it some freak of nature? Did the beer gods bestow the secret of great tasting light beer on Amstel and no one else? Did the beer fairy wave her magic wand over the brewery? Well, who knows? But there it is, folks, a light beer that tastes like beer, even if it is just 95 calories. Always satisfying, never watered down. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer. Imported by Amstel USA, White Plains, New York.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
Hi, this is Billy Sample, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran from back in the day, encouraging you to go to WorldSeries.com for all of your baseball needs. Before the game, get the matchups, read the inside stories, and play one-of-a-kind trivia and fantasy games. During the game, catch the live audio broadcast from Game Day Audio. When it's all over, get the post-game news, comprehensive stats, inside stories, and watch our exclusive online video post-game shows. WorldSeries.com has it all. Log on and see for yourself.
Hi, I'm Ellen Kay from KISS FM. You're listening to the World Series on KLAC. Go Angels!
The top of the order up for the Angels here in the bottom of the third in a 1-1 tie. Eckstein, who walked his first time up, will lead off the third inning against Livan Hernandez. Eckstein hitting .308 in the series. The pitch from Hernandez is up high for ball 1. Eckstein, Erstad, and Salmon, the top 3 in the Angels order here in the third. Hernandez goes into his windup, and the 1-0 pitch to Eckstein. That's in there for a called strike. 2 hits for the Giants, 1 for the Angels. The Angels 1 hit. A double in the gap by Benji Molina drove in their run. The Giants scored on a sacrifice fly by Reggie Sanders. The 1-1 pitch to David Eckstein is lined into left field. Bonds toward the line, plays it on a hop. Base hit for Eckstein. The Angels get the leadoff man on in the third, and we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Clark Howard, weekdays from 4 to 7 p.m.
Eckstein 1 for 1, and Erstad coming up. Bonds has a habit of playing a ball on the hop with his bare hand. He did it there, and he almost gave Eckstein second base because he dropped it. He did it last night, and he did give Garrett Anderson second base when he dropped it. Now Erstad at the plate. In the same situation in the first inning, Erstad bunted Eckstein to second. Hernandez drives Eck back with a throw. Erstad taking a look down at Ron Renicky to see if the bunt is on again. Snow holding Eckstein on. Nobody out in the bottom of the third. The game tied at 1. The total's identical. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors apiece. The stretch and the pitch to Erstad. Fastball outside, ball 1. Erstad looks like he's getting ready for the winter as his beard is coming in. 1 ball and no strikes to Darren.
Yeah, the photo of him up on the Jumbotron board, he's clean shaven. Anything but in reality.
Here's the stretch by Hernandez. The 1-0 to Erstad. A strike on the outside part of the plate. Hernandez does a good job of changing speeds. That one has the arm motion of a fastball, but it only came in at 79 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike to Erstad. Eckstein at first. Nobody out, bottom of the third. The game tied at 1. Salmon on deck for the Angels. Livan Hernandez, a picture of concentration as he looks in at Santiago. The 1-1 to Erstad is hit in the air into left field. That's going to drop in front of Bonds. Back-to-back base hits as Bonds one-hops it and gets it back in. Eckstein and Erstad start the third inning with singles. That time Bonds did play it with his glove.
That hit by Erstad is 25th in the postseason, and that ties the all-time postseason record. Marquise Grissom also had 25 hits in one postseason.
1995. Santiago goes out to talk to Hernandez. The Angels have started the third inning with base hits. And now Tim Salmon at the plate. Salmon walked his first time up. The Angels had first and second, 1 out in the first inning and were denied. They have first and second, nobody out here in the third. And Salmon up there. Hernandez checks the runners. The pitch to Tim. Breaking ball low and away, ball 1. They had Salmon swinging and missing at that pitch in his first at-bat, but Tim did wind up with a walk.
This is a situation, if you were somewhere else in your lineup, you might be thinking bunt, but Salmon, the meat of the order, that's not going to happen. He did not have a sacrifice bunt all season.
Hernandez has been getting himself in a little trouble. Of the 12 batters he's faced, he's only thrown a first pitch strike to 3 of them. And that's a crucial pitch. Here he comes 1-0 to Salmon, and he missed again. 2 balls and no strike. Mickey Hatcher already has the rally cap in his hand. He kind of looks like a guy with his hat in his hand on a street corner, asking for change the way he holds it out.
Oh, he's looking for hits, not change.
Yep. But he could go collect in the stands at a Little League game, too. 2 balls and no strikes to Salmon. Hernandez delivers, and it's grounded foul. Right over towards the Angel dugout. Sal Fastano, the backup catcher, who is not active for this series. Standing there up on the top step, had that ball come to him. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Tim Salmon. With 2 men on and nobody out here in the bottom of the third. In a 1-1 tie, the Angels trying to break through and get their first lead of the night. Hernandez in a jam and working slowly, as you might expect, with a lot of pressure on each pitch. Meanwhile, the crowd making a ton of noise and just waiting to explode if Salmon gets a big hit. Eckstein at second, Erstad at first. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Salmon. Breaking ball swung on and missed. That's that pitch that they tried to get him on the first pitch, but he didn't go for it. They're throwing him breaking balls low and away, and Salmon unable to connect. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garrett Anderson on deck for the Angels. They play Salmon straight away. Lofton is about as straight away as you can get, and deep. 2-2 to Tim Salmon. Hernandez ready. There goes Eckstein. Oh, and the pitch hit Salmon. Got him on the right hand. Hernandez did not mean to do that, and Salmon might be hurt. He was out on the disabled list earlier this year when he was hit on the hand by a pitch, and that one appeared to maybe get him on the fingers as they were wrapped around the bat, and that can hurt. Ned Burgert, the trainer, goes right out there. Salmon is removing the batting glove from his right hand. Eckstein got a big jump. He was trying to steal third base. And Salmon is hit by the pitch. Trying to bend his fingers now as Burgert takes a look at it. That's going to load the bases with nobody out. And, oh, man, that did hit. As we see the replay, it hit Salmon right in the fingers. The fingers that were wrapped around the bat on the top hand, the right hand. That's his throwing hand. So if it is too swollen and too sore, he would have to come out of the game. He's not going to come out of the game. And the Angels have a big threat going. Dave Righetti, the Giant pitching coach, has gone to the mound to talk to Hernandez. The Angels have the bases loaded with nobody out in the third inning and a big chance to take the lead. And I don't mean just a one-run lead. They could really cash in right here.
When Salmon was hit by a pitch earlier this season in Toronto, it was on the other hand, the left hand.
Garrett Anderson at the plate. Garrett lined into a double play his first time up. The pitch to him, a fastball right in there, strike one. Hernandez does start Garrett with a strike after getting a talk from Righetti. Eckstein at third, Erstad at second, Salmon at first. Chad Zerbe and Jay Witosik already up in the Giants bullpen. Hernandez is in trouble.
Boy, what an opportunity right here for the Angels. Garrett Anderson, the top run producer on the club, one of the best RBI men in the American League all season, and here he bats with the bases loaded, nobody out.
He has driven in 3 runs in the World Series, hitting .276. He does not have an extra base hit. The count 0-1 to him. The pitch by Hernandez up high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gloss is on deck. So the Angels have the table set. They have the bases full, nobody out, and they have Garrett Anderson and Troy Gloss coming up in a 1-1 tie in the third inning. The infield is back for the Giants. They'll give up the go-ahead run if they can get a double play. Hernandez 1-1 to Garrett Anderson. Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garrett Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1. The crowd has been waiting to ignite and listen to them as Garrett Anderson gets his first extra base hit of the World Series. Now, Reggie Sanders is talking to right field line umpire Tim McClellan. I think he might be saying, hey, somebody touched that ball leaning out of the stands. But he's not going to get that call. We'll see as we watch the replay whether or not anybody touched it. But Garrett has a bases-loaded double, and there is still nobody out in the third inning.
Well, you were only going to hold him down so long. He's been Mr. Clutch all season for the Angels. And, boy, what a huge hit that was there to clear the bases. Now the walk lost intentionally.
Boy, you're not kidding. And now you hear the boos as Troy Gloss gets the intentional walk. That'll put runners at first and second. Still nobody out. They'll pitch to Fulmer. And I wonder if Dusty will go right to the bullpen right now and bring in left-hander Chad Zerbe to pitch to Fulmer, because Hernandez is not having a great outing now. He got out of a jam rather luckily in the first inning when Anderson lined into a double play. There's ball 4 to Gloss, and here comes Baker. So he is not going to hesitate. He'll go to the pen right now. He has the left-hander Chad Zerbe ready. And the Anaheim Angels have scored 3 runs in the bottom of the third inning. They have a 4-1 lead with nobody out and 2 men on. Hernandez hanging his head as he walks slowly to the dugout. This pitching change is brought to you by Geico. One 15-minute call can save you up to 15% on car insurance. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. Angels 4, Giants 1, bottom of the third. We're back in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC. A lot of cars on the road these days have lost some of the power and performance they had when they were new. If yours is one of them, either from a lot of stop-and-go driving or the occasional use of a lower-quality gasoline, let Techron Concentrate restore lost power and performance. It's unbeatable at cleaning up carbon deposits in combustion chambers, intake valves, and fuel injectors. Techron Concentrate. Add a bottle at your next fill-up and restore performance in just one tankful.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
Bill Handel from KFI, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC.
The Angels have taken a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the third inning, and Chad Zerbe is in the ball game for the San Francisco Giants. So Livan Hernandez goes only 2+ tonight, and that's the worst case scenario for San Francisco. Plus, there are 2 men on and nobody out. Hernandez gave up 4 runs and 4 hits. The men on base are his responsibility. But he lived dangerously. He walked 3. He hit 1 batter. Did not have a strikeout. Zerbe appeared in 50 regular season games and went 2-0 with a 3.04 earned run average. He's 29 years old. Making 30 years old. From Findlay, Ohio. Brad Fulmer at the plate. 9 of the 14 batters that Hernandez faced reached base. Zerbe set. He delivers to Fulmer, and it's rolled toward first but foul. Fulmer flied out to center field, fairly deep to Lawson his first time up. The Angels have Anderson at second and Gloss at first. Zerbe has a postseason win. 1-0. He's pitched 5 innings.
Angels knocked out Hernandez in the 4th inning in his first World Series start, knock him out in the 3rd inning tonight. He had been one of the most successful post-game pitchers of all time, postseason pitchers.
There's a ground ball to shortstop. Aurelia goes to Kent for 1. On to first, not in time. Arriving safely at third is Garrett Anderson. It's a 6-4 force play. Fulmer reaching on the fielder's choice. 1 out, runners at first and third. And the Angels with a chance here with a fly ball to get another run home as Scott Spezio steps in. Angels 4, Giants 1 in the bottom of the third. We talked about everybody being eligible to pitch in a game like this. Starting pitcher Kirk Reeder is up in the Giants bullpen now. Spezio, a switch hitter, will bat right-handed against Zerbe. The Angels lead 4-1 here in the bottom of the third inning.
I'm sure there are a lot of Giants fans wondering why Reeder didn't start Game 7 of the World Series tonight.
Here's the stretch by Zerbe. The pitch to Spezio, down and in, ball one. Santiago going down to his knees to make sure that ball does not get by him. With Anderson at third base, Fulmer at first, and one out in the third. The Angels would love to get that run in from third base. The Giants can score them in bunches, and they have Kent and Bonds as the first two up in the fourth. Zerbe steps off the first and steps off the mound and looks Fulmer back to first.
Scott Spezio could bring in that runner at third base, Garrett Anderson. Spezio would get his 20th RBI of this postseason, and that would be the most ever by a player in a single postseason.
A balloon came out of the seats in center field into Spezio's line of sight, so he calls time and backs out of there. Kenny Lofton goes to get it and tosses it over the fence.
Spezio has just been unconscious in this postseason with runners in scoring position. He's been up 11 times in this postseason with someone in scoring position. He's had 7 hits in those 11 times up.
1 ball and no strikes to him. Runners on the corners with 1 out for the Angels. Zerbe sets, he delivers. Spezio grounds it to third base. Bell fields it fair, comes home, and Anderson is tagged out. Garrett was running on contact. He is thrown out at the plate. So there's a big out for the Giants. It's a fielder's choice. Spezio at first base with 2 outs. Fulmer moves to second, but they erase Garrett Anderson at home. And with 2 out and 2 on, here's Benji Molina. A big out for the Giants.
Boy, what a job Zerbe has done since coming in.
That was a nice play by Bell, too. He had to throw that over Garrett's head to the catcher, Santiago. Benji Molina doubled into the gap in left center field to drive in the Angels' first run tonight. Zerbe checks the runners. Here's the pitch to Benji. Fastball down and in, ball 1. Molina hit .245 in the regular season. He's hitting .250 in the postseason. The run he drove in the second inning was his 6th RBI of the postseason. Chad Zerbe has his sign, checks the runners. Here's a 1-0 to Benji Molina. Swing and a miss. Chasing an outside fastball, 1-1. Fulmer at second, Spezio at first. The Angels have scored 3 times in the third, trying to get more now with 2 outs. Livan Hernandez left to sit alone in the Giants dugout. The 1-1 to Benji, a hard hit ball right to Kent. The second baseman gobbles it up and gets him. So the Angels settle for 3 runs. On 3 hits, there were no Giant errors and 2 left. After 3 innings, the Angels 4, the Giants 1. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
It was love at first sight. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
I said to myself, now this is the one for me.
When something's this right, you do whatever it takes.
Next thing you know, I'm canceling my dream vacation.
And forget about those season tickets.
But it was definitely worth it.
I'll never forget the first time I drove her home. You put a lot into getting your car. Now spend a little more to protect it. Insist on Syntec Motor Oil by Castrol. Its patented technology provides ultimate protection for your engine. Syntec by Castrol. It's the most important thing you can do for your car.
With Priceline Hotels, you get all the comforts of a first-class hotel and all the savings, too. In fact, you can save up to 50% or more. Want to stay at Disney World in Orlando? One customer used Priceline recently and paid only $50 a night for a 3-star hotel right near the park. Another got a 4-star hotel on Michigan Avenue in Chicago for only $100 a night. So next time you want to save money without sacrificing comfort or style, go to Priceline.com.
New windows? You know you need them. Your energy bills are high, and your home isn't comfortable when your windows are drafty and noisy. So who can you count on for energy-efficient windows at a fair price? Sears Home Central. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home consultation and estimate. Sears vinyl-framed windows glide smoothly, tilt in for easy cleaning, and are virtually maintenance-free. The multi-pane glass may help reduce your energy costs. Plus, you get a limited warranty that covers all materials. And Sears makes getting your new custom-fit windows easy and affordable. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home estimate. Not available in all areas. Ask your representative for written warranty. Service and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License numbers available on request. So replace your old windows. Call Sears now at 1-800-225-5991. That's 1-800-225-5991.
Hey, it's Valentine from Chips FM. You're hanging out with the Angels and the World Series on KLAC.
3 innings in the books in Game 7. The Angels 4 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. The Giants 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors. It's the Angels by 3 as we go to the 4th. And for more play-by-play, here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Rory. First batter up for the Giants is Jeff Kent, who at his first time up flied out to Tim Salmon out on the warning track. Lackey has retired the last 5 batters in a row. Check the Giants on a run and 2 hits. First pitch, that's cut on and fouled back to the upper deck out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Kent, when he faced John Lackey in Game 4 of the World Series, went 0 for 2 against him. Barry Bonds waiting on deck, and then Benito Santiago, the meat of the order here for San Francisco. 0-1 pitch. That's right in there. Good breaking ball. And Lackey jumps in front, 0-2. Big John's been throwing strikes tonight. He's thrown 58 pitches, and he has twice as many strikes as balls. 34 pitches have been strikes, 16 out of the strike zone. He's way in front, 0-2 on Kemp. Right-hander against right-hander, 0-2 pitch. He got him, struck him out. He took that pitch right down the heart of the plate. Kent is out looking. Lackey with strikeout number 3. He's retired the last 6 in a row. And here's Bonds, and it appears the Angels will pitch to him. Bonds led off the Giants' second inning, and he lined out to David Eckstein on the right side of the infield. Here's the pitch, and the first one misses low for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes. Bonds in the World Series hitting just under 500. He's 7 for 15. 4 of the 7 hits have been home runs. 1-0 pitch, and he takes that one low. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Lackey hasn't walked any tonight. He's recorded 3 strikeouts. He walked Bonds intentionally all 3 times he faced him in the start in Game 4 at Pac Bell Park. Infield is backed up on that right side. The pitch, and that's down the heart of the plate. Fastball in there. 2-1 the count on Barry Bonds. Bonds at age 38 won the National League hitting crown this year. The pitch there, he grounds one on the left side. Diving stop by Gloss. By the time he throws, it's late, and it'll be an infield hit. Now, Gloss playing out there in the shortstop area, even though he was shaded more towards second. He had a dive to his right to stop that one, and Bonds easily beat the high throw. So Barry Bonds has a single. He's on with 1 out. Santiago, the catcher, will be the next batter. Benito has a base hit his only time up in this game. He He has been some kind of an Iron Man for the Giants in the postseason, having played in every inning of every one of their postseason games. The pitch, that one's in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Santiago catching all 141 innings of postseason for the Giants prior to tonight. Right-hander against right-hander. Santiago swaying the bat, now has it upright. Lackey is ready. 0-1 pitch. That's a line shot into left center field for a base hit. Bonds will move up to second. And on at first base with a one-out single of Santiago. So they have 2 on with 1 out. And J.T. Snow will be the next batter. Kirk Reeder is still warming up for the Giants in their bullpen. So we'll see if they bring in Reeder when the Angels step up in the bottom of this inning, the bottom of the 4th. The Angels bullpen is quiet right now. Lackey's allowed 4 hits so far in 3 1/3 innings. 2 of the hits coming back to back here in the 4th. Angels have Ramon Ortiz available in the bullpen, although no one is warming up just yet. Here's the pitch on Snow. That one is low and inside for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes. J.T. Snow, now 34 years old, did not hit that much during the regular season, batting .246, and for a while this year he lost his spot at first base for the Giants, but he has stepped up his play in the postseason. Pitch, that's in there, a strike. 1-1 the count. Lackey has now thrown 59 pitches as he works with 1 out here in the 4th. Infield is at double play depth, the 1-1 on Snow. He lines one to center field right at Erstad, and he'll make the catch in left center. Easy out, 2 gone. Reggie Sanders will be the next batter. Sanders has driven in the Giants' only run tonight with a sac fly. He got that RBI back in the 2nd inning. The Giants had a 1-0 lead in this game, but the Angels lead it 4-1 here in the 4th. Angels already knocking out the Giants starter Livan Hernandez. Lackey trying to get the final out, prevent those runners from crossing the plate. Runners at first and second, 2 away. The pitch on Sanders, and that one a little bit low for a ball. The count 1-0. Reggie Sanders is a dangerous hitter in this situation because he hits for power, even though he's been batting out of the number 7 slot most of the postseason. And they have Bell waiting on deck, another guy with good power who's been hitting 8th. 1-0, and there's a swing and a miss. That was a high fastball that he challenged Sanders with and blew it by him. Talked earlier in this World Series, Reggie Sanders was a player the Angels were interested in the offseason. Bill Stillman was trying to sign him to be a DH for the Angels, but Sanders wanted to play outfield full time, and so he eventually signed with the Giants. They had a spot open in the outfield for him. The pitch, a swing and a miss, another fastball. 1-2 the count. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570, KLAC, Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
Fans are on their feet, trying to channel some of their energy to Big John Lackey. Sanders will strike out. 1-2 the count on him. Lackey is ready, and the next pitch. That one's low and away. Came in with a breaking ball and missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So now Benji Molina will go out and have a word with John Lackey as they talk about the next pitch to Reggie Sanders. Those two meeting out in front of the mound. Now the home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, is going to speed things up. Angels do not have any action in the bullpen, but both Molina and Lackey want to be on the same page on this next pitch. Again, Sanders a dangerous hitter in a situation like this because he represents the tying run at the plate. And he has hit a couple of home runs here in the World Series. So everyone is set except Sanders. Lackey was ready to come in, and then Sanders asked for time. As if he hadn't waited long enough, he wanted to wait a little bit more. So a little bit of a cat-and-mouse game going on between pitcher and hitter. 4-1 Angels. We're in the fourth. Here's the 2-2. Cut on, and that one's fouled off right by the batter waiting on deck, David Bell. When the Angels step up in the bottom of the fourth, it'll be Kennedy, Eckstein, and Erstad. 9, 1, and 2 in the order. And we'll see what the Giants do pitching-wise, if they continue with Derby or if they go to Reeder, who had been warming up. Livan Hernandez, their starter, in 2 innings tonight, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, and walked 4. Second rough outing for him against the Angels here in the World Series. And now, once again, Sanders asking for time. He taps the plate with the bat. Back in the batter's box. 2 outs, 2 on. The 2-2 pitch. It's hopped in the air into right field. Should be an easy play. Salmon is under, waiting, and squeezes. That'll end the inning. John Lackey with a yell as he comes off the mound. He pitched out of some trouble in the inning. The Giants fail to score. In the inning, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. We're headed to the bottom of the fourth. The Halos on top, 4-1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
I pledge to love and protect my children. And plastics are here to help from the first heartbeat. On an ultrasound monitor, so I could meet my daughter before I ever held her. With safety gates and outlet protectors when I have to hold her back. Even her first trip was nestled in a plastic car seat, helping to bring our new family home safe. How has plastic touched your life? The American Plastics Council. Plastics make it possible.
Mom, can I stay up until 3 a.m. and watch TV?
Of course you can, hon. If you brush your teeth first.
That's a bad decision, Cheryl.
We're here at the GM Center for Good Decision Making, where we help ordinary people make good decisions. The toothbrushing was okay.
Partial credit for the toothbrushing.
It's our hope here at the center that when it comes time to buy a used car or truck, people will make the right decision with GM certified used vehicles. Each one gets a 100-plus point inspection, bumper-to-bumper limited warranty, even a 3-day, 150-mile satisfaction guarantee, all from the GM brands you trust. You're the boy.
Mom, can I stay up until 3 a.m. and watch TV?
Of course you can, hon. When you move out.
There you go, Cheryl.
GM certified used vehicles. The right way, the right car.
Now is the time to get a GM-certified used vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates. And they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
Hi, this is Mike Scioscia. Just call me Angel of the Midday on Coast 103.5. And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Kirk Reeder is going to take over in relief for the Giants. He was their Game 4 starter, a game they won in San Francisco 4-3, worked 6 innings in that start, gave up 9 hits and 3 runs, did a good job. Troy Gloss hit a 2-run homer against him in that ball game. So he will be their third pitcher of the night. First batter up is Adam Kennedy, left-hander against left-hander. The pitch from Reeder, and that one is in there for a strike, 0-1. Zerbe worked 1 inning in relief, retired all 3 batters he faced. No walks, no strikeouts. And the 0-1 pitch, and jammed was Adam. He fouls that one off over by the Angels dugout on the third base side. It's 0-2.
Dusty Baker is counting on Reeder not only to pitch well here in this inning, but maybe for 3 or 4 innings. He would really like Reeder to settle this game down, give the Giants a chance to come back.
Reeder, a guy that will not overwhelm you with velocity. Fastball top out around 86, 87. He'll throw a sinker, a curve. Got a very good breaking ball. Change up. 0-2 pitch. That one's low and outside. And the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's kind of a touch and feel guy, a location pitcher, if you will. And when he's able to locate the off-speed pitches, he can be tough. 1-2 delivery. Ball smacked foul over on the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Adam Kennedy flied out to center. His only time up tonight in Game 7 of the World Series. The Angels leading this game 4-1. We're in the bottom of the 4th. The winner, the 2002 World Series champs. The 1-2 pitch. And that's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants got the first run tonight. They scored in the top of the second. Angels matched that run in the inning and then scored 3 in the third. 2-2 pitch. That one low and away on Adam. The count runs full. 3-2.
There's no way Mike Scioscia is content with a 3-run lead this early in the game. If he gets Kennedy on, if he gets men on, he can be aggressive now.
See what gives on the 3-2. Here it comes on Adam. He swings and misses that one. He chased that high pitch, struck him out. So Reeder gets Kennedy. Looks like that pitch was a fastball there. It was only 84 miles per hour, but again, Reeder, a guy that's not going to blow you away with velocity. He's going to try to keep you off balance by mixing up the pitches, and he was able to sneak that fastball by Kennedy.
That was a hittable pitch. Kennedy's probably a little upset with himself. That basically was a fastball down the middle.
So here's David Eckstein. David with a single and a walk, 1 for 1 the pitch. He takes that one in there for strike 1. 0-1 to count. One strike delivery. And Eckstein looks that one over. It misses. Count even. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one is lifted in the air into left field, but Bonds is there. He'll reach up and put it away, and that will be the second out. Aaron Erstad will be the batter. Well, we were mentioning when Reeder faced the Angels in Game 4 of the World Series that he's referred to by his teammates as Woodies, his dead ringer for Woody from the movie Toy Story, and he likes that nickname, does Reeder. He proudly displays a Woody doll in his locker back at Tack Bell Park. His teammate Jeff Kent, talking about Reeder and his big ears, says that hitters are too busy laughing up there to hit him. There's a pitch that misses for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. But Reeder takes it all in stride. Good-natured guy, very popular with his fellow Giant teammates. Very well respected in the clubhouse. 1-0 pitch. That one's tapped foul back behind home. 1 ball and 1 strike. Erstad has a sacrifice bunt, a single, and he scored a run. He's 1 for 1 tonight in Game 7 of the World Series. 4-1 Angels, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th.
Erstad sure looks different with the way that beer is coming in, doesn't he?
He does.
Looks like he's heading directly to the mountains after the series.
The 1-1 pitch. And that one is a pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reeder waiting for Erstad to move back in the box. Now Darren is in there. And the 1-2 pitch. He got him, swung on and missed. He chased the pitch, went fishing after a breaking ball that was low and away out of the strike zone. The inning is over on the strikeout. So a very strong inning by Reeder, who sits down the side in order with a pair of strikeouts. No runs, hits or errors, and nobody left. We're headed to the fifth inning. The Angels are leading 4-1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet,
Wow.
A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
Nah, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, it's too bad. But see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
I'm Fox Sports AM 1150's Rich Marotta, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
John Lackey is loosening up, getting ready for the fifth inning. And the batters, the Giants, will send up the bottom part of the order, Bell and Felice, and then the leadoff man, Kenny Lofton. Fans, visit angelsbaseball.com for the best selection of official World Series merchandise. To support your American League champion Angels and dress in style, go to angelsbaseball.com. Bell, who will lead it off for San Francisco, is 0 for 1. Strikeout victim, his first time up. Lackey has struck out a total of 3 in the ballgame. He hasn't walked any. He's given up 4 hits. All the hits have been singles. He's allowed 1 run. Big John looks in for the sign. He's ready. Here's the pitch. That's fouled back. A first pitch fastball back to the screen. 0-1 to count. Well, there's been a long history of pitchers in the postseason working on 3 days rest, not pitching effectively. But so far, so good for 24-year-old John Lackey. The pitch. That one is a strike on the outside corner. 0-2 the count. Earlier in the postseason, the Angels got a solid start from Jared Washburn in the postseason, and banking that Lackey can do it here in Game 7 of the World Series. 0-2 on Bell, the pitch. He takes that fastball up and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bell, in the game that Lackey started against them in Game 4 of the World Series in San Francisco, Bell was 0 for 2 against John Lackey. Had a good postseason, though. The pitch, and he nubs that one on the first base side, foul across the line. So the count holding at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infield is back. The outfield is straight away. Both teams with 4 hits, but the Angels have scored 4 runs and lead it 4-1. Lackey has the new baseball and a new sign from Benji Molina. 1-2 pitch. That one bounced in, and the count even. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lackey has thrown 71 pitches tonight. The Angels can get John Lackey through this 5th inning. Anything after that would be a bonus tonight, especially on 3 days rest. He's ready. Here's the 2-2. And that's low and outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, after John had gotten way in front here against David Bell, the last thing he wants to do is let him off the hook. So this next pitch, a very important pitch for Lackey as he battles their first man up here in the 5th inning. Pedro Feliz waits on deck. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and that one is lined into left center field. Erstad coming in hard, dives and catches it. Darren Erstad with one of so many great diving catches for the Angels this season. You can put stars around that one. That's the first out here in the 5th. You kind of get spoiled watching Erstad leave his feet so often out there in center. They just showed the replay of that one on the Jumbotron board, and the fans liked it better the second time around. Here's the pitch on Feliz, and that one is a breaking pitch that missed for a ball. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Feliz's first time up, grounded out to Troy Gloss. 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss at a high fastball. 1-1. Dusty Baker was asked before the game tonight why start Pedro Feliz. He had only 4 at-bats in the entire postseason and just 2 at-bats here in the World Series, and he starts in Game 7. Dusty said they don't know a whole lot about Pedro, so maybe that'll be an edge for him. And Dusty Baker very high on this young man, although he really hasn't factored in much in the postseason. He's had 5 postseason at-bats now without a hit. 2 balls and 1 strike. Feliz during the regular season with the Giants batted .253. He had 2 homers, 13 runs batted in. Right-handed batter. Lackey set the 2-1. Feliz swings and misses. Down even, it's 2-2. Dusty Baker also mentioning that he felt that Feliz's swing was conducive against a pitcher like Lackey, who at times struggles against right-handed batters. 2-2. That one's lifted foul on the right side, back upstairs and out of play. So the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the 5th inning, the 7th and deciding game of this 2002 World Series. It's 4-1 Angels. 2-2 pitch. Got him. Swung on and missed. That breaking ball ate him up, struck him out. Four strikeouts for Lackey. 2 away here in the 5th. Kenny Lofton, the batter. With each out, that's 1 less the Giants have available. Down by 3 runs in this ball game. And if Lackey gets Lofton, the Giants will have just 12 outs left in this game. The pitch. And that one is a breaking ball that missed low for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. The Angels playing in their first World Series, trying to win their first World Series. 1-0 the count. The next pitch. And that one misses inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The last 3 teams making their first trip to the World Series won that World Series. Toronto did it when they were playing in the World Series for the first time in '92. The Marlins did it in their only appearance in '97. And, of course, the Diamondbacks last year beating the Yankees. That's fouled back behind the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lofton tonight, a couple of groundouts, 0 for 2. Lackey ready, and the 2-1 delivery on him. He hits it hard but foul over on the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. When the Angels come up in the bottom of this 5th inning, Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss, the meat of the order against Kurt Reeder. Fans on their feet rooting on Big John Lackey. He's set. Here's the 2-2 on Lofton. He checks his swing on that one. And the Angels wanting an appeal on it. They'll get one, but the third base umpire, Mike Winters, says that Lofton was holding. Mike Scioscia not too happy about that. He thought that Lofton might have committed on that pitch. We'll watch the replay of it. And I don't know. He checked whether or not he went around. So the count 3-2. Rich Aurelia would be up next. 2 outs, nobody on. Lofton backs out of the box. Now, one of the keys so far for Lackey in this game, as opposed to his start against him in Game 4, the way he's handled both Lofton and Aurelia. The 3-2 pitch. That's low. He walked him. And then Lofton kind of defiantly flicks his bat in the batter's box. So he's on with a 2-out walk. That is the first one surrendered by John Lackey. And now we're going to have a meeting at the mound. The Angels do not have any action. Brendan Donnelly has gotten up, though, in the bullpen. Bud Black is out there to have a word with John Lackey. Lackey doesn't figure to go 9 innings tonight. And the Angels were hoping just to get 5 solid ones out of him. And he's 1 out away from doing just that. Donnelly, who's loosening up, has been terrific in the World Series, making 4 relief appearances in the World Series, getting a win in one of them. And he has not allowed a single hit in the World Series in 4 relief appearances. So the meeting wraps up. Aurelia, the batter, he's gone 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. He was 3 for 3 against Lackey in Game 4 of the World Series. 2 outs, the runner on at first, 4-1 Angels, and a toss over to first. Back to the bag goes Lofton. Lofton has stolen 5 bases in the World Series. He's not been caught. He's 5 for 5 on stolen base tries. Lackey getting a new baseball from the home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford. Hope you're enjoying the action tonight wherever you're listening to Angels World Series action. We're in the crucial 7th and deciding game with the Angels leading 4-1 here in the 5th. Terry Smith along with Rory Marcus, Darren Chan, our producer-engineer, Frank Laffarelli back at our flagship station in Los Angeles, AM 570 KLAC. First pitch on Aurelia, and he pops it in the air. Shallow right field. Salmon is there, waiting, and squeezes for the out. The inning is over. Another solid inning of work by the rookie, John Lackey. In the inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, a walk, and they leave a runner on. The bottom of the 5th is next. 4-1 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Meineke believes the most important part of your braking system is you, because the feedback your car gives you may signal it's time for new brakes. So if you feel a vibration in your brake pedal or a pulling to one side, do what George Foreman does. Take it to Meineke.
You can always have your brakes checked by the pros at Meineke, and right now you'll get 50% off lifetime pads and shoes.
Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot. 50% off brake offer ends November 10th. See participating locations for details.
Okay, I'm at the age where it seems like I hate my parents. So when they say, we want to know who's going to be there, and I say, leave me alone! I don't really mean it. Without parental supervision, I'm much more likely to smoke pot and stuff. So when they say,
we need to know,
and I say, none of your business! I'm really hoping my parents don't try to act like my friends. What I really need is parents.
Talk, know, ask. Parents, the anti-drug. For more information, call 1-800-788-2800. Sponsored by the ONDCP in partnership for Drug-Free America.
So, it's 11 p.m., and my husband Steve is sneezing, coughing, complaining, but not sleeping. I get him the NyQuil, tell him it'll relieve his cold symptoms, and he'll sleep like a baby. I'm thinking, yeah, you can go from acting like a baby to sleeping like one. Anyway, pretty soon he's sleeping just like our baby Jake. Peaceful and quiet, cute and bald.
NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, best sleep you ever got with a cold. Medicine.
Hi,
Hey, this is Carolyn Gracie from the Coast 103 Afternoon Show, and you're listening to The Angels on KLAC.
We get ready to move to the Angels' fifth. First batter up will be Tim Salmon. Reeder looked good in his first inning of relief. He retired the Angels in order, striking out two of the three batters he faced last inning in the bottom of the fourth. Tim Salmon will lead it off. He's walked. He's also been hit by a pitch. Here's the first delivery, and that one is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. The left-hander set for the Giants. Here's the 1-0 on Tim Salmon. He chops one out towards the shortstop. Aurelia gobbles it up, throws out Salmon for an easy out. 1 away. Well, if Reeder continues to pitch effectively, there will be a lot of people that will question Dusty Baker's decision to go with Livan Hernandez in Game 7 as opposed to Reeder, who could have pitched on 3 days rest like Lackey did tonight. Here's the pitch on Garrett Anderson, and that one is a pitch that is in there for a strike. It would appear that Lackey's night is over. He got a lot of handshakes and a hug from Mike Scioscia in the dugout. There's a swing and a miss, and the count 0-2. Brendan Donnelly is warming up in the Angels bullpen, so when we get to the 6th inning, we will likely see the Angels go to the pen. And if that's the case, what a job Big John did tonight in his 5-inning stint. The 0-2 on Garrett. That one's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the key for Lackey tonight was the fact that he threw strikes. He normally does, and he did it tonight in a Game 7 of the World Series. The pitch, that's low. 2-2 the count, as opposed to Livan Hernandez, who did not throw strikes. He was getting behind batters. He walked 4 in 2 innings, hit a batter. His control was very spotty tonight. 2-2 the count on Garrett. The pitch. He grounds one sharply, but right to first, fielded by Snow, and he will easily get to the bag in front of Anderson, and that's the 2nd out. So the Angels have had their first 2 batters retired easily here in the 5th. Troy Gloss will be the next batter. That's 8 straight Angels retired since Gloss was intentionally walked back in the Angels' 3-run 3rd inning. So the Angels' offense has disappeared here in the middle part of this ball game now, but the Halos still have a 3-run lead. You don't want to get too complacent, though, because the Giants are a team that can come back, and we've seen them do it in this World Series. And we're certainly aware of the way they can score runs, as they demonstrated earlier in this World Series, scoring 16 in 1 ball game. 0-1 to count on Gloss. The pitch was in there. Now Troy asks for time as he steps out of the batter's box, and Reeder will walk off the mound. He looks back towards home plate, now gets back set on the rubber and looks in for the sign. Reeder is a quick worker. Here's the 0-1, and that one is outside for ball. 1-1. Hitters will normally step out of the box to slow Reeder down. He's the guy that likes to get that ball from his catcher and throw it right back to the plate. So 1-1 on Troy. That's outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Gloss has had a good postseason, batting .350 in the postseason with 7 home runs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the next pitch, and that one is outside. It's 3-1. Now Santiago will go out to the mound and have a word with Reeder. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. home of Gil Gross, mornings 5 till 9 a.m.
Santiago is back behind the plate. And we'll see what happens once Troy Gloss gets back in the box. He's in there. Here's the 3-1 on Gloss, and he takes that one outside. He walked him. So Troy is on. Angels have a 2-out base runner. Second time Gloss has walked tonight. And overall, the Angels hitters have shown a lot of patience at the plate, have walked 5 times in the first 5 innings of this game. Brad Fulmer will be the next batter. It'll be lefty against lefty. Looking in for the sign is Reeder. He's ready, and the pitch. That breaking ball is low. 2 ball, make it 1 ball and no strikes. Last night, the Angels had the biggest comeback ever by a team facing elimination in the World Series. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike, 1-1. And that comeback win has carried over tonight to the point where we're in the 5th inning. The Angels have a 4-1 lead. This game's still far from over. But the Angels right now in a very good spot. Here's the 1-1 on Fulmer. He nubs that one foul, and Reeder jumps in front. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Some of the celebrities on hand tonight. Well, we had Melissa Etheridge sing the national anthem. She did a fine job. Jim Belushi is here tonight. Katie Segal here. John Travolta. Governor Ray Davis is here. I'm not sure if he's rooting for the Angels or the Giants. 1-2. That one's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Home plate umpire Jerry Crawford getting a fresh supply of baseballs. If Fulmer gets on, Scott Spezio, who's been a hot hitter in the postseason and series, waits on deck. 2 out. Troy Gloss is the base runner at first. Reeder is set. 2-2 on Fulmer, the pitch. He takes it low. So the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fans, as they've done every game in this postseason here at Edison Field, making tremendous noise. The pitch, that's bounced back to the mound. Reeder jumps up, has it, throws the first in time. The inning is over on the comebacker. Good play by the pitcher, Kirk Reeder. No runs, no hits, no errors, a walk. The Angels leave a base runner. We're headed to the 6th inning in Game 7 of the 2002 World Series. 4-1 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
If I said you could clean the inside of your car's engine while driving the kids to soccer practice, would you believe it? Well, believe it. See, if you drive hard or sometimes use a lower quality gas, carbon deposits can build up inside your engine and rob you of power. So just add a bottle of Techron concentrate at your next fill up. It's unbeatable at cleaning up carbon deposits in combustion chambers, intake valves, and fuel injectors while you drive. Techron concentrate restores performance in just 1 tankful.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
Homeowners, are you tired of painting your house every few years?
Then stop this endless cycle of painting forever with vinyl siding from Sears Home Central. Vinyl siding from Sears is virtually maintenance-free, and Sears makes it easy and affordable. Call now for a free in-home estimate. 1-800-225-5991. Not available in all areas. Services and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License number available on request. That's vinyl siding from Sears. 1-800-225-5991.
This is Sean Andre from Hot 92.10, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Brendan Donnelly is getting ready to make his 5th appearance in the World Series and his 3rd straight appearance. He was the winning pitcher in relief last night as he worked a scoreless, hitless inning. So he will take over. The Giants in the World Series have not had a hit against Donnelly. They are 0 for 17 against him. He's ready to start off the 6th. The pitch on Kent, and it's up and in on Jeff Kent for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. So Donnelly, just as he did last night when he came in to work the 8th inning, he came in high and tight on Santiago. He comes in high and tight here on Kent. 1 ball, no strikes. The big guns are up for the Giants here. The meat of the order, Kent, Bonds, and Santiago. The pitch. And did Kent go around? Yes, he did. He actually nipped that ball into the mitt of Benji Molina. That was a foul tip. 1 ball, 1 strike on the check swing. John Lackey went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits. A run it was earned. He walked 1, struck out 4. He was terrific tonight. The pitch. And a hard hit ground ball right to third. Fielded by Gloss. He throws across the diamond in time. 1 away in the 6th inning. Bonds will be the batter. And it would appear that the Angels will pitch to him. Shift is on. Angels have pitched 2 Bonds each time up so far tonight in Game 7 of the World Series. He lined out his first time up. He got an infield single his last time up. Here's the pitch. And he hits one sharply foul on the right side. No balls and 1 strike. Well, the Giants and the Giants fans can't say that the Angels didn't go after Bonds here in this 7th and deciding game. They have pitched to him every time up so far. 0-1 the count, the next pitch. And that one is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's amazing. Every pitch that's thrown to Bonds, you see the flash bulbs going around the stadium. Every single pitch. And it was that way in San Francisco as well. Here's the 1-1. He skies one infield. Let's see who calls. Eckstein right now near the second base bag. He'll make the catch. And Donnelly retires Bonds on an infield pop-out. Santiago, the next batter. Second time that Bonds has been retired by Eckstein, the shortstop, who's made a catch on a ball on the right side of the infield. So the Giants right now are down to their last 10 outs in the World Series. Santiago, the batter. He's 2 for 2 tonight. Here's the pitch on him, and he checks on that one. Did he go around? Yes. 0-1 the count. When the Angels come up in the bottom of the 6th, the bottom third of the order, Spezio, Molina, and Kennedy against Reeder. He's done a nice job in his first 2 innings of relief. Donnelly is set from the stretch. Here's the 0-1. And that one's foul, tipped off the mask of the catcher, Benji Molina. And the count 0-2. Benji taking that mask off for a moment, inspecting it, and now putting it back on and saying something to the batter, Benito Santiago. A fellow catcher might have been saying, come on, man, we played the same position here. You can't be doing that to me. We're brothers. 0-2 the count. The pitch. And that one a little bit low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. If Santiago gets on, Snow would be up next. If Donnelly retires him, the inning is over. 4-1, the Angels. We're in the top of the 6th inning, Game 7 of the World Series. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. A little bit inside and low. 2-2 the count. Santiago is a free swinger. Rarely walks. Been a guy who's been a very solid player for a long time. 37 years old. 2-2 pitch. He lays off that one outside. So the count full. 3-2 on Benito. The Giants are his 7th big league club. He was an all-star in the National League this year at age 37 and an everyday catcher at that age. Count full, the payoff pitch. That one just missed. A little bit low. So Santiago is on with a 2-out walk. And now the batter will be J.T. Snow. Snow has hit the ball hard both times up a single. He's also lined out. Angels have a 4-1 lead. That's been the score since the Angels got 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. We're in the top of the 6th right now with 2 outs. Snow having a good postseason, batting .313 in the postseason. Left-handed batter, Donnelly is set. He delivers. And the first pitch in there for a called strike. 0-1 the count. Fans, Game 7 of the World Series is brought to you by Thermacare. Feel the difference between can't and can. 0-1 pitch. Snow drills the ball down the right field side. That one is going to take a bounce and hit off the wall. Going into third base and being held is Santiago as the relay comes to the plate. Snow has a double. And runners are on at second and third with 2 outs. So the Giants have something brewing here with 2 outs. Reggie Sanders will be the next batter. That is the first hit that Donnelly has surrendered in 5 World Series appearances. He can get out of this inning if he gets Sanders. If Sanders gets a hit, the Giants would get right back in it. A hit here could likely score 2. Now we see Bud Black headed out to the mound. The Angels bullpen is quiet right now. And the entire Angels infield is out there. Bud Black, the battery of Donnelly and Molina, Ross, Eckstein, Kennedy, Spezio, they're all out there as well. Bud Black continues to say something out there to Brendan Donnelly. The home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, comes out there. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for Sanders. Tom Goodwin is going to come in to pinch hit. So Reggie Sanders will be lifted, and the left-handed swinging Goodwin will bat. Goodwin in the postseason is 0 for 7. Here's the pitch. He takes that first one high for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes. Sanders, who is lifted, drove in their only run tonight with a sac fly. Next pitch on Goodwin. That one is in there for a strike. Count even. It's now 1-1. Tom Goodwin grew up as a Giants fan. He was born in Fresno, formerly with the Dodgers. 1-1 pitch on Goodwin, and he swings and fouls that one back behind the plate. So Donnelly has jumped in front. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tom Goodwin. Fans on their feet, rooting on Donnelly, trying to help him get out of this trouble. He's in front, a ball and 2 strikes on the left-handed hitting Goodwin, who asked for time, steps out of the box. Goodwin began his big league career with the Dodgers, then he played for the Royals, Texas Rangers, Rockies, Dodgers again. There's another pitch that he fights off, fouls it back behind the plate. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 the count. Runners at second and third. Donnelly retired the first 2 in this inning. Then walked Santiago, a batter who rarely walks, and then gave up the double to Snow. He's had a very good postseason. He's had a lot of hits. 1-2 the count on the pinch hitter. The pitch, he breaks his bat and fouls the pitch off on the first base side. So Goodwin had the bat get sawed off there. He'll have to head back to his dugout to get some new lumber. This is only the 3rd time that he has batted here in the World Series. And he's looking for his first World Series hit. One ball, 2 strikes. Donnelly in his first inning of relief, in trouble. But if he gets it out here, he gets out of this trouble. So 1-2 on Goodwin. Swung on and missed. Fastball struck him out. Inning over. No runs in the inning. 1 hit, 1 walk. They leave runners at second and third. The Giants are down to their last 9 outs in Game 7 of the World Series. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. 4-1 Halos on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Hey, what are you doing down here with that soap?
It's Coast Soap, the eye opener. I'm seeing if I can wake these fools up.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to work.
It's Coast. It's got a refreshing, exhilarating fragrance that'll wake anybody up.
It's a morgue.
A thick, rich lather.
It's a morgue.
Yeah, but have you smelled this? Here, smell this.
Hey, delightful, but it's a morgue.
Coast Soap isn't for everyone, but if you're listening to this and you're alive, then it's perfect. Coast, the eye opener. And try new Coast Max with aloe. Coast's maximum deodorant protection with skin conditioning aloe.
5 years ago, Alan Puckett formed Socks Unite, an organization to reunite socks lost in the dryer. His selfless efforts have matched tube socks, dress socks, even lost Argyles from the 80s. Never asking for money, his is a labor of love.
Think that's a waste of energy? You should see what your home is doing. Get Great Stuff Insulating Foam Sealant. It fills the cracks where heat and cold air escape. Look for Great Stuff in the red and yellow can anywhere home improvement products are sold.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
Hi, this is John and Ken from KFI.
And you're listening to the Angels on KLAC.
We go to the Angels' 6th inning. First batter up will be Scott Spezio. Frankie Rodriguez is up in the Angels bullpen. So the 6th inning by Donnelly might be his only inning. And if it was, he did his job, as did starter John Lackey. Spezio will face the left-hander Reeder, who has done his job in the 2 innings he's worked. He's retired 6 of 7. He is not allowed a hit or a run. The pitch. That one is a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 the count. Spezio tonight, a walk, a run scored, a fielder's choice. Been on base safely both times up, officially 0 for 1. The pitch. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tom Goodwin, who came in to pinch hit in the top of the inning for Sanders. He stays in the game for Sanders now in right field.
Reeder has done just what Dusty Baker hoped he would, keep him in the game. But so far the Giants have not been able to break through since that 1 run in the 2nd inning.
And watching Reeder pitch, you wonder if Dusty Baker is wondering if he should have started Reeder tonight. The pitch. That one is low. So they count 2 balls and 1 strike.
If he's not wondering that, they'll probably wonder it for him in the San Francisco papers tomorrow.
Yep. Here's the 2-1. That's cut on and fouled off on the right side. Back to the seats and out of play. 2-2 on Scott Spezio. Don't forget, after Game 7 of the World Series, we'll have Angels report. We will have a recap of this game, some of the play-by-play highlights. And we could have a lot of things for you on our Angels report after the game. If the Angels can hold on to this lead, we could have a lot of excitement for you tonight. That one's fouled back behind the plate. 2-2 the count.
Did you bring a change of clothes just in case?
I did. And I hope I have to use the change of clothes. 2-2. That one's fouled off on the right side, back and out of play. So the count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I'd hate for you to get those nice clothes you have on now messed up.
Scott Spezio, Benji Molina, and Adam Kennedy, the batters scheduled here in the Angels' 6th inning, leading 4-1. The 2-2 on Scott. He pops one in his shallow right. Goodwin, the new right fielder, is chasing. He calls everybody off. Snow and the second baseman Kennan makes the catch in fair territory and shallow right towards the line for the first out. Benji Molina will be the batter. Benji tonight has doubled in a run in his 2 times up. He's 1 for 2. The Angels went into last night's Game 6 facing elimination, and we're near the brink of elimination last night, trailing 5-0 with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th, but rallied to win that game and now lead Game 7 4-1 here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch of ball, the count 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0, and that's in there on Benji. 1-1. The Angels have not had a hit since the 3rd. But the Halos lead by 3. Here's the next pitch. That's high and away. A Reeder fastball, only 84 miles per hour. 2-1 the count. Infield back, outfield straight away. The 2-1 pitch. That one is a bit low. Ball 3, 3-1. Talking about the Angels facing elimination last night, there was certainly a point in that game. Get to it after the 3-1 pitch, and that ball was hit well into right center field. It is out by the wall, and that ball is off the wall. Benji will only get the second with a ringing double high off the wall in right center. Molina with his second double of the game. He hit it off the out-of-town scoreboard, which is, of course, turned off right now. This is the only game in town. He just missed a home run. And then he almost got thrown out at second base. Boy, Lofton really gave that one an effort, didn't he?
It was too high for him, but he gave it everything he had.
He went scaling the wall out there, but had no chance to catch it. It was Goodwin who played the bounce off the wall. So a runner at second as the Angels look to add on here in the bottom of the sixth. One out. Adam Kennedy, the batter. He's gone 0 for 2. The pitch. And he chops one on the right side. It'll get Molina to third. The throw to first in time by Kent. 4-3 on the ground out. Runner at third with 2 outs. Top of the order, David Eckstein will be the batter.
A hit right here would be huge. It kind of feels like the Angels are waiting for them. If they can add on to that lead, that's what they really want to do here. 4-1, a 3-run lead with 3 innings to play is not nearly enough.
Eckstein officially 1 for 2 tonight. A single, a walk. He's flied out. 4-1 Angels, bottom of the sixth, game 7 of the 2002 World Series. Reeder delivers on David. The pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. Bell at third is up on the grass. 1 strike pitch on Eckstein. There's a line shot. Speared by Ken. He makes the catch, diving to his right, and that saves a run right there. It'll end the inning. Fine defensive play by Jeff Kent. The Angels are retired here in the bottom of the sixth. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left. We're headed to the 7th inning. 4-1 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Hey, take a listen to this hotwire story.
The greatest hotwire experience is my wedding. We forgot about securing the flight for the minister, so we kind of panicked. I got on Hotwire and searched for a flight from Abilene, Texas, all the way to South Carolina.
How did Hotwire prices compare to the other travel sites?
Hotwire saved me $243. I wrote a letter to all my groomsmen and told them that if they're looking for flights, they should jump on Hotwire.
Next time you're planning a last-minute trip, log on to Hotwire and take the Hotwire Travel Challenge to see how much you can save.
Federal college loan rates are now at a 37-year low, which means if you currently have a college loan, it's time to refinance and lock in these record low rates. Call 1-800-2-COLLEGE. Anytime, 24/7. We'll help you lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. At 1-800-2-COLLEGE, you'll be speaking with a college loan professional within 30 seconds. Lower your payment and lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. 1-800-2-COLLEGE. It's your call.
New windows? You know you need them. Your energy bills are high, and your home isn't comfortable when your windows are drafty and noisy. So who can you count on for energy-efficient windows at a fair price? Sears Home Central. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home consultation and estimate. Sears vinyl-framed windows glide smoothly, tilt in for easy cleaning, and are virtually maintenance-free. The multi-pane glass may help reduce your energy costs. Plus, you get a limited warranty that covers all materials. And Sears makes getting your new custom-fit windows easy and affordable. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home estimate. Not available in all areas. Ask your representative for written warranty. Service and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License numbers available on request. So replace your old windows. Call Sears now at 1-800-225-5991. That's 1-800-225-5991.
Hi, this is Gary Spears from KISS FM, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Well, Brendan Donnelly is still in the ballgame. He will at least begin the 7th inning. David Bell will lead it off. 4-1 Angels as we head to the 7th. Back with more play-by-play action. Here's Rory Market.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry. Top of the 7th, 4-1 Angels. David Bell starts the 7th inning, and Donnelly's first pitch is swung on and missed. 0-1. David Bell has struck out in line to center field, hitting .309 in the postseason with a couple of home runs, 6 runs batted in. Donnelly in his 2nd inning of work, so Mike Scioscia hoping that Donnelly can get them to the 8th. He has Bell, Felice, and Lawson due up here in the 7th. Donnelly ready. Here comes his 0-1 pitch. That's a little bit outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The Angels have Scott Schoenweiss and Frankie Rodriguez, each warming up side by side out in that left field bullpen.
It could be that Schoenweiss will come in and pitch to Lofton. 1 ball and 1 strike to David Bell. Donnelly ready, he delivers, and the slider's low and outside. Donnelly has held the Giant batters down to 1 for 21 in this series. He's had a great World Series. He was the winning pitcher last night. 2 balls, 1 strike to David Bell. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. That's hit in the air foul, left side, way back there. Very high foul ball, deep into the seats, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bell had a good rip at it, but he was out in front, way out in front. Leading off the top of the 7th inning, the Angels with 4 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. The Giants 1 run, 5 hits, and no errors. The Angels trying to come from 3-2 down in this World Series. They won last night's game with a miraculous comeback. Tonight they've led most of the night from the 3rd inning on. The 2-2 pitch is popped in the air foul. Molina with the mask off comes back and does not have room. It's down in the Potog well and caught by a fan who stumbles down back onto the ground after he caught it, but he has that World Series souvenir. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Donnelly's made 25 pitches in his 1+ inning of work. Of course, if they can nurse this lead into the 9th, then it would be Percy's job. But we're only in the 7th. David Bell leading the inning off for the Giants. Donnelly sets. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. A drive into left field. Back on it goes Garrett Anderson at the track. He makes the catch. Bell didn't quite get it. The crowd collectively holding its breath as Anderson went back, just about with his back up against the fence. He makes the play, 1 out. Here comes Pedro Feliz, the designated hitter. Feliz does not have a postseason hit. Dusty Baker kind of rolled the dice and put him in as a DH tonight. He has grounded out and struck out. That move was surprising, especially because Sean Dunston, who was their DH last night, hit a home run. Donnelly ready. The pitch to Feliz is fouled back just over to our right. Into the press box it goes, 0-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Susie Orman, weekdays from 1 to 3 p.m.
The 0-1 to Feliz is waved at and missed. Good hard slider by Donnelly, strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Rory Marcus and Terry Smith, our producer-engineer is Darren Chan. We're in the top of the 7th inning at Edison Field in Game 7 of the World Series, and the Angels are ahead 4-1. Donnelly set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Feliz is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, so if Dusty had a hunch, he threw an ace out on the crap table. 2 out, and here comes Lofton. Lofton tonight 0 for 2. He has also walked. Walked last time up. Kind of get the feeling that Mike Scioscia was thinking going into this inning he would stay with Donnelly until he allowed a base runner. So far he hasn't. He's still in there. The pitch to Lofton is hit in the air into center field. Erstad giving ground. He reaches the track. He's going to make the catch. The Giants are gone in order in the 7th. Donnelly has a 1-2-3 inning. We have reached the 7th inning stretch, as has been our tradition in the postseason. In the World Series, we'll have the singing of God Bless America. So we're going to stay here for that, and then we'll take our break.
Our pilots and crew of China Lake, California, who performed this evening's flyover. with this view of Edison Field this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to Take Me Out to the Ball Game, accompanied by Peggy Ducanel at the Edison Field organ, we are pleased to welcome the star of the Wayne Brady Show, the popular cast member of Whose Line Is It Anyway? Ladies and gentlemen, please join with Wayne Brady in God Bless America. Seventh inning stretch in Anaheim. The Angels lead the Giants 4-1. We'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Now I meet most of my customers online.
I was able to cut my travel budget in half.
I make 5 times as many sales presentations as before, right from my PC.
It's called WebEx.
We use WebEx to train our employees with online seminars.
Our tech support uses WebEx to remotely diagnose customer problems.
Major cost savings.
I love the simplicity.
Save more, make more.
Join thousands of companies already using WebEx meetings to cut travel costs and increase productivity.
Your first meeting will convince you, and that's free. WebEx. We've got to start meeting like this.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, or you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
I'm Derek Jeter. When I was growing up, my parents and I would go to the schoolyard every weekend and play ball. They teach me how if I practiced and didn't give up, my swing could get better. But if I got in front of the ball and wasn't afraid, I could stop it. But there weren't any shortcuts to becoming a better player. But if I believed in myself, I could do it. Funny, all that time, I thought they were teaching me how to play baseball.
Helping your kids find a dream can help keep them off drugs. This message brought to you by Partnership for Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
Hi, this is Leanna Charlie Tuna from KBIG 104.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Into the bottom of the 7th inning, 4-1 Angels. They lead the Giants. It has been 4-1 since the 3rd, and Darren Erstad leads off the 7th. Reeder delivers a fastball down low for ball 1. Erstad 1 for 2 with a single and a sacrifice bunt tonight. He has also scored a run. Reeder winds a 1-0 pitch to Darren, outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, they're really starting to anticipate it now here at Edison Field. The crowd knowing that 6 more outs is all the Angels need, but sometimes those 6 outs can be tough. They have to go through Bonds and Kent at least one more time. As a pitch up high to Erstad, 3-0. And, of course, the Angels would love to add on to this 3-run lead. It's been 4-1 since the third inning. The last 3.5 innings have been scoreless. Here's the 3-0, and it's in there for a strike. Kurt Reeder, the third pitcher for the Giants, he came in the fourth inning, so he has shut the Angels out for 3 innings. 3 balls, 1 strike to Erstad. Reeder delivers. Erstad bounces one to the right side. Kent has it. He'll throw him out. 1 down. 44,598 here tonight on a picture-perfect night. Temperature in the mid-60s. The stands packed. The sea of red here, and the thunder sticks have been going since inning 1. Tim Salmon at the plate now. Salmon has walked, been hit by a pitch, and grounded out to shortstop. Reeder delivers to him. Salmon takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. Salmon hitting .293 in the postseason. 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. The Giants have Aurelia, Kent, and Bonds due up in the 8th inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, they'll probably be facing Frankie Rodriguez, who is loosening up in the Angel bullpen. I'm sure Donnelly's night is done after 2 innings. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tim Salmon. Reeder winds the 1-1 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. The Angels, who after 20 games this year had a 14 in the loss column, have turned it around since then, and here they are in the 7th inning of the 7th game of the 2002 World Series with a 3-run lead. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Salmon. That's low and away, ball 3.
Well, you got to wonder, Rory, how many times the team went from 41 games out of first place to winning the World Series the following year.
How many times? I would say 0.
You got it.
Here's a 3-1 pitch to Tim Salmon. A fly ball foul, right field side, out of play. And the count goes to 3-2. Garrett Anderson, who delivered a bases-loaded double that knocked in 3 runs in the 3rd inning. That's the difference in the game. He is on deck. Full count to Salmon, 3-2. Michael Eisner, of course, is here tonight. He's wearing a Mickey Mouse T-shirt and a sport coat and an Angel hat. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Struck him out looking. Salmon is furious. He only said maybe a word or 2 to Crawford, and then he goes to the dugout because he doesn't want to get tossed. Salmon thought that pitch was low. He was on his way to first base. And on the replay, it looks low. But he's out. There are 2 gone. And here's Anderson, 1 for 3, but the 1 was a big one, the 3-run double in the 3rd. That was against Hernandez, the starter. Breaking ball from Reeder outside. Ball 1. 2 out, nobody on for the Angels in the bottom of the 7th. They lead 4-1. There have been a total of only 10 hits in the game, 5 apiece. There's ball 2 to Garrett Anderson. 2 balls and no strikes. The Angel bullpen is quiet right now. I'm sure that Francisco Rodriguez is ready to go. Here comes a 2-0, a strike to Anderson. 2 balls, 1 strike to Garrett. 2 out, nobody on, 7th inning. Angels 4, Giants 1. Kurt Reeder comes back 2-1, and it's strike 2. Boy, he's done a good job. 62 pitches he's thrown now. The game 4 starter who beat the Angels did not get the start tonight. But he is looking to shut the Angels out for 4 consecutive innings here. 2-2 pitch is hit in the air into center. Lawson gives a little ground, but he has a play. And the Angels go down in order in the 7th. Now, don't go anywhere because Aurelia, Kent, and Bonds are due up in the 8th. At the end of 7, the Angels 4, the Giants 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC. Zero, zilch, nada. These are the building blocks of a great offer on every new Chevy. Now get 0% APR, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days for qualified buyers on every new 2002 and 2003 Chevy in stock. Length of GMAC finance contract varies by model. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 10/31/02. 000. It's nothing you'll want to miss. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer today.
I can't even believe it. The other car, it just came out of nowhere.
Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance?
It all happened so fast.
It's okay. Someone will be right over to pick you up.
I don't know how much this means.
Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
The response to Farmers' exclusive Help Point service has been remarkable. The moment the unexpected happens, we're here for you 24/7. Farmers, get you back where you belong.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
And now, Bill Walton's tip of the day.
It's the start of a new season, and everyone's got their eye on the best team in the league, Cerritos Infiniti. They're one of the fastest-growing Infiniti dealerships on the West Coast with an extensive lineup of Infinitis. Hey, Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my Infiniti, and I absolutely love it. Now, here's an impressive stat. Cerritos Infiniti has one of the country's largest selections of G35s and all-new M45s. You'll love the new Infiniti M45. With its long list of high-tech amenities, it's being called the muscle car with brains, sort of like my game. You'll also love the meticulous customer service at Cerritos Infiniti. That's one of the reasons why they sell so many Infinitis. In fact, Cerritos Infiniti sells more G35s than almost any other dealer. Look, if you're even thinking about a luxury vehicle, let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit. Or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. And remember, tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest.
And Lisa Fox from Star 98.7.
And you're listening to the Angels in the World Series on KLAC.
For the ultimate postseason coverage, go to WorldSeries.com. Get exclusive video, live audio, comprehensive stats, and inside stories. WorldSeries.com for baseball around the clock. Frankie Rodriguez is in the ball game for the Angels. The 20-year-old Venezuelan, the sensation who burst on the major league scene in September, is about to pitch the biggest inning of his life. 7th game of the World Series, a 4-1 lead in the 8th inning, and Aurelia, Kent, and Bonds due up. Frankie has 5 postseason wins and 1 postseason loss. He has 25 strikeouts in 17 and 2/3 innings and only 4 walks. Aurelia is 0 for 3. Rodriguez winds, and his first pitch is a fastball for a strike on the inside corner.
Frankie's velocity was down a little bit last night, so we'll kind of monitor that. His first pitch fastball there was 91, which is a little bit slower than you'll normally see his fastball. It's normally 94, 95.
Troy Percival is getting up in the Angel pen. The 0-1 pitch in there. Strike 2 call. A fastball at the knees to Aurelia. Rodriguez jumps ahead on the count 0-2. 4-1 Angels in the 8th. Rodriguez winds and comes back 0-2, and it's swung on and missed. A wicked slider gets Aurelia. 3-pitch strikeout.
Giants are down to their last 5 outs in the World Series.
Jeff Kent at the plate for the Giants. Kent is 0 for 3, fly to right, struck out looking, and grounded to third base. Bonds, who is 1 for 3, is on deck. Rodriguez just as cool as he could possibly be, standing on the mound, chewing his gum, waiting for Kent to get in there. Frankie winds, and the pitch on the way to Kent. Fastball for a strike. 4 pitches, 4 strikes. Kent turns around to Gary Crawford and says that was inside. Crawford shaking his head no. No balls and 1 strike to Jeff Kent.
That last fastball, 93 miles per hour.
Rodriguez into his windup. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's grounded foul. Good slider. Kent Lucky to foul that one off, and the count is 0-2. Rodriguez, 5 pitches, 5 strikes. And the crowd just beside themselves, standing and cheering. What a roar. No balls, 2 strikes to Jeff Kent. Bonds on deck. Rodriguez winds. Here's the 0-2. Slider inside. It looked like Kent tried to turn his shoulder to get hit by that pitch.
Kind of leaned in towards the plate on that one.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Alex Ochoa has gone in the game in right field for the Angels. Frankie winds. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss! Strike 3! He strikes out Aurelia. He strikes out Kent. 2 outs in the 8th inning, and here comes Bonds.
The Giants have 4 more outs left in this World Series.
Bonds took Rodriguez deep last time he faced him. Tonight, Berry's been held to 1 single. They've not walked him intentionally at all tonight. He's 1 for 3. He has lined out and popped up. Frankie's pitch to him. Fastball missed high, ball 1. But he went right after him. Barry Bonds hitting .356 in the postseason with 8 home runs. Rodriguez 1-0 delivery, low and away, ball 2. The shift is on. Kennedy's in shallow right field. 2 balls and no strikes to Barry Bonds. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the 8th, 4-1 Angels. Rodriguez comes back 2-0, and it's outside, ball 3, and he got that one up there at 94. Santiago on deck. 3 balls, no strikes to Bonds. And Rodriguez 3-0 pitch. Strike at the knees. Bonds had started toward first base, which just makes the crowd cheer all that much more because Barry thought it was ball 4. 3 balls and 1 strike. 2 out, nobody on. Bonds waiting. Rodriguez comes back 3-1, and it's low. He walked him. Bonds gets his first walk of the night.
Well, the good news is that might be his last at bat in the World Series if the Angels can get these final 4 outs. The thing that'll be interesting, Rory, if the Angels do win the World Series and there's still 4 more outs they need to record, Barry Bonds, I gotta think, will get a lot of votes for MVP of the World Series. Now, whether or not he gets enough to win that award remains to be seen.
Here's Benito Santiago. Bonds being held on by Spezio. Rodriguez delivers to Santiago, and the slider is grounded foul. 0-1. This is the first time in World Series history that no starting pitcher has worked at least 7 innings. It's the 12th time in World Series history there has not been a complete game.
But this is by far the best pitch game the Angels have had this World Series, and this is the game that it really counted.
No balls, 1 strike to Santiago. Bonds at first with 2 outs. Rodriguez checks him. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Slider grounded foul again. Strike 2. Santiago out in front of that slider, grounding it foul over near the Angel dugout. No balls and 2 strikes, and you wonder what's going through Troy Percival's mind as he watches this. He knows that if Frankie gets out of this inning, it's up to him in the 9th.
Rory, think about this. The Angels pitchers tonight, Lackey, Donnelly, and Rodriguez, all rookies.
No balls, 2 strikes to Benito Santiago. Rodriguez set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. A check swing foul back behind the plate. Rodriguez has thrown Santiago 3 straight sliders. Has not come in with a fastball yet. Santiago has a good night going. 2 singles and a walk. He has scored the Giants' only run. He came in on a sacrifice fly by Reggie Sanders.
Game 7 of the World Series, the Angels have used nothing but rookie pitchers, and boy, have they stepped up.
0-2. Santiago backs out of there. Bonds at first base, 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. The Angels need 4 more outs. Rodriguez working out of a stretch. Molina sets up on the outside corner. Rodriguez delivers, and he struck him out! Santiago goes down swinging, and Frankie Rodriguez strikes out the side in the 8th inning. Listen to the crowd. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Angels 4, the Giants 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
I love you, Romeo.
I love you, Juliet.
Too bad our families hate each other.
Yeah.
How is Geico able to guarantee my claim repairs and still save me money?
Don't know.
I love you anyway.
All right, then.
We can guarantee claim repairs for as long as you own your car, and you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440. Homeowners, are you tired of painting your house every few years? Then stop this endless cycle of painting forever with vinyl siding from Sears Home Central. Vinyl siding from Sears is virtually maintenance-free, and Sears makes it easy and affordable. Call now for a free in-home estimate. 1-800-225-5991. Not available in all areas. Services and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License number available on request. That's vinyl siding from Sears. 1-800-225-5991.
Hi, it's Gil Gross. Mornings right here from 5 to 9, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Game 7 of the World Series brought to you by General Motors, where October is the month to get great deals on GMC and Chevy trucks. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Anaheim Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Anaheim Angels. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Dr. Dean Adele, weekdays from 3 to 4 p.m.
Into the bottom of the 8th inning we go. The Angels 4, the Giants 1. Tim Worrell is in to pitch for San Francisco. Troy Gloss will lead it off for the Angels. Tim Worrell set, working out of a stretch. Gloss takes, it's ball 1. Kirk Reeder did a magnificent job for the Giants. 4 innings of 1-hit relief. He walked 1 and struck out 3. 1 ball and no strikes to Troy Gloss. Tim Worrell comes back 1-0, and it's fouled off the end of the bat, rolling it down toward Alfredo Griffin at first base. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gloss to be followed by Fulmer and Spezio. Worrell in the postseason, 3-1. He's pitched 12 innings, giving up 13 hits, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts. One ball and 1 strike to Gloss, who bats with a thunderous din coming from the seat. Here's Worrell's 1-1 pitch. Fastball in there, strike 2 called. 1-2 to Troy, who backed out of the box. Neither team has scored since the 3rd inning when the Angels' Garrett Anderson hit an RBI bases-loaded double that drove in 3. The Giants and the Angels, though, have combined for 45 extra base hits, the most ever in a series. Gloss swings through it and strikes out. Out number 1. When the Giants bat, in the ninth inning. They have J.T. Snow, Tom Goodwin, and David Bell due up. Brad Fulmer at the plate now. Fulmer's 0 for 3. Flied out, hit into a fielder's choice, and grounded one back to the pitcher. And in the owner's box, about 3 or 4 suites over to our right, Jackie Autry stands. You wonder what she must be thinking about. Fulmer at the plate. Here's the pitch by Worrell, off speed and in there. Nice breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Angels. 1 run, 5 hits for the Giants. Fulmer waiting, 0-1. Tim Worrell set. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball grounded toward first. Diving backhand stop by Snow, who from his knees underhands to Worrell. Boy, JT has made some great plays right where he is right now at first base in Anaheim, and he just made another one. 2 down.
Terrific play by the Gold Glover Snow.
That brings up Scott Spezio. With 2 out and nobody on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Angels leading it 4-1. Percival just kind of standing on the mound out in the bullpen, loosening up. The pitch to Spezio, swing and a miss. 0-1. The Giants bullpen has been magnificent. They have not allowed a run to the Angels. Chad Zerbe, Kurt Reeder, and now Tim Worrell. But the Angels have held the Giants down since the 2nd inning when they scored their only run. John Lackey, Brendan Donnelly, Frankie Rodriguez. Here's the 0-1 to Spezio. That's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Spezio hit a 3-run home run in the 8th inning last night, or the 7th inning rather, that got the Angels going. This time he pops up. Third baseman David Bell is going to make the catch. But here we go. The Angels go 1, 2, 3 in the 8th inning, and we head to the 9th. Percy is coming into the game. The Angels are 3 outs away from a world championship with the score. Angels 4, Giants 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Ooh, can you feel that power?
It's the power of the star from Cragen Auto Parts.
It means right now at Cragen you can get a heavy-duty folding work table for your garage for only $29.99.
Cragen also has a top-quality deluxe radar detector by Whistler for an unbelievable $44.99.
Or how about our Ding King paintless dent removal kit complete for just $29.99. Make your old car look like new again.
Only at Cragen.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. When you're a pro like me, you appreciate pros in other fields too. That's why I recommend the Good Guys. They have the best electronic stuff anywhere. Big screen TVs, surround sound, car stereos, digital cameras, you name it. And the Good Guys are total pros. They know as much about electronics as I know about baseball. And just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee, so go to goodguys.com for a location near you and tell them Brad Fulmer sent you.
Zero, zilch, nada. These are the building blocks of a great offer on every new Chevy. Now get 0% APR, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days for qualified buyers on every new 2002 and 2003 Chevy in stock. Length of GMAC finance contract varies by model. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 10/31/02. 000. It's nothing you'll want to miss. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer today.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
It's the top of the ninth inning. The Angels 4, the Giants 1. The Anaheim Angels are 3 outs away from their first baseball championship. And it's Troy Percival's job to get those 3 outs. And a former Angel favorite, J.T. Snow, leads off the ninth inning. Percy was magnificent this year. 40 saves, a 4-1 record, and a 1.92 earned run average. And this is the guy that deserves to be on the mound at this moment. J.T. Snow waits. Percy delivers, and it's outside, ball 1. Snow tonight is 2 for 3. He has a single and a double. In between those 2 at-bats, he flied out to center. Percy ready. Here comes a 1-0 pitch, and that's outside and high. 2 balls and no strikes. Percy, born in Fontana. 6'3", 235 pounds, 6 postseason saves, and a 3.12 earned run average. Here he comes, 2-0, and that's in there for a called strike. J.T. Snow, Tom Goodwin, and David Bell, the scheduled hitters for the Giants here in the ninth inning. Percy staring in at Benji Molina. Now he sets, and the 2-1 pitch is on the outside corner. Strike 2. The crowd making a thunderous noise, and then as the pitch comes in, it's as though everyone holds their breath, and there's a quiet for a second or 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Percival delivers to Snow, and it's whacked into right field. Ochoa over to play it. J.T. Snow has his 3rd hit of the ball game, and the Giants will not go easily. They have the leadoff man aboard in the ninth. Here is Tom Goodwin. Goodwin, another left-handed hitter. He pinch hit for Reggie Sanders in the 6th and struck out, facing Brendan Donnelly. The leadoff man aboard for San Francisco in the ninth inning. Percy against Goodwin. Here comes the pitch to Goodwin. Fastball in there. Strike 1 call. Spezio not holding Snow on at first base. Percy sets again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2. Goodwin showed the bunt, but he was taking, and Percy jumps ahead 0-2. You look around at the Angel fans, all standing, young and old. Those who have been with the club since 1961 and those who just signed on this year. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, a fly ball foul off to the left, out of play. No balls, 2 strikes to Tom Goodwin. And then over in the booth to our right, Jackie Autry, glancing toward heaven every now and again. No balls, 2 strikes to Goodwin. Here's the stretch by Percy, and the 0-2 pitch. A ground ball to second base. Kennedy goes to second. That's all they'll get. They get the 1 out at second. And the Angels are 2 outs away. The fielder's choice goes 4-6. Goodwin is the runner at first base. 1 out in the ninth, and here is David Bell. Bell 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out in the second, lined to center field in the 5th, and flied out to left field in the 7th. Spezio plays behind Goodwin at first. Bell hitting .304 in the postseason. Percy sets. Here's the pitch. Fastball a little high. Ball 1. That was a 96-mile-an-hour heater from Troy Percival. The Angels who have come and gone in the past. Some of them had to have wondered, will they ever get to the World Series? Well, they got there. And now they're 2 outs away from bringing home all the bacon. 1-0 to David Bell. There goes Goodwin. The pitch is taken down low for a ball. They let Goodwin take second base. So he does not get credit for a steal. But he does keep the Giants out of a double play. And Percy is behind on Bell, 2-0. And some of those fans who can't help but be nervous, kind of hanging on to one another. 2-0 the count to Bell. Percy sets again. Here's the 2-0 pitch. In there, called strike. A 95-mile-an-hour fastball. The Angels in the dugout all up on the top step, trying to remain calm as Percy squints and scowls and tries to knock the Giants out. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch on the way to Bell. Fastball outside. And he's behind 3-1. And if he walks Bell, the tying run will come to the plate. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Angels 4, Giants 1. Edison Field, Game 7 of the 2002 World Series. Can they get 2 more outs? Percival set. Here's the 3-1. It's low. He walked him, and the Giants will bring the tying run to the plate. Bud Black is going to the mound to talk to Percival. The batter is going to be a pinch hitter for the Giants, Tsuyoshi Shinjo. Shinjo will hit. He has 1 postseason hit. He's hitting .167. And he is batting for Feliz. So Shinjo coming up with runners at first and second. And 1 out in the 9th inning of Game 7. Shinjo is 1 for 6 in the postseason. This year in the regular season, he hit 9 home runs. He represents the tying run. Percy is set. The pitch to Shinjo. Fastball strike on the outside corner. Of course, this is a tough assignment for Shinjo, who was the DH in Game 1, but hasn't started since, and has only 6 at-bats in 16 postseason games, to walk up there in the 9th inning against Percy. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's popped in the air, foul. It's going to get back out of play. Percival's ahead of him, 0-2. Kenny Lofton is on deck. Percy rubbing up the baseball as he takes a walk behind the mound. Goodwin, the runner at second base. David Bell, the runner at first. The Giants down to their last 2 outs and desperately trying to rally in the 9th inning. The Angels just trying to get to the finish line. Here comes 0-2. Change up outside. Oh, did he change speeds on Shinjo? But he missed outside. That pitch was not going to be hit. Shinjo could not swing at that one, but Percy missed the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the crowd trying to will the Angels in. Here it comes 1-2. Foul back to the screen. And inside heater. Shinjo had a pretty good cut at it. Mike Scioscia takes his hat off, puts it back on. Just nervous energy. The Giants accept Bonds up on the top step of their dugout. Bonds is back there sitting on the bench. The count is 1-2 to Tsuyoshi Shinjo. Goodwin away from second. Bell from first. Troy Percival, the Angels' closer all year. He sets. His 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. 2 outs. The Angels are 1 out away. from a World Series championship. 2 outs in the 9th inning, and Kenny Lofton at the plate for the Giants. Lofton's 0 for 3 tonight. He does have a walk. Troy Percival, who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's a pitch to Lofton. Fly ball, center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. The celebration on the field begins. Mike Scioscia, Bud Black, John Lackey, Percival, Erstad, Salmon, hugging, and a big pile-up out there near the first base line as the Anaheim Angels win it all. The 42-year wait comes to an end. Just another Halo victory. And Gene Autry, I know you're up there, and I know Jimmy Reese is there with you. Your beloved Angels have done it. Your Angels are the champions of all of baseball as they defeat the San Francisco Giants 4-1 in Game 7 of the World Series at Edison Field. Streamers coming down from the sky, fireworks going off in center field. A mob of media surrounding the Angels on the field. Yes, the Angels, the Yes We Can Angels, the Heartbreak Angels, the team that could never quite get there, they made it. Darren Erstad absolutely crying in tears as he hugged Troy Gloss. He caught the final out. A man that has played his heart out every time he steps on the field. And the crowd, some of whom have been waiting since 1961, when the Los Angeles Angels came on the scene. And through the years, they shared Dodger Stadium. And on through all the heartbreaking years as the California Angels, it was worth the 42-year wait. Nobody wants to leave their seats. The Thunder Sticks still banging together, and the celebration is in full swing at Edison Field in Anaheim. The Big A is finally the home of a champion. Yes, we can. Yes, we believe. And yes, it has happened. Joe Madden, who has worked in this organization as hard as anybody, hugging Darren Erstad. There have been so many people through the years who have tried with all of their resources and everything you can possibly put on the field or into the front office or out in the minor leagues. It's all paid off tonight. The Angels have done it, and they have proven that if you just hang in there and believe, it can happen. Eckstein raised up by Troy Gloss. And little David Eckstein, all heart, smiling, grinning as wide as you can imagine. So is Troy Gloss. So is Aaron Seeley. He's in the middle of all of that. He helped the Angels this year. He helped the pitching staff in ways that don't show up in the record book. And the crowd just, they don't want to leave. They're basking in the moment. They're setting up a platform out by second base. Tonight, Garrett Anderson got the big hit. Tonight, the Angel pitchers came through. John Lackey for 5 innings. Brendan Donnelly for 2. Frankie Rodriguez struck out the side in his 1 inning. Percy getting the save, pitching the 9th inning. And that's as it should be, too. Interviews going on the field. Terry Smith is down there in that massive humanity somewhere. 44,598 fans witnessing the first championship in Angels history. And there are some tears being shed by fans, by Angel baseball players, by Mrs. Autry. And the scoreboard says something that you could only have dreamed about. 2002 world champs, the Anaheim Angels. Four to 1, the final score tonight. When that ball was hit in the air into center field, and you saw Erstad throw his arms up in the air and say, "I've got it," that's when Scioscia threw his arms up in the air. Mike Scioscia, who won world championships with the Dodgers, has brought the world championship to the Angels. And again, as we said, when the Angels won the American League Championship, some of this cheering, some of the celebration, some of the tears are for great Angel players past who had their hearts broken at various times and who sometimes just didn't have a very good club. But the fans here remember them and maybe are thinking about them a little bit right now. There's going to be a ceremony, a presentation out by second base once they can get all the players over into that area. We're going to send it to David Courtney now, is that right? All right, let's try that. Go ahead.
Charge to Livan Hernandez, the time of the ball game, 3 hours 16. And tonight's pit attendance, 44,598. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to stay in your seats as the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy and the most valuable player will be made on the field.
Mike Scioscia just had his arm around Jackie Autry. Earlier I saw Ann Myers Drysdale here tonight, so Big D, this one's for you also. Garrett Anderson had the big hit tonight, but the way the Angels have played all year long, it could have been anybody in the lineup. The Angels have just been a magnificent team to watch this year, and it was a team that it just seemed like nothing could stop them. If they could win last night's game, you had to believe they could win tonight's game. But you're never sure, of course. The Angels last night were behind 5-0 in the 7th inning in Game 6. The Giants had the championship in their hands, and the Angels came back and snatched it away and said, "No, not yet. We're coming back tomorrow, and we'll beat you again." World Series champions, the Anaheim Angels, 2002. When the Angels report to spring training next year, they'll be there as the defending champions. They knocked out the Yankees. They knocked the Twins out of the playoffs, and now they've gone a full 7 games to beat the Giants. We'll take a break right here and come back in a moment. The final score again, Angels 4, Giants 1. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Okay, I'm at the age where it seems like I hate my parents. When they say,
we want to know who's going to be there.
and I say, leave me alone. I don't really mean it. Without parental supervision, I'm much more likely to smoke pot and stuff. But when they say,
we need to know.
and I say, none of your business. I'm really hoping my parents don't try to act like my friends. What I really need is parents.
Talk, know, ask. Parents, the anti-drug. For more information, call 1-800-788-2800. Sponsored by the ONDCP in partnership for Drug Free America.
In this over-caffeinated, overproductive, over-the-top business world, maybe it's time to chill and suck down a bucket of jasmine tea. Okay, maybe not. But at least you can calm down overnight shipping costs with Ricoh's amazing new Global Scan software. With your existing office servers, Global Scan lets everyone share information by feeding hard copies into a digital copier and emailing them absolutely anywhere. So the days of excessive overnighting are over.
Ricoh, dependable digital.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
Hi, this is Gary Spears from Kiss FM. Go Angels! You're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's a pitch to Lofton. Fly ball center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. Let's go to the podium now.
And, of course, Mike Scioscia, Bill Stoneman. We'll get to you in a minute, Troy. But first, the Commissioner of Major League Baseball.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the Anaheim Angels, team founded in 1961. This is your first World Championship. And I want to say to all of you that somewhere Gene Autry is smiling right now. Congratulations to Disney, to Michael Eisner, who I'm about to present the World Championship Trophy, to Bill Stoneman, and to Mike Scioscia, and all the Anaheim Angels.
Now the trophy being presented, and Mike Scioscia holds the championship trophy above his head. Jackie Autry waving the white cowboy hat that Gene made famous. He might have to turn that in for a red one.
We'll go to you first. As the Commissioner said, somewhere Gene is smiling. What do you think he'd be saying about this moment right now?
Well, I'm standing here looking at his picture up in his box, and I've got his hat here with me, and all I can say is he loved every fan in this stadium, and he loved the California Angels.
Michael Eisner, if someone would have handed you a script that included a story of a baseball team that started, say, 6-14, ripped off 99 wins, stumbled into the postseason, really everyone looked at it as a long shot, and they're standing here tonight, world champions, would you even given it a chance?
Well, if you have the spirit of Gene Autry,
being back in the saddle again. The Bavases, Bill Stoneman, and Mike Scioscia, you never could count Orange County out.
Making my way down, we'll save you for last. Mr. Stoneman, the genius, to bring this gentleman in, a rookie manager, been here 3 years, Mr. Mike Scioscia. What did you see in him?
What a wonderful guy. Great communicator. Tough, competitive, and just wanted to lead us to the World Championship.
All right, Mike, I finally get to ask you a question, and you can't answer me. We take it one game at a time because there are no more games left. What is the difference in this club?
I'll tell you, I've been in this game for a long time. I've never been around a group of guys that are so passionate about the game, came every day to give their best, no matter what the circumstances were. This championship is these 25 guys in the clubhouse, and what they did for the city of Anaheim is incredible.
Mike, is it better as a player or as a manager?
Excuse me?
Better as a player or a manager?
Much better as a player. I'm enjoying this, but these guys, this game's about playing it. And what these guys have done is they're going to carry it for the whole life. It's incredible.
All right, speaking of players, we have some more to give out. Commissioner?
It is my privilege to award the most valuable player to Troy Glaus. Troy, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs, 10 hits, 22 total bases, 3 shy of the world record, and a big, big hit last night. Congratulations.
Troy Glaus, nothing about this season seemed to come easy for you guys, and even going through the postseason, you lost the first game of the series, and then you went on to take the division series. Lost the first game to the Twins, took the championship. We saw the same thing in the World Series. A never say die attitude for this club?
Absolutely. We've had that way of thinking all year. And, no matter what whatever came against, we were going to play hard and we were going to leave it all out there. And that's what we did in here.
Your big hit in Game 6, obviously the reason we are standing here tonight as the Angels put together one of the biggest come-from-behind wins in postseason history. Coming into today, yes, you deserve it. After the win on Saturday, coming into today, tremendous confidence that this championship was yours?
Well, we take it one day at a time, and today was the same way. We knew we'd go out, play 100%, leave it all on the field, and see where we ended up.
Long-suffering club here in the postseason. How does it feel to get the monkey off your back? Not the rally monkey. We like the rally monkey.
Yeah, it feels great. These fans here have been waiting a long, long time for this. And I know we all feel so great to be the part of the team to bring it here.
Congratulations, the 2002 World Series MVP. How does that sound?
Sounds great. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. If we could give an assist on the night, ladies and gentlemen, Don Lackey. Now, are you aware that you are the first rookie to win a World Series game in almost 100 years?
It's not bad. This is where you want to be. Everybody wants to pitch in the World Series, Game 7. It worked out good for us.
You get the call up in the middle of the summer. You got to join this club. You're a fresh face up here. Could you have imagined you would be standing here in late October?
It's a long way from Salt Lake. These fans are awesome. It's been unbelievable.
What about the resiliency of this club and its ability to rally back?
That's the way we've played since I've been here. We're going to battle people. We come at you every inning, and we got us a world championship.
Congratulations. Joe, this truly is heaven on earth. 7-7, you might say. Back to you.
All right, that was Jeannie Zalasko of Fox Sports conducting those interviews. Guess who's wearing the cowboy hat? David Eckstein has Gene Autry's hat on. The Angels now leaving the podium. There is a mass of photographers and media, of course, surrounding the Angel players. Every now and then you see the white uniform. Some of the Angels already have on the World Champion T-shirts. Tim Salmon is taking the trophy and walking it around. It looks like he's going to take a victory lap with the trophy, just as he did with the American League trophy, holding it up like it's the Stanley Cup, but this is the baseball championship trophy. And now Salmon kind of breaks free from the photographers, and he's jogging around the outfield. He reaches his familiar home turf of right field with flash bulbs popping, and the Anaheim Angels celebrating a world championship here at Edison Field. What a night it has been. What a season it has been. And what a tremendous World Series it was. Give the Giants credit. They battled the Angels right down to the ninth inning of the final game when they brought the tying run to the plate. But the Angels, in a 7-game series, were one win better than the San Francisco Giants. Salmon has reached left field with the trophy now, holding it up to the fans in the left field pavilion. Being followed around by the media. Some of the Angels have begun to head towards the clubhouse. Some of the Angel wives you can see on the field now, and a lot of hugs there. And now Salmon kind of making his way behind the officers on horseback down the third baseline, holding that trophy up. The Angels are the champions of baseball. We're going to have interviews from the clubhouse as the Angels begin to make their way down into that area. Terry Smith is standing by. That's where the champagne corks will be popping, of course. We'll replay highlights of this game, and we will talk more about the Angels' victory tonight, 4-1 over the Giants, and their world championship on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Where you get your car fixed reflects on you. People who take their vehicle to an independent service center that installs AC Delco automotive parts are highly intelligent. Oh yes, AC Delco parts meet the highest standards in the industry for just about every vehicle. So get your car taken care of the right way the first time. Go to an independent service center that installs AC Delco parts. If you don't, we'd like to say it reflects well on you, but that would violate the truth in advertising laws. AC Delco, when the right way is the only way.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
New windows? You know you need them. Your energy bills are high, and your home isn't comfortable when your windows are drafty and noisy. So who can you count on for energy-efficient windows at a fair price? Sears Home Central. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home consultation and estimate. Sears vinyl-framed windows glide smoothly, tilt in for easy cleaning, and are virtually maintenance-free. The multi-pane glass may help reduce your energy costs. Plus, you get a limited warranty that covers all materials. And Sears makes getting your new custom-fit windows easy and affordable. Just call 1-800-225-5991 for a free in-home estimate. Not available in all areas. Ask your representative for written warranty. Service and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License numbers available on request. So replace your old windows. Call Sears now at 1-800-225-5991. That's 1-800-225-5991.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball deep right center field. Joe
He can't get it over. Hit off the wall. Here comes Downing. He will score the tying run. Here comes Miller. He scores the winning run. The Angels win it 4-3.
This edition of Anaheim Angels Baseball has been brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealer.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
This is Angels Report, a look at tonight's Angels game with highlights, an interview from the field, and a complete rundown of the Major League scoreboard. Now, let's go back out to the ballpark and join Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
Rory Marcus back at Edison Field in Anaheim. The Angels slowly but surely heading toward the clubhouse. Scott Scioscia waving his arms in the air. Garrett Anderson took a turn around the field with the championship trophy. The totals on the ball game for the Angels, 4 runs on only 5 hits. No errors. They left 6 men on base. For the Giants, 1 run, 6 hits, and no errors. They left 9. The winning pitcher, rookie John Lackey, gets the win. Troy Percival the save. The losing pitcher tonight was Livan Hernandez, who lasted just 2+. Terry Smith is set up in the Angels clubhouse. And I don't know how many of the players have made it there, Terry, but I know you're set up. What's going on down there?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rory, there's only about a half dozen or so. They're making their way in slowly but surely. Of course, the players wanted to share this as much as they could with the fans out there on the field, and so they're making their way in. We're going to have a lot of interviews coming up here in the next 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll talk to Mike Scioscia and a lot of the Angels players, but boy, what energy throughout Edison Field tonight as the Angels have won their first World Series ever.
Boy, you're not kidding. And on the field, so many of the Angels are still out there talking to family members, talking to the media, some of them holding their children in their arms. And this Angel team has been special since the first day of spring training. And I tell you what, Jim Abbott threw the first pitch tonight, ceremonial first pitch. And if Jim Abbott can be born without a hand and go on to Major League stardom, then you had to believe in miracles, and the Angels finally pulled it off. The ultimate miracle of winning the championship of baseball for this franchise after 42 years. Their 42nd year of existence, and the Angels are the champions of baseball. This ball game began with the Giants taking the lead. The Giants had a 1-0 lead in this game. They scored in the second inning. Benito Santiago and J.T. Snow had back-to-back singles, and then Reggie Sanders delivered a sacrifice fly. That made it 1-0 San Francisco, but that was the only run the Giants would get tonight. The Angels tied it in the bottom of the second. Benji Molina, thanks, Dwayne. Benji Molina had a double that drove in Scott Scioscia, and the Angels scored 3 times in the third inning on Garrett Anderson's bases-loaded double, knocking in 3, and the Angels were ahead 4-1. That's how it ended. There was no scoring in this ball game after the third inning. The Angels' Troy Gloss named the most valuable player of the World Series, accepted the MVP trophy, and boy, didn't Troy, who had a pretty good year, maybe not a magnificent year. He did drive in 111 runs. He hit 250. He probably would like to have hit for a higher average. But when the chips were down and the Angels needed a clutch hit in the playoffs, time after time, it was Troy Gloss who came up with it. And Troy, for his efforts, gets awarded the MVP. There's a fan in the stands holding up a sign that says, "Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this." And it's almost true if you've been following the Angels since the inception, however long you've been following the Angels. You know their history, and you know what a magnificent achievement this is for this ball club. Let's replay some of those highlights. We mentioned it was 1-0 in favor of the Giants in the second inning. Benji Molina batting with 2 outs in the inning, and Scott Scioscia on base. Hernandez set, Here's the 2-1. A line drive into left center field. Lofton and Bonds won't get it. It splits the outfielders. It comes off to Lofton. Here comes Scioscia to the plate. He scores, and the game is tied. The Angels tied it up in the second inning, and then in the third, the Angels took the lead. They had the bases loaded, and Garrett Anderson, who had not had an extra base hit yet in the World Series, well, he got a big one tonight. Hernandez 1-1 to Garrett Anderson. Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garrett Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1. What a big, big hit for Garrett Anderson. The score stayed 4-1. Troy Percival comes in the ninth inning and gives up a leadoff single to, of all people, ex-Angel J.T. Snow. Then Tom Goodwin hit into a 4-6 force play, 1 out, 1 on, and David Bell walked. So the Giants actually had the tying run coming to the plate with 1 out in the ninth inning. Tsuyoshi Shinjo pinch hit for Pedro Feliz. Goodwin away from second, Bell from first. Troy Percival, the Angels' closer all year. He sets his 1-2 pitch. Is swung on and missed. 2 outs. The Angels are 1 out away from a World Series championship. Shinjo strikes out for the second out in the inning, and the Angels were indeed just 1 out away from a place they had never been before, the championship of baseball. The next batter, the Giants' tough leadoff man, Kenny Lofton. Troy Percival, who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's the pitch to Lofton. Fly ball center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. The celebration on the field begins. Mike Scioscia, Bud Black, John Lackey, Percival, Erstad, Salmon, hugging, and a big pile-up out there near the first base line as the Anaheim Angels win it all. The 42-year wait comes to an end. Just another Halo victory. And what a victory it was. The Angels 4-1 in Game 7 of the World Series. Let's go back down to Terry Smith in the Angel clubhouse.
All right, Rory, as things are starting to heat up right now, Mickey Hatcher is with me, Angels hitting coach. He looks like he's ready to swim a marathon or something. He's got the goggles on. Mickey, what's this feeling like?
I'm going to go snorkeling in some champagne right now, but this is great. I've never seen a team that wanted it so bad. And I could go back to the Yankees series and the look on these guys' face. And they wanted it bad, and they got it here, and they got it.
It didn't take a whole lot of offense tonight because the pitching stepped up for the Angels.
Our offense has been able to find ways to do what we need to do to win, and they stayed focused, and Garrett Anderson got the big hit, which was great because, you know, he was hitting a lot of balls right at people, and I thought it was great to see him get the big hit for us.
Mickey, of course, last night's game 6, got the Angels into Game 7 here. What was that like for you to see what was going on last night with that comeback victory?
Well, I think these players, when they look back at all this, I think they're going to remember Game 6. That was the most exciting game comeback that I've ever seen. And, you know, they tell me I was there with Kirk Gibson's home run. That was just in Game 1. We still had 7 games to go. We were out of it yesterday. It was all over. These guys didn't want it to be over. They wanted to get here today, and I mean, that's something that'll be talked about for a long time with these guys.
What are you going to do now that it's all said and done? You have a chance to get a little rest, R&R.
That's what I'm going to do, get rest. I'm going to go find some place to hide away for 5 days where nobody can find me.
That's Angels hitting coach Mickey Hatcher. We'll let you enjoy the festivities.
Bill!
Bill Stoneman is here as well. Rory, we'll try and chat with him in just a moment.
Okay.
But it is getting crazy now here in the Angels clubhouse. All the players are in. The champagne is flowing, and Bill Stoneman just got doused here right next to me. Bill, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but how exciting a moment is this for you? It's the culmination of a lot of hard work, obviously.
Terry, a lot of people work really hard for this and had a lot of fun along the way. It's really a tribute to all the group. It's also a tribute to the fans. They were such a big part of this. I mean, they're really an extra man for us, the way they reacted down the stretch and then in the playoffs. They've been great. Mike Scioscia, what can you say? You can't say enough about what Mike did. The coaches did. They just worked tirelessly and brought this group together. This is just, it's like nothing I've ever been involved with.
Bill, what about tonight? The first three pitchers the Angels used in a Game 7 were all rookies.
Well, just, again, a tribute to them. And, you might say they're rookies. They surely don't act like it. We don't think they're rookies. That's not what we think of. They're just very good baseball players, brought together by a very good manager and staff, and, given a lot of confidence by everybody. It all turned out into victory for us, and that's what we were after.
The hitting wasn't as much as, previous games tonight, but that's because the pitching really stepped up for the Angels.
Well, pitching dominated, and Giants pitched pretty well, too, tonight. And Reeder came in and just continued to mow us down. So it was, the big hit that Garrett got was just huge, and we were able to hold on and make that hit count for it.
I'd ask you in closing, how about the World Series and really the entire postseason that Troy Gloss had for you? A guy still, in his mid-20s with a very bright future ahead of him, and he's named the World Series MVP.
Well, he certainly deserves the MVP honor for the World Series. There's no question about that. He was so focused, so determined. He was dialed in, as they say, right throughout this whole playoffs, and, just been phenomenal. He was able to just really come up big when it really mattered, and that was just terrific to see.
Well, Bill, enjoy the party.
Thanks, Terry.
All right, Rory, we're going to send it back up to you, and then we'll be back more with a whole lot of interviews here. We'll try and round up Mike Scioscia and some of the Angels players, and we'll be back with you here shortly.
All right, thanks, Terry. It's interesting to look down the field. Benji Gill is out there with his family, his kids, and his beautiful wife, Carly. And David Eckstein is being interviewed on television right now. Alfredo Griffin, we can see him amongst all of the people that are down there on the field right now. There are a few Angel players still out there, still doing interviews here and there or talking to family members, but most of them now have made their way into the clubhouse to begin the celebration in there. David Eckstein, whom I mentioned, is being interviewed now on television, is not somebody who will drink from the champagne bottle. When he got some beer in his mouth in one of the earlier celebrations, it was the first time he had ever tasted alcohol. As clean cut and as sincere and hard working and always giving 100% as he looks, he really is that way. And just an absolute pleasure that a young man like David Eckstein could be rewarded for his efforts with a World Series championship. The Angels celebrating their first World Championship ever as they have beaten the San Francisco Giants in 7 games here in the 2002 World Series, October 27th, 2002. The ball game took 3 hours and 16 minutes in front of 44,598 fans. And what a great moment for the Angels, their franchise, and for all of the people who have worked so long in the front office of the Angels, and people like Tim Meade and Kevin Ulick, Andy Roundtree, people who have been here for so many years and tried so hard to bring a championship to Anaheim. It has finally happened, and you have to feel very, very happy for those behind-the-scenes people as well. We're going to be going back down to Terry Smith as he rounds up various Angel players as they continue their celebration. You know, there's some champagne being sprayed down there on the field. It looks like, I think it's Ben Weber who has a bottle of champagne out there and just sprayed it on somebody. I don't know who it was. Now he's pouring it on the head of what looks like Benji Molina. John Lackey is in the interview room. We could quickly pick up his comments, can we?
John has shown, not just in Game 7,
Troy Gloss
but
also
throughout this postseason.
I mean, am I surprised?
No. Amazed? Not really. I mean, because I was there for his first start in Texas. You know, he gives up a very long home run. A-Rod.
Not gonna lie.
Very long. It was
really
long. And I went out and talked to him, just expecting to see a guy whose eyes are looking like golf balls. You know, just to pat him on the fanny and say, hey, let's go. And he looked right at me and goes, all right, here we go. I got it. That to me was all I needed to see.
Congratulations to both of you. We'll let you go back to the celebration. That concludes the interview room and the World Series.
All right, that was Troy Gloss talking about John Lackey and remembering the day that Lackey made his debut in Texas and gave up that long home run. Brendan Donnelly and Ben Weber are down there on the field kind of messing around with one another and pouring champagne. Boy, there are two guys whose careers led them here somehow. Two guys who worked through independent leagues, stayed in the minor leagues for 10 years. Donnelly's a 31-year-old rookie who got the win last night and pitched a big inning tonight. Ben Weber's a player who toiled in Taiwan for a couple of seasons, and both of those guys had to think at various times in their career about hanging it all up. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back with more from the clubhouse when we return on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Oh, this pitch is giving me heartburn. Call the bullpen.
Sure, Coach. Who do you want?
Our best reliever.
You mean?
The one with great taste.
You mean?
I mean extra strength Rolaids. A recent taste test proved Rolaids has a taste even Tums can't beat. Here, try one.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, and Rolaids neutralizes 21% more stomach acid than Tums EX. Call 1-800-ROLAIDS for a free sample.
Okay, but who's going to call the bullpen?
You.
Use as directed. Lab tests may not correlate with symptom relief.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LET'S-GO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LET'S-GO or 1-877-275-5375.
Homeowners, are you tired of painting your house every few years? Then stop this endless cycle of painting forever with vinyl siding from Sears Home Central. Vinyl siding from Sears is virtually maintenance-free, and Sears makes it easy and affordable. Call now for a free in-home estimate. 1-800-225-5991. Not available in all areas. Services and materials provided by a Sears authorized contractor. License number available on request. That's vinyl siding from Sears. 1-800-225-5991.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
We're back at Edison Field. The Angels beat the Giants 4-1, Game 7 of the World Series. The Angels are the champions of baseball. Terry Smith is keeping an eye on things in the clubhouse where the Angels are celebrating. The champagne is flowing. How's it going down there, Terry?
Well, Rory, it's going good up until a second ago when Scott Spezio came over. I can't even see now, but Scott's here. He put the champagne all over me. Describe the feeling right now.
As far as the baseball player, it's the best feeling you could ever have, and to share it with a great cast of teammates is amazing. And the fans were incredible, and they deserve the MVP. Troy was amazing, but the fans deserve it.
People are going to remember Game 6, and you played a big part in that. That was what really got this club back on track.
You know what? I'm glad I could just be part of anything this team does. It's the definition of team, and it was nice to be able to spark the team a little bit. And the guys in front of me got on for me. The guys behind me kept us going. And with Ersted's home run and Troy's double there to get 2 runs in, and the bullpen shut them down. Every guy on this team has contributed in some way.
How about the pitching tonight by the Angels? The first 3 guys out there were all rookies tonight.
unbelievable. I mean, that's what this team is about, guys coming out of nowhere and just being incredible for this team. You know, guys like Francisco and Lackey and Donnelly. And, I mean, the list just goes on, and it's so exciting to win it, but it's so exciting to think about the future with this team.
How about your dad? Was he here? Was Ed here tonight?
Yeah, he was out on the field. He met me, and it was pretty emotional, but it was an awesome feeling to be able to share it with him.
Scott, I'm going to let you get back to your teammates. I'm sure we'll talk in the next few days with the parades and whatnot. Congratulations, the Angels are world champs.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, Scott Scioscia joining us, and of course, Rory, it's getting very crazy down here now. We've had some good celebrations, I guess. First of all, clinching a playoff berth, and then the victory in the ALDS against the Yankees and the ALCS against Minnesota, and now the best celebration of all, the Angels are world champions.
Well, Terry, I'm watching it on television. We have the closed-circuit feed of the Angel Clubhouse, and you're right, the celebration's a good one, but it should be. I mean, this is the 42nd year of this franchise. This is a team that started with 14 L's in 20 games, and here they are celebrating a world championship. I mean, it's a great feeling. Scott Scioscia talked about the fans, and I think you would agree, we would both agree as we broadcast the games up here, how amazing the fans were, especially last night with the Angels down 5-0. They didn't waver. The volume didn't go down. The cheering didn't stop. It was just incredible.
Well, you know, we talked about this earlier this year. There came a point in time, I think, where a lot of fans who were kind of on the fence seemed like they were getting convinced that there was really something magical happening with this club. And I think it really started to click in a little bit after the All-Star break. And from that point on, I think fans realized that, hey, you know, maybe the Angels are not going to disappoint us this time around. And they didn't. You know, they played like champions all season. They won like champions throughout the playoffs. And now they can enjoy the fact that they are world champions.
I wish you could see this.
Believe it.
I wish, Terry, you could see. There's a guy on the Angel dugout spraying champagne on the fans. Who do you think it is?
On top of the Angels dugout?
Yeah, walking around spraying champagne on the fans.
How about Joe, the security guard?
How about Rex Pudler?
Wow! Okay.
Yeah, Hud is sharing it with the fans.
That's unbelievable. I saw him down on the field. He was so happy. He was crying. And, you know, when you're a part of something for so long like we've been, I mean, we go back to late February. We had over 200 games we had a chance to cover. It's a long season, and it becomes a grind and whatnot. And to have it end this way, there's only one team that season ends with a victory, and tonight it happened here at Edison Field.
You're absolutely right. Every other team loses their last significant game, and the Angels are the only ones standing. And, you know, it's not going to be long until it's, you know, March 2nd, Angels versus Padres out there in the desert.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. I spoke to Jackie Autry down on the field. I just felt so happy for her. She was so excited, and she means so much to this franchise. And, you know, to see people get a chance to experience this when they thought, you know, maybe they might not ever. That's what really makes this special. There are a lot of old-timers around this ballpark that are just so happy right now tonight, and you really have to feel good for them because they've had a chance to really see all their dreams come true tonight.
That's exactly right. Jackie Autry, I know, shed a tear because Gene couldn't be here, and I would imagine she probably wondered if she'd ever see it. And now that it has happened, and you could see her in the booth over to our right in the owner's suite, you know, glancing toward the heavens at times during the 8th and 9th innings, and you know she was thinking about the Cowboy and knowing that he was looking down somehow and watching his beloved Angels win the World Series is just a fantastic thing for so many people and fans who have followed this club for so long.
Hey, Rory, I'm going to have a chance here in just a second to hang with me here to chat with Big John tonight. Big John Lackey was on the hill tonight, rookie pitcher, never really pitched like a rookie from the first day he arrived in Texas, had a chance to face the Rangers in his big league debut. And, John, congratulations. You have to feel good about what you accomplished tonight.
It's not about what I accomplished. It's about what this team accomplished. This is awesome. We've had so many guys contribute, and I was just a guy who contributed tonight, and we got us the big championship.
What was it like for you tonight? You had to pitch on 3 days rest. You had incredible location. It seemed like the pitches were working. It seemed like you and Benji were really in sync out there together.
3 days rest, 2 days rest, it doesn't matter right now. It's the World Series. It's time to strap it on and get after it. I didn't know what kind of stuff I was going to have. I just knew I had to compete.
That was like the Salt Lake connection out there on the mound tonight. Yourself and then Donnelly and Frankie. What was that all about?
Hey, we had a pretty good club over there, obviously.
I got to tell you, it's been a joy to watch you. What are you going to do now? You're going to head back to Texas in a few days? What's up? What's in store for you?
I'll probably hang out with the boys, have a little fun here for a couple of days, and then head back to Texas. That's where I live.
Well, John, I remember you said something to me when I first met you. You said it's going to be fun pitching to the big boys, and you certainly had a chance to pitch against them.
You got to measure yourself. I mean, if you want to go up against the big guys and see where you're at. You can't step down. You got to step up.
Great job tonight.
Thank you.
John Lackey, one of the heroes for the Angels. Of course, there's 25 of them on this roster, but he gave the Angels 5 incredible innings tonight as a Game 7 starter, a rookie pitcher on the mound, and he picked up the victory here tonight, and deservedly so. He was just outstanding. Rory, we're going to have some more interviews coming up shortly. We'll have some other players joining us down in the Angels clubhouse. And we'll send it back up to you and be back here in just a couple minutes.
Hey, Terry?
Yeah.
Just another Halo victory.
How did you go with that tonight?
I went with it the way I've been going with it, man. I wasn't going to stop it now.
Well, I'll tell you, hey, Rory, you'll get a kick out of this. I was down on the field, you know, when the ceremony was going on, the presentation of the World Series trophy and also the MVP trophy. And lo and behold, I bumped into Ramon Ortiz.
Oh.
And first, you know how that smile is, that infectious smile it is. And he kept saying, I told you we were going to win the world. You know how he goes now. He was talking a mile a minute. He was so happy. And boy, oh boy, he was right. He was like a kid in a candy store. He was so excited.
That's great. That's great to hear. Ramon's just a wonderful guy. The Angels win it tonight, 4-1. We'll be back with more festivities from Edison Field on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Would you like a free gift? Please.
A monkey.
Did you expect that? The free monkey?
No, I didn't. I was thinking maybe a balloon.
Unexpected is what we strive for here at Mercedes-Benz. The monkey's name is Yvette. Did you expect that?
No.
How about a curve-handling electronic stability program, 8 airbags, and scheduled maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, whichever comes first. All standard on the C-Class family sedan, coupe, and wagon.
Surprising.
I prefer the term unexpected. Unexpected value, unexpected monkey.
As you wish. Oh.
The monkey bites. Did you expect that?
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the surprising value of the C-Class sedan, sports coupe, and wagon. Standard use level maintenance included during the warranty period, where items excluded. Limitations and restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mvsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
Louisville Slugger has been making baseball bats since 1884. And now, for the first time in history, they're making commemorative World Series champions full-size bats for the Angel fans. The full-size Louisville Slugger bat is engraved with the words, Anaheim Angels 2002 World Series champions on the side. It's also got the Angels logo and the facsimile signature of all the Angels players. Every bat is individually numbered and limited to 5,000. This once-in-a-lifetime limited edition Louisville Slugger collector's bat is yours for $99.95. To buy one, call 866-280-BATS. That's 866-280-BATS. Or check them out on the web at hamsterdirect.com. Now, the company that made bats for Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Willie Mays is making a bat for you. Call them, 866-280-BATS. That's 866-280-BATS.
Hi, this is Mark and Kim from the Coast 103 Morning Show.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And I'm Rory Marcus, back at Edison Field in Anaheim, where the Angels have won the World Series 4-1 over the San Francisco Giants in the 7th and deciding game. We've been talking back and forth with Terry Smith, who is in the Angel clubhouse. Terry, are you with me right now?
I sure am, Rory.
Terry, you've been bringing us guests from down there. I'd like to bring you one from up here. There is somebody that would like to say hello to you. Okay?
Congratulations, Dad.
Jordan, how are you?
Great.
Wow, this is a special guest. You're not kidding. How excited are you, Jordan?
Oh, this is awesome.
There you go, buddy. The Angels won the World Series. Isn't that something?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rory. As you know, I'm very close to my family. I have my mom and dad here in Anaheim to experience this with me. I'm so glad it turned out the way we had hoped. And I just got to tip my cap to my entire family, who are just all great people. And to have a chance to share that with them here in my first year in Anaheim, this is just this is too much for anyone to ever wish for, and I just feel so happy and fortunate. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, Terry, my father, Gary, brought me here when I was, I don't know when the first time was. I might have been 6 or 7 years old. And he passed away at a young age when I was 16, but just like Mr. Autry, I had to feel he was up there watching this too.
It's an unbelievable thing here, and, I especially feel very happy for the Angels fans. I mean, we've had a chance to talk to them all season long, hear the passion from especially a lot of the older fans who, over the years have been so disappointed by some of the things that had happened. I remember the first day I came to Anaheim, people were talking about the jinx and things like that, and a lot of people really believed that. And, as an outsider hearing all that stuff, you kind of wondered what they were talking about. And I just hope that we won't have to hear any of that stuff anymore, because as we've tried to tell the fans here this season, this shouldn't be a one-shot deal. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to go to the World Series every year, but this should be a very competitive team for a number of years to come, because the core nucleus is so young. They're also under contract. And I think as a result of what happened here tonight, this is a destination place for free agents now. There are so many great ball players that come from Southern California, and what a better place to come back and home to play for your hometown team, so to speak. So there's a good thing going here, and I think it's going to last for a number of years to come.
Well, you're right, and I have been here in town for so many of those heartbreaking Angel moments.
Sure.
And but I never really believed that the jinx talk, because every team is different, every moment is different, and maybe it just wasn't their time. But this team is a completely different group of individuals, and this team, as Mickey Hatcher said to you, Terry, I'd never been around a team that wanted it so badly. Not that they would sit around and say, "Come on, you guys, let's win the World Series," but in the way they went about their business, the determined way that they took the field every night. And the way that if you beat them tonight, they were going to say, "Okay, you got us tonight, but we're going to come back tomorrow. We might just beat you. If you want to start the game again right now, we'll go out there and we're going to win next time." And that's the way they approached every game this year. And that's the way they approached Game 6, that's for sure. Down 5-0 in the 7th inning. As Mickey said, it was over. It was all over. The Giants had it in their hands, and the Angels took it. And then the Angels came out here in Game 7 and took it for good. It's been an incredible team.
Yeah, I had people tell me when the season was getting into the late stages that teams that go far in the playoffs are teams that have the unexpected people on their roster. And you look at the Angels roster, I think there were 6, maybe 7 rookies on this roster. And as we've talked to some of them, John Lackey here just a few moments ago, they didn't play like rookies when they got here. They didn't play like rookies in the postseason. But we had so many guys join the team after the start of the season that became immediate contributors to this club. And that's what you need to win championships. You need some people that you would have never expected to show up and do great things. And that's what we got. We saw it from a guy like Lackey, from Frankie Rodriguez, from Brendan Donnelly, you name it. Guys just came up here, and they performed maybe even better than they were down at Salt Lake at the AAA level. So it was magic this year. I mean, I'm truly a person that believes in signs, and I was telling you that here during the playoffs. I mean, I don't need to bore the listeners about it, but there were just some very strange, incredible things that were going on, and every one I just kind of took note of and thought, something great is going to happen here, because there's just too many strange, incredibly good things that are happening behind the scenes for this not to play out the way we hoped it would.
I know what you mean, and I think, too, about some of the players who contributed who maybe aren't here right now. I mean, Jeff Devannon helped the Angels win a game early in the season, and Al Livan had some big moments for the Angels, and Aaron Seeley won some key games for the Angels, and there are a lot of players who maybe didn't do anything in the World Series, but who certainly, even George Fabregas, players like that contributed to the Angels' success this year that we also remember at this moment. Do you have anybody that you can grab down there, Terry?
We're working on it, Rory. These guys right now, I'm going to be quite honest with you, they want to be together with their teammates, and you can understand why. I mean, I'm only, maybe 10 feet or so away from some of them, but they're like they're back in high school right now, and they're dousing each other with champagne and with beer, and one guy's wetter than the next guy, and some of their family are in the clubhouse right now. This celebration tops them all, and it should. We've had some great ones, but, this is the icing on the cake here. So we're going to get a few more here shortly, and then we'll send it up to you. And then the other thing that I know I'm going to enjoy is the chance to talk to a lot of the listeners after the game on our Angels fan wrap-up, because the fans have stuck by this team, as you mentioned, and I want to hear what they have to say about what happened here tonight and how this season played out, just the way we hoped it would.
Well, we're coming up to our last break now, Terry, so it might be time to head up here, and we'll get ready to close this portion of the postgame show out, and then you can come up and take the phone calls, all right?
Okay, Rory.
All right, Terry Smith down in the Angels clubhouse, and we will take a break right now. The Angels have defeated. Hey, DC, before we go, let's hear that last out one more time. Can we? All right, well, I'll give you a second. We'll cue that up as the Angels celebrate their victory 4-1 over the San Francisco Giants in Game 7 of the World Series. The Angels are the 2002 World Champions of Baseball. Here's that final out. Troy Percival, who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's the pitch to Lofton. Fly ball center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. The celebration on the field begins. Mike Scioscia, Bud Black, John Lackey, Percival, Erstad, Salmon, hugging, and a big pile-up out there near the first base line as the Anaheim Angels win it all. The 42-year wait comes to an end. Just another Halo victory. That was it, Terry, and I know you have our buddy, Ramon.
Ramon Ortiz is right beside me, Rory. He couldn't be any happier right now. He's got a big smile on his face. He has his wife and his little child beside him. Ramon, the Angels won the World Series. You called it.
Hey, Scioscia, I can't believe it, Scioscia. Spring training, I say, and the Angels won the World Series. Look at what happened, Scioscia. He won the World Series. Everybody happy there. Everybody like crazy there, Scioscia. Oh, my God, I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it, Scioscia. I can't believe it, man.
I know.
Happy there, man.
You're going to be a big hero, I think, when you get back home to the Dominican Republic. How about that?
Scioscia, too many, like 15 people. He go to the airport, take care of me there. He see me there in Dominica, everybody. It's a good thing for me. I feel good, for this year. Everybody working hard, I can't believe it, Scioscia.
It's an unbelievable feeling. It really is to see the joy in this clubhouse. Everybody smiling, everybody cheering, everybody having fun. Did you ever think you'd really see this happen here as an Angel?
Oh, Scioscia, I never see something like that, Scioscia. Like when the champion World Series, Scioscia. That's what I say. I can't believe it, man. I'm very happy. My family there, my daughter there. My father, my mother not here, but I think he see everything. He see everything here. It's a good, Scioscia.
Hey,
I'm very happy. And I'm very happy for my opportunity there in the United States. God bless America. Y que viva República Dominicana. Carajo! Woo!
Terry, tell him I'm coming down for a haircut.
Okay. Hey, Ramon, Rory said he's going to be downstairs for a haircut.
Oh, yeah, Scioscia. Scioscia, this year, everything. Haircut, champion, everything, Scioscia. I don't know how, man.
Okay, that's a good guy right there. We had to get Ramon on, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
He's a joy to be around. He always has a smile. He always has something good. Joe Madden is here, and this is a guy that Rory, I know you feel especially good for, because he's been here through the ups and downs, and now he's here through the big up. Does it get any better than this, Joe?
No. Because I'm chewing on a piece of steak, so apologize. No, it doesn't get any better than this. This is, I don't know how many years of work and planning and anticipation and patience and all those good things coming together in one evening right here with a better group of guys you're not going to find anywhere.
You're a guy that always can put it in perspective. When you saw the final out tonight, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
Honestly, my dad. My dad passed away this year, and my dad, I was thinking about it during the game. My dad used to play catch with me. My dad threw batting practice to me. So my first thought was my father and then everybody else around here. I don't mean to be slobbering about that kind of thing, but really he meant a ton to me, and he was the first person I thought of. And then after that,
Tim Salmon is the party king.
Tim Salmon, who just threw a bunch of stuff on my head.
Joe, we feel good for you because we know what you've been through. You're a guy that's managed this club in the past. You've been through so many different transitions. And do you kind of sense right now that a lot of things are in place with this franchise, from the big club to the farm system to the staff to the players? It looks like this club is going to compete at a high level for a number of years to come.
Well, right now everybody else knows who we are, and so do we. So next year, I'm already thinking about next year, we're going to have to come out because we're going to have a mark on our back, and that's wonderful. We're going to have to raise our bar a little bit, knowing that we're this kind of a team right now. We're the world champs, and with that thought in mind, we have to plan in the offseason going into next season so that we can defend our championship.
It's nice to hear those words, defend that championship.
Listen, man, you've done a great job this year. You've been a pleasure to work with. We all, I'm speaking collectively for everybody in this room, you've been fantastic, Rory. We totally appreciate you guys also. Thank you.
Joe, congratulations.
Thanks very much, team.
Joe Madden, Angels bench coach. The party continues here. You got to wonder when it's ever going to let up. I don't know that there's anyone in this room that wants it to let up right now. And why should it? For the first time in the history of this franchise, the Anaheim Angels are world champions. And Rory, who do you think I have next to me now?
Oh, it sounds like HUD to me.
How do you and Terry do it? You come in the first year, you guys were marvelous with your calls, great team chemistry, and you helped us bring home a winner. Your calls through this whole postseason have been around the world for the world to hear. We are so proud of you and Terry. Congratulations on your first year and being a world champion. You know, that just doesn't happen, Smitty. You shake yourself. It's been beautiful.
Now, what was going on? I know you were sharing this with the fans out there on the Angels dugout.
Oh, I couldn't help it, Smitty. You know, somebody handed me a clean bottle of champagne that hadn't been opened yet, and I had to share it with the 10th man. The fans here in Anaheim showed up halfway through the season. Of course, they were there earlier, but they were waiting for a winner. I can't blame them. We got a winner. Years to come, it's going to be exciting as all the bulk of the team is signed up since 2004. We're not going anywhere. You add and subtract now. Let me tell you, though, there's going to be a lot of free agents that are dying to play for Mike Scioscia and the Anaheim Angels. This is a great moment in our history. I love the Cowboy. I bet he's going to resurrect somewhere tonight. We might see the Cowboy. We won it for Gene, and this is great. Disney's, too, they've added their 10, 20 million, 50 million, whatever, Smitty. It's been beautiful. Congratulations to you and Rory. I'm proud to be an Angel broadcaster, and I will live and die with this ball club.
You're the best, Hud. Again, congratulations to you.
You are the man, Smitty. I love you. Congratulations.
That's Rex Sutler down here in the Angels clubhouse. Party continues. As soon as I wished Rex a goodbye, he's off like a bullet somewhere here in the clubhouse, which shouldn't be too shocking. He took off like he was trying to steal second base or something. But, Rory, I'm going to send it back. Before we do, Mike Scioscia is over here. And, Mike, first of all, congratulations. I really feel good for you. I'm proud of what this club accomplished this year.
Terry, it's unbelievable. What I'm feeling now is pride. I'm just proud of what these guys have done from day one of spring training, starting 3 years ago, to get to this level is incredible. And they've got something now that's going to bond them for the rest of their careers, the rest of their lives. And what a feeling.
What's the feeling like knowing that the guys really bought into the system? What you guys have been preaching from, the moment you step foot here?
All we really did was plant the seed, Terry. I think you saw this spring training how things started to come together. Got off to a little rocky start, but we planted the seeds, and these guys took it and ran with it. What a great feeling.
Mike, tonight I mentioned this to Bill, and I talked to John Lackey a little bit earlier. The first 3 pitchers you used in a Game 7 of the World Series were all rookies tonight.
Well, they stepped up. We wouldn't have been here without the contributions, from John Lackey and Donnelly and Francisco. And they did a terrific job in the season through the playoffs. It was incredible.
How happy were you to see Garrett get that double?
Oh my gosh, he's been in the ball hard all series with not much to show for it, but he stepped up, got a huge hit for us tonight.
All right, Mike, they're celebrating back there in Springfield, Delaware County.
You better believe they are, and it's gonna be nice to get back to business. Thank you.
Right, Angels manager Mike Scioscia. Rory, I think that's about it. We're going to send it back up to you. I'll be upstairs shortly. We'll get the fan wrap-up underway. We'll talk to Angels fans. What a night. What a season. The Angels are world champs.
All right, Terry, thanks so much for your work down there, and we'll see when you get back up here. And thanks for your work all season long. It's been fantastic. The Angels win the World Championship tonight, taking Game 7 4-1 over the San Francisco Giants. We'll take a break. We'll come right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Raise your hands, you got it. Raise your hands, you know it. You feel confident, secure. Raise your hands, you feel dry now. Raise your hands, you know why now.
New Sure Clear Dry, a clear breakthrough in Sure wetness protection. So Clear Stick keeps you drier longer, so it keeps going as long as you do.
Confidence, dry and secure. Raise your hand if you're sure.
Raise it up to 100% Sure protection.
Raise your hand if you're sure.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called AmeriDebt. AmeriDebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call AmeriDebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
Hi, it's Josefa from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Hernandez 1-1 to Garrett Anderson. Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garrett Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1. And the Angels will be having a parade. I believe it's Tuesday. That's what we've been hearing, and I believe the location will be California Adventure at Disneyland. So the Angels tonight win the championship of baseball. We've been waiting a long time to say that, and to watch it happen here at Edison Field was just magnificent, both for the club and for the fans and for everybody that was here involved tonight. We will never, ever forget this season. Terry Smith is going to be taking your call so we can find out more about how you feel about it. Our coordinator back at our flagship station, KLAC, and this guy's been an MVP for us all year. One of the cleanest engineers as far as having a clean show every night. Frank LaForelli, tremendous job. We thank you. And then the heart and soul of our operation here at Edison Field every night is DC, Darren Chan, the producer engineer of Angels baseball. And Darren has worked with championship teams before with the Lakers, but he was right here tonight. And Darren, without you, we couldn't do what we do. Our next broadcast will come your way in March of 2003 as the Angels will open spring training from Tempe, Arizona. When they open spring training, they will be opening it as the World Series champions, the champions of baseball. Be sure to stay tuned now for the final edition of Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith, taking your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. For Terry, I'm Rory Marcus, reminding you once again the final score from Edison Field. Just another Halo victory. The Angels 4, the Giants 1. Thanks so much, everybody. We've had a wonderful time this year. and without you, we couldn't do it. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. We'll see you down the road.
I'm so happy and proud of these guys. These guys have battled from day one.
Moss drills it into deep right field. At the track, this ball is gone.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. Don't make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Here's the suicide squeeze. Walt pushed down on the left side, and scoring is Kennedy. Here's the pitch to Wooten. Fastball drills into left field.
So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hanging on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
It was awesome. It was awesome to finally clinch it.
Percival delivers, and it's hit in the air into left center field. It's playable. Calling for it, Garrett Anderson. He's got it.
Get that laugh out. I don't think I'll ever forget that. That's the best thing I've ever had.
The Angels come screaming out of the dugout with hugs all around as they are going to New York. The Anaheim Angels have knocked the American League champion New York Yankees out.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Who's going to catch it? The Angels win it, and the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you have the time of your life.
High ball center field. Hernandez says he's got it. Hernandez makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball.
Your World Series champions, Anaheim Angels. Get ready now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
Hernandez around third. He will score.
It's your chance to call in and get involved with your Anaheim Angels.
1-run scored, 2-run score, a third coming in, 3-run double.
Angels Fan Wrap-Up is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers gets you back where you belong. The lines are open now at 1-866-570-KLAC. Call in and talk baseball with your host, Terry Smith.
The Giants down to their last 2 outs and desperately trying to rally in the 9th inning. The Angels just trying to get to the finish line. Here comes 0-2. Change up outside. Oh, did he change speeds on Shinjo, but he missed outside. That pitch was not going to be hit. Shinjo could not swing at that one, but Percy missed the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the crowd trying to will the Angels in. Here comes 1-2. Foul back to the screen. And inside heater, Shinjo had a pretty good cut at it. Mike Scioscia takes his hat off, puts it back on. Just nervous energy. The Giants accept Bonds up on the top step of their dugout. Bonds is back there sitting on the bench. The count is 1-2 to Tsuyoshi Shinjo. Goodwin away from second, Bell from first. Troy Percival, the Angels closer all year. He's set. His 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. 2 outs. The Angels are 1 out away from a World Series championship. 2 outs in the 9th inning, and Kenny Lawson at the plate for the Giants. Lawson's 0 for 3 tonight. He does have a walk. Troy Percival, who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's a pitch to Lofton. Fly ball center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. The celebration on the field begins. Mike Scioscia, Bud Black, John Lackey, Percival, Erstad, Salmon, hugging, and a big pile up out there near the first base line as the Anaheim Angels win it all. The 42-year wait comes to an end. Just another Halo victory. And Gene Autry, I know you're up there, and I know Jimmy Reese is there with you. Your beloved Angels have done it. Your Angels are the champions of all of baseball as they defeat the San Francisco Giants 4-1 in Game 7 of the World Series at Edison Field. Streamers coming down from the sky. Fireworks going off in center field. A mob of media surrounding the Angels on the field. Yes, the Angels. The Yes We Can Angels. The Heartbreak Angels. The team that could never quite get there. They made it. Darren Erstad absolutely crying in tears as he hugged Troy Glaus. He caught the final out. A man that has played his heart out every time he steps on the field. And the crowd, some of whom have been waiting since 1961, when the Los Angeles Angels came on the scene. And through the years, they shared Dodger Stadium. And on through all the heartbreaking years at the California Angels, it was worth the 42-year wait. Nobody wants to leave their seats. The Thunder Six still banging together, and the celebration is in full swing at Edison Field in Anaheim. The Big A is finally the home of a champion. Yes, we can. Yes, we believe. And yes, it has happened. Joe Madden, who has worked in this organization as hard as anybody, hugging Darren Erstad. There have been so many people through the years who have tried with all of their resources and everything you can possibly put on the field or into the front office or out in the minor leagues. It's all paid off tonight. The Angels have done it, and they have proven that if you just hang in there and believe, it can happen. Eckstein raised up by Troy Glaus. And little David Eckstein, all heart, smiling, grinning as wide as you can imagine. So is Troy Glaus. So is Aaron Seeley. He's in the middle of all of that. He helped the Angels this year. He helped the pitching staff in ways that don't show up in the record book. And the crowd just, they don't want to leave. They're basking in the moment. They're setting up a platform out by second base. Tonight, Garrett Anderson got the big hit. Tonight, the Angel pitchers came through. John Lackey for 5 innings. Brendan Donnelly for 2. Frankie Rodriguez struck out the side in his 1 inning. Percy getting the save, pitching the ninth inning. And that's as it should be, too. Interviews going on the field. Terry Smith is down there in that mass of humanity somewhere. 44,598 fans witnessing the first championship in Angels history.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiac. $60.67 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
You know, there's one sport that doesn't get a lot of credit. Ping pong. Yep, this is athletic competition at the highest level. I think if I were to put together a ping pong team, I'd start with the folks at Alaska Airlines. After all, they go back and forth between the Pacific Northwest and California more than any other airline. And if they can do that with a 75-ton jetliner, that puny little ball shouldn't be a challenge.
Alaska Airlines has all 6 Mexico destinations on sale. Special fares are valid for travel through February 12th, with purchase by October 31st. Visit AlaskaAir.com for complete vacations packages and full details.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's, it'll do the trick for sure. New buffalo chicken stickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're baked, damn it, try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New buffalo chicken kickers, yum, good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. Babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Get the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
If you listen close, you can almost hear the hammers as the folks at the Home Depot keep driving down the cost of home improvement. You'll find lower prices all over the store. Sometimes it means we got a special buy. Other times it means we were able to buy smarter and make an everyday low price even lower. So look for the hammer symbol. It means that at the Home Depot, we've got lower prices nailed. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Hi, this is John and Ken from KFI, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Hernandez set. Here's the 2-1. A line drive into left center field. Lawson and Bonds won't get it. It splits the outfielders. It comes off to Lawson. Here comes Scioscia to the plate. He scores, and the game is tied.
Unbelievable night tonight. The Anaheim Angels are world champions. This is Terry Smith. The program is Angels Fan Wrap-Up, and we will be with you tonight until about 10:30 or so, taking your telephone calls. We're going to try to limit everyone to either one question or one comment so we can get as many people on the air tonight to express their feelings about the Angels winning the 2002 World Series. For those of you who have listened to this program all season long, I don't want to say I told you so, but I am going to say I told you so, because when many were questioning my judgment as to how far this team was going to go, when many people were questioning whether or not the Angels were even going to have a winning season when we were in the opening month of the season, I'm not here to rub it in tonight. I'm just here to celebrate with Angels fans who have had a chance to experience something that this franchise had never experienced up until tonight. The Angels are the 2002 World Champions, and how sweet it is. If you'd like to join us this evening on Angels Fan Wrap-Up, the number is 1-866-570-5522. That's 1-866-570-KLAC. And again, we'll be with you tonight until around 10:30 or so. We're also going to have a program on tomorrow afternoon on KLAC, and we'll be taking telephone calls during the course of that program. I think we'll be on until about 7 o'clock. We're either coming on at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Maybe Frank Laffarelli can help us with that, but I know that's in the works for a special World Series recap program. So if you don't get in tonight, you'll have a chance to join Rory and yours truly tomorrow as we recap the World Series, and hopefully we'll be able to get maybe some guests on the program, but we certainly want to give all the fans around Orange County and Southern California a chance to express what's on their minds and get to that, if not tonight, on the afternoon program tomorrow as well. The Angels coming away with the victory here tonight, beating the San Francisco Giants and winning this World Series in a 7th and decisive game when things looked so bleak last night here at Edison Field, with the Angels down 5-0 and the Angels having only 8 outs remaining on the brink of elimination last night. This team did it again. They did it last night, coming back, and that was the greatest comeback in World Series history in an elimination game, bar none. That was the best one ever. And then tonight, you could kind of sense that the Giants might have been thinking, what are they going to do to us tonight? How are they going to beat us tonight? And the Angels did it with some great pitching tonight and got that key hit from Garrett Anderson with the bases loaded, the 3-run double. And Garrett was the guy that I had mentioned this week when we were doing our afternoon programs. He was my pick for the MVP before the series ever started. He wasn't the MVP, as it turned out. I think Troy Gloss, who won the award, or Scott Spezio was certainly a worthy candidate as well. But when the chips were on the line tonight in the 7th and deciding game, who came up with that big hit but Garrett Anderson? He saved the best for last. He hadn't had an extra base hit in any of the World Series games, although he finished up the postseason with a 10-game hitting streak. He had at least one hit in every game of the World Series and had some hits at the tail end of the League Championship Series against the Twins. So he finished up the postseason with a 10-game hitting streak, but that extra base hit, that double that he had with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 3rd, was the first and only extra base hit that he had in the World Series, and boy, what a big one it was, as Garrett came through for the Angels when they really needed him tonight. The score at the time was 1-1, and then Garrett delivered that 3-run, bases-clearing double in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and from that point on, the Angels pitchers just took control of the ball game. In tonight's game, the Giants had only, one extra base hit, and as you're well aware, their bats had been so hot during the World Series. They had the 16-run ball game that they put on the Angels in Game 5 of the World Series, and they had all the home runs that they hit in this World Series. The Giants in the World Series had hit 14 home runs against the Angels in the first 6 games, but tonight they could manage just one extra base hit, and the Halos come away with the victory. And for all the naysayers out there, and there were a lot of them really in the national media, some of the people covering the World Series for Fox and for ESPN. I mean, there were a lot of people that didn't think the Angels were even going to get past the Yankees. Then they thought the Twins would knock them out, and then a lot more thought, well, the Angels' run will run out in the World Series. Well, it never happened because this team never quit. They never gave up, and they end up winning the 2002 World Series. So when we get back, we're going to take your telephone calls again. Just to brief you in, as I mentioned, we want to limit everybody to a question or comment so you can get as many of your fellow Angels fans on the program tonight. Again, the phone number 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. The Angels celebrating their first World Series crown. And how sweet it was tonight here at Edison Field. The 27th of October, 2002, the Angels are crowned World Series champions. We'll be back with more Angels fan wrap-up in just a moment on AM 570 KLAC.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton. This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions,
You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infinity. They're the fastest growing Infinity dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infinity is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infinity is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infinity, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infinity earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfinity.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Louisville Slugger has been making baseball bats since 1884. And now, for the first time in history, they're making commemorative World Series champions full-size bats for the Angel fan. The full-size Louisville Slugger bat is engraved with the words Anaheim Angels 2002 World Series champions on the side. It's also got the Angels logo and the facsimile signature of all the Angels players. Every bat is individually numbered and limited to 5,000. This once-in-a-lifetime limited edition Louisville Slugger collector's bat is yours for $99.95. To buy one, call 866-280-BATS. That's 866-280-BATS. Or check them out on the web at hamsterdirect.com. Now, the company that made bats for Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Willie Mays is making a bat for you. Call them, 866-280-BATS. That's 866-280-BATS.
Hey, all you Angels fans, while you're rooting for the Angels to win the World Series, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the American League champion Anaheim Angels, just like the one you get at the stadium. And to celebrate the Angels making the World Series, they're selling 3 great sausage sandwiches for just 99 cents each. Get the classic bratwurst, the new Italian sausage, or everyone's favorite, the Polish sandwich, for just 99 cents each. It's Sausage Mania only at Wiener Schnitzel.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570, KLAC, Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
Hernandez 1-1 to Garrett Anderson. Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garrett Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1.
And welcome back, everybody, to Edison Field. Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. The Anaheim Angels 2002 World Series champions. We're going to head to the busy phones. Our first stop is going to be Tim in Corona. Tim, this is Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. How are you?
Very good, and I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Back on Tuesday, the last week of the season, when all the callers were calling and saying the Mariners were going to catch us, I called and said to Hudler, I said, one more win, and then we're going to win the World Series. And I want to dedicate this series, this victory, to my good friend Greg, who used to have a season ticket. He passed away last year. And anybody listening that used to know Greg at Disneyland from Corona, this World Series, I think he had something to do with us winning it.
Well, I think there's a lot of people upstairs that were smiling and shining brightly on the Angels here this year. Tim, I appreciate the telephone call. You have a great evening. We're going to go next to Corey in Fullerton. Corey, this is Terry Smith on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. How are you?
Fine, Terry. How could I not be? Hey, ever since my dad took me when I was 4 years old to that very first Angel opener in 1961, I've been taught to have a dream that the Angels would win the World Series. I passed that dream on to my kids, and now the only question I have is, you got any other dreams I should be having regarding the Angels? Or?
Well, I'll tell you what, we got to enjoy this one right now. This is, you don't know when it's going to happen again. There are a lot, all I was thinking about last year, the Seattle Mariners won 116 games, and they didn't even get to the World Series. So, I mean, just to get there is so difficult to do, and then to win the thing is that much harder. And, what a tremendous accomplishment. And, you don't know when it's going to happen again, so you got to really sit back and enjoy this one for a while right now, because as you're well aware, this is the first time in the 42-year history of this club that something like this has happened. So what a special night this was tonight here at Edison Field.
Well, I think the teamwork is what made the difference. No infighting, no arguments, no anything like that. And I was just going to ask, is anybody considering putting together all those teams' quotes and all those interviews about, well, today was my day and tomorrow it'll be somebody else? It'd be wonderful to have a compilation of all those quotes to use to motivate people to work toward teamwork.
Right. I think there'll be a lot of special things coming out, whether it's publications or maybe some, there's definitely going to be a World Series video, and I'm sure we'll have some sort of a compilation of some of the radio calls and interviews and highlights and things like that. So there will be a lot of keepsakes for Angels fans, that commemorate this 2002 World Series, and I'm sure that everybody will be finding out about that, whether, through ads in the newspaper or just coming by the team store here at Edison Field. There's going to be some great things, I'm sure, as a result of that for fans to purchase and cherish and hold on to for a long time.
Well, thanks, Terry. God bless you, and God bless the Angel organization.
Same to you, Corey. Appreciate the visit. Let's go next to Jennifer and Dennis in Corona. Jennifer and Dennis, how are you tonight?
This is Jennifer. I'm doing fantastic.
Good.
I don't even hardly have a voice left. I have been to the playoff games and all the World Series games, and I am higher than a kite. This is great.
Well, it sure is. It sure is.
Yeah, and I understand this is your first year in the Major League.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
so,
congratulations. Welcome to the Major League.
Geez, Jennifer, how do I top this now? I don't know what to do. How can it ever get any better than this? This is the best.
Next year.
Make it a two-peat, a repeat. There you go.
Two-peat, three-peat, and so on and so forth.
You got it.
Hey, we're going to keep going. I want you to talk to my husband, Dennis, because he's the one who got a hold of all the tickets, and we just had the most fantastic, fabulous baseball I have ever lived in my whole life. I'm 43 years old. This is the greatest.
Well, good. I appreciate it. Put Dennis on the line real fast here.
I will. Here he is.
All right. Thank you.
Yo, Terry.
Dennis, how are you?
Oh, great, man. This is it. I've been 35 years waiting for this.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be a big celebration, too, so if you can get away and join us for that, that's going to be something special, too. That'll be the time that it'll sink in even more, I think, when you actually see the Anaheim Angels players on, parade floats and whatnot and being honored as world champions. I mean, that's going to be something special. It was great out on the field tonight, but that'll be another tremendous thing that's going to happen here in the next few days.
Terry, we'll be there. Listen, we really appreciate everything you've done. I had these, my ears are folded down from the earphones I had stuck in my ears during the game so I could listen to you guys. You did great. I think it was the greatest thing to listen to you and watch the game.
Well, I appreciate that. The fans have been just so kind to me. Ever since I came aboard here during spring training, and I just can't express my gratitude to the way that, people have embraced Rory and I and have accepted us and, have said so many nice things this season. It truly is heartwarming to me, and, I'm never going to forget this year because this has been, I don't know that anybody should be lucky enough to experience what I've experienced this year, to get to the major leagues and then to win a World Series. I tried to get here for a long time, and then I got a little bit disillusioned that it was ever going to happen, and then I had to be prodded to pursue my dream, and I'm so grateful and thankful that I did, and then to have this happen, I mean, this is too good to be true. Really,
the Angels need to give you a raise and keep you on board. There is no doubt about it.
Well, I appreciate that. Dennis, you have a great night. Tell Jennifer we thank her for calling as well. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to get some more of your telephone calls at 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. It is the 27th of October, 2002. The Anaheim Angels are the world champions of baseball. World Series champs for the first time in franchise history. We'll be right back.
AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 240 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the movie channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus, access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Archer from Disco Saturday night on K-Big 104, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Here's the 3-2 delivery, and that one is lined into left center field. Erstad coming in hard, dives, and catches it. Darren Erstad with one of so many great diving catches for the Angels this season. You can put stars around that one. That's the first out here in the fifth. Darren Erstad with one of so many great plays that we've seen this season from him. That was against David Bell to lead off the San Francisco Giants' fifth inning. Angels win the World Series in a seventh and deciding game tonight by the final score of 4-1, and the Halos are World Series champions. Let's go back to the busy phones. Joseph in Long Beach. Joseph, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up here on AM 570 KLAC.
Hi, thank you very much. This is the second time I've called. I called before sometime back in the season, towards the end of the season, and had a comment about Dick Enberg, how I was so disappointed that he left, blah, 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 and that Scioscia was the man to guide the Angels to a championship, and that our starting pitching would get us there. And I still think I'm so glad for the Angels, and I believe Scioscia is definitely the manager of the year. He put Donnelly and Weber back in the beginning of the Yankee series when people really righted him about that. And I believe he did that with a reason, that if the series or if the Angels were to go on, that he needed Donnelly and Weber to have confidence in themselves and to know that he had confidence in them. to get the job done, and sure enough, they did. Weber was a little bit shaky now and then, but nevertheless, the Angels came through with a championship. I also want to dedicate this to all my high school friends, the class of 76 at Linwood High, many Dodger fans who righted me so long. They had a nickname for the relieving squad of the Angels back then. They called them the Arson Squad. So this is out to them, and to a coworker of mine, Adrian, who I told that Molina and Anderson had to hit for the Angels to win, and sure enough, they came with the only RBIs in the final game, and I sure appreciate that. I love Rodriguez. I wasn't sure how he was going to do, but he's done great. I'm going to be there at the parade, and to Fox, bury the Angels. That's all they kept saying. The Giants were going to bury the Angels, looking to bury the Angels. Well, the Angels are not buried. The Angels are flying high.
World Series champions,
Yes,
Joseph.
right.
You
Yes.
got it. Hey, buddy, I appreciate
I appreciate your time. I appreciate you taking my call, and thanks. You got anything for me to hear before I close?
Well,
or have I taken up
we're just
too much time already?
just gonna say goodbye to you, Joseph, and tell you that we feel good that being a loyal Angels fan, all your dreams came through here tonight, and thanks for the visit. Let's go next to Jose in South El Monte. Jose, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap Up. Good evening.
Hey, Terry, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, man, it's always a curse. And thank you for breaking that for us.
Well, I don't know that I had anything to do with it, but I sure am happy to see it play out this way. Something just told me that this was going to end up this way, and there were too many strange things happening behind the scenes. I call them signs that were happening, and if it wouldn't have turned out this way, I would have been shocked. I just knew it would. I just knew it was going to happen, and it did.
Oh, you know, and especially on ninth inning, I said, oh, no, not 1986 again, please.
Yeah.
All right, Terry, do you have any information about the parade?
Information about the parade?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I sure do. I can tell you that with the Angels winning the World Series, that all the fanfare is going to begin on Tuesday, starting at 10 o'clock.
Oh,
10 o'clock at Disneyland. The Angels are going to have a parade down Main Street, USA, and the fans are invited to come on out to that. The Angels players and the coaches and the families are going to be there, along with Anaheim Mayor Tom Daly, and Mrs. Jean Autry is going to be on hand. And then as the day continues, the fans are also going to have a chance to honor the Angels in front of the Arrowhead Pond. And that parade route is going to begin at 11 o'clock in the morning. The parade is going to feature everyone with the Angels. Will travel from the corner of Catella down Douglas to Sportstown Drive and then conclude at Edison Field. And that's all going to kick off. The parade will kick off from the pond beginning at 11 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday.
All right, thanks. And I have something to tell our Dodgers fans.
Sure.
Thanks for bringing Mike Scioscia to our Angels.
There you go. That's a good one, Jose. You have a great evening. Thanks for the telephone call. Let's go next to Paul in Sylmar. Paul, this is Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
Angels flew Giants, first time ever on. The two key games were 2-6, and the Angels won both of them. It temporarily turned towards the Giants when they won 4, which they shouldn't have won. But the final thing I really want to say is that if everybody is dissatisfied with the candidate for the governor, decides to write in for the rally monkey, there's a chance it'll be the new election.
It might win in a landslide.
I think it will, yeah.
Very good.
I think it will. It was... Game 2 was absolutely riveting, the most game I've ever seen. You just couldn't take your eyes off the screen.
Yeah, there were some great moments in this World Series. There was so much offense in this series, and then tonight, maybe the two clubs were kind of worn out a little bit because this was, a lot lower scoring game than we had seen in most of them. It was the best pitch game the Angels clearly had in the World Series, and I just got a kick out of the fact in talking to some of the players coaches downstairs and whatnot, that John Lackey, Brendan Donnelly, and Frankie Rodriguez, three guys that weren't even with the Angels when the season began, were the first three pitchers that pitched tonight in the seventh and deciding game. So, I mean, it's just remarkable.
Isn't it great that finally the good guys win?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Paul, I appreciate the visit. Thanks for the telephone call. When we come back, we'll take more of your calls here on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Again, the number is 1-866-570-KLAC. That's 1-866-570-5522. The Anaheim Angels are the 2002 World Series champions, and we'll continue with more from a very excited Edison Field in just a moment on AM 570 KLAC.
This is Paul, the king of big screen. For our fall clearance, I've just put over 1,000 Mitsubishi big screen TVs at their lowest prices ever. Besides giving you savings of up to $3,000 off Mitsubishi's original prices, I'll give you 2 full years of no-interest financing. You heard right, no interest this year or next year. No interest financing for 24 months all the way to October 2004. Whether you're looking for a regular big screen or one of the flat-screen plasma TVs that are only 4 inches deep, Paul's is the place to go. Other stores sell tires, sofas, and lots of other things with big screens as a sideline. At Paul's, we've specialized only in big screen TVs for over 20 years, and with our written lowest price guarantee, you can't go wrong. Do what your neighbors did. Take a short drive to Paul's, where you get free delivery anywhere in Southern California, usually in 4 hours or less, by our own fleet of 30 trucks. Get all the details of our no-interest financing for 2 full years and save a bundle. The big chain stores don't like us, but our customers do, and that's what's important.
Paul's TV, 500 North Harbor, La Habra. I am the king.
2.9% isn't very much. If you were 2.9% certain you had locked the front door, you would go back and check it again. And if you could own a certified pre-owned Lexus and pay only 2.9% APR, you'd probably be driving a Lexus tomorrow, which gives you something pretty exciting to look forward to tomorrow. Because Lexus is now offering 2.9% APR financing with terms up to 66 months on the entire line of certified pre-owned vehicles, with monthly payments of $1,642 per thousand borrowed on approved credit. We also offer the Lexus warranty, 3 years from your date of purchase or 100,000 total vehicle miles. You'll also get a complimentary loaner should you require qualified multiple repairs. So for 2.9% APR financing and 100% peace of mind, hurry to your Southern California Lexus dealer and ask about our other special lease or finance programs.
Tier 1 customers only. 2.9% APR to qualify customers through Lexus Financial Services. No down payment is qualified. Must take delivery by 12/2/02. Not available in Hawaii. See your dealer for finance and limited warranty details.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at a guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
I'm Michael Jackson. Weekdays 9 to noon, you're listening to the World Series on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC.
Troy Percival, who joined the Angels in 1995 when they were the California Angels, trying to send the Anaheim Angels to the promised land. Here's a pitch to Lofton. Fly ball, center field. Erstad says he's got it. Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball. The celebration on the field begins. Mike Scioscia, Bud Black, John Lackey, Percival, Erstad, Salmon, hugging, and a big pile-up out there near the first base line as the Anaheim Angels win it all. The 42-year wait comes to an end. Just another Halo victory.
Yeah, boy, the best one of all right there. That one did it. It clinched the World Series crown for the Angels tonight here at Edison Field. Before we go back to the phones, just let me recap what's going on as far as the Angels celebration on Tuesday. We mentioned at 10 o'clock at Disneyland, the Angels players and staff and whatnot will have the cavalcade down Main Street, USA. That's if you're at Disneyland on Tuesday. if you can't make it to Disneyland, you can be out at Arrowhead Pond, where the official Angels Victory Parade will begin Tuesday at 11 o'clock in the morning. And the parade will feature the players and the coaches and their families and whatnot. And it will travel from the corner of Catella down Douglas to Sportstown Drive and then conclude at Edison Field. And then later on Tuesday from 3 until 8 o'clock at Disney's California Adventure, the Angels are going to have all sorts of fun things planned. If you can get out to California Adventure on Tuesday from 3 until 8 o'clock, there's going to be another Angels Victory Parade at 3:30. And then fans can get the game-winning secrets from their favorite players at the Angels dugout question and answer session in the Golden Gate Stadium there at Disney's California Adventure. The sessions will run from 4:30 to 6:30. The players will also be on hand to give pitching and throwing pointers as guests register their fast pitch. And there's going to be baseball trivia going on. Baseball trivia fanatics can put their sports knowledge to the test at Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Play It, special baseball edition, with souvenir buffs being able to get a chance to win some baseball memorabilia. There's going to be a collectible show, and there's going to be face painters and chalk murals and player and rally monkey photo locations, and all of that going on Tuesday at California Adventure. And then at 7:30 on Tuesday night, there is going to be a spectacular live music concert and fireworks display at 7:30. So that's what's on tap as far as the Angels. A couple of things going on at Disney. Disneyland will have the cavalcade down Main Street again at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, and the big parade will start at Arrowhead Pond and conclude at Edison Field Tuesday at 11 o'clock, and then all the stuff I just mentioned Tuesday afternoon into the early evening hours at California Adventure, with another Angels Victory Parade at California Adventure Tuesday at 3:30. With that said, let's go back to the busy phones. Here's Miles in Long Beach. Miles, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
Hey, Terry, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm just amazed at, the Angels, the team that everybody picked to finish last in the American League West in the World Series,
Wins the World Series. It just goes to show that, hard work, dedication, and good team chemistry can go a long, long way.
Yeah, I look back to when they started at 6-14, and, the turning point, I think, was Eckstein's Grand Slams, the back-to-back. And that just, I think, you kind of knew that something special was going to happen when Eckstein,
Right. Back-to-back games, hitting Grand Slams. He never even hit one in Little League, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you for all the great calls that you and Roy made this year, and hope to listen to you guys next year.
Oh, I appreciate it, Miles. Thanks for the kind words. We're going to go next to Gerald in Huntington Beach. Gerald, this is Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
Pinch me. Pinch me.
Hey, I'm saying the same thing.
I know, and let me tell you something. Yeah. I can certainly understand where you've been, because I was an intern for 3.5 years, and one for different teams. One of them in '87 was for the Angels. In fact, I've got my '86 team jacket here that I had to pay for. You remember being an intern, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I've been a fan, obviously, since the early '70s, with the 3 championships, being 10 games behind, 1 pitch, all the other stuff. And I said, oh, my God, I'm in shock. I mean, I knew that, once they beat the Yankees, and once they went against the Yankees, I'm going, if they can beat this team, because I knew the Yankees pitching wasn't going to be that great. They're good, but I just thought that the Angels hitters were that much better.
Right.
And through that thing, I'm going, wait a minute, if we win here, who's going to beat us? I didn't know. I don't watch baseball all that much. I'm a big Angel fan. I know the Angels' tendencies and all that kind of stuff, quote unquote. But I kept on looking across the landscape and went, oh my God! And what a year for me, because my baby daughter was born in May. And I can't believe that they finally did it after all these years, after watching them and just all the heartbreak and everything, just being a fan, And this is what it's all about. And and those guys out there this afternoon were the whole year. None of them. There's no egos on this team. I mean, it's typical of Orange County too, I think, because of what they are. And you guys, you and Rory were just fantastic to listen to this year. And I can understand, like I said, where you are right now, because I remember those 3.5 years that I was busting my tail to try to get into something similar to where you or Tim Mead, or Larry Babcock, those guys are today. And I just knew that wasn't me, and I'm kind of jealous. I hope to meet you in a remote someday. I really do.
You got it, Gerald. Well, we're going to have some things planned. We'll be out there, at the parade and then at Disneyland and California Adventure on Tuesday. And well, I'm sure, there will be a number of other functions during the off season that we'll have a chance to get together.
Is it real? You pinch me. Is it real? Does it really happen?
I mean, I've said it on this program that, the last few weeks. Every morning I wake up thinking, when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to find out that I've been dreaming this whole thing. But I guess it's real. It did happen. That sure did.
Unbelievable. Thank you for taking my calls all year long.
My pleasure. Thanks, Gerald. Let's go next to Robert in Linwood. Robert, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
Hey, yeah, it's me. I am amazed. I mean, I can't believe it. I'm at work right now, but it's been awesome. I mean, the whole year I've been totally following up with you guys, especially you guys on the radio. But I really want to give this dedication to my mom. She was a big fan of Gene Autry, and she would always say that it would be great to see him win. The Angels win it before anything else happened. But unfortunately, he passed away a while back. But my mom did too, and so I'm sure they're watching from above.
Well, good for you. Maybe they just had to get above to see that this thing played out this way. How's that?
Hey, it's always better from the bird's eye view.
You got it.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Robert, hold on the line here. I'm going to take another call, but Frank Laffarelli is going to get some information, and we have a few things we want to give to you for joining us tonight, okay? So don't hang up your telephone. Stay on the line. Frank will get your address, and we're going to get you out a Monkey Junkie T-shirt and a New Era Angels Clubhouse Collection cap. New Era Cap Company is the exclusive manufacturer of the official uniform caps worn by every major and minor league player. The Monkey Junkie T-shirts are available at AnaheimShirts.com, and all of this is courtesy of your friends here at AM 570 KLAC. When we get back, more telephone calls as we'll hit our final segment of tonight's program as we celebrate the Angels World Series championship tonight, knocking out the San Francisco Giants, who thought they had it wrapped up last night. They were in good shape, but it just didn't turn out. We'll be right back in just a moment here on AM 570 KLAC.